Check. Please close your eyes for 2 minutes. Open your eyes. Good morning, everyone. So today the target is completing as much as possible in PGBP and also revising house property and salary. So first let us take house property chapter. Let us revise it quickly and then we will revise salary and then we will start with PGBP. Fine. Check. So in income from house property, head of income, it is the second head of income, and like any other head it has a charging section and computation section. So our charging section is section 22, which says that should be a house property, assessee should be the owner and it should be used for other than assessee's own business or profession. House property, I told you that it is a land or building or land appertaining thereto. Only land is not house property. Okay. The types of house property are let out property, self-occupied property. Let out property always taxable, and in case of self-occupied property, up to 2 self-occupied property can be claimed as exempt. Balance will become DLOP, that is deemed to be let out property. Okay. Then who is the owner? Owner is the person who is entitled to receive the income from the property. It includes deemed owner. Registration or sale deed is not compulsory to prove ownership under Income Tax Act. Owner of building and land can be separate. We are concerned about owner of building. In case of disputed property, Income Tax Department will decide the ownership, and ownership is necessary in the previous year in which the income is earned. It is not necessary in the assessment year, and even in the previous year for recovery of arrears of rent and unrealized rent it is not necessary. Then who is deemed owner? Number 1, if a person transfers to spouse without or for inadequate consideration, then the transferor is the deemed owner of the property. Exception, agreement to live apart. If a person transfers to minor child without or for inadequate consideration, the transferor will be the deemed owner. Exception, minor married daughter. Holder of an impartible estate will be considered as deemed owner. Then members of cooperative society or shareholders of company in respective cases will be considered as deemed owner of the property. If 3 conditions are satisfied, that is possession is handed over to buyer, sale consideration is paid or promised to be paid, and if sale deed is not executed, some other document should be executed. All the 3 conditions are satisfied, then even though the possession is transferred, still it will be considered as ownership transfer. Okay, the person who is receiving the delivery will be considered as deemed owner. Then if a person receives a right to a property for at least 12 years, he will be considered deemed owner. Then we went to computation section. In computation, I told you municipal value or fair rent, whichever is higher, you have to take. That higher value you have to compare with standard rent, whichever is lower will give you the expected rent. Expected rent or actual rent, whichever is higher, will be the gross annual value or GAV. From the GAV you can reduce municipal taxes, you will get the NAV or net annual value. From that 2 deductions, 24A standard deduction 30% of NAV and 24B interest on housing loan. Finally you will get income or loss from house property. See these special points I think I didn't cover. See here. Commercial property is let out or residential property is let out, does not matter. It is income from house property. Okay. Then if business itself is letting out of property, you should see PGBP chapter. Then one special exemption for builders. See Kanna, builders are there, no? They will construct huge buildings, building projects where they will build numerous flats. Now, is the business of a builder giving houses on rent Answer is no. Business of a builder is constructing and selling the houses. It is not giving houses on rent. Hence, even the stock of this builder will be considered as house property. Since he is having a building, it will be considered as house property. Up to 2 SOP exempt, balance is considered as DLOP. Now this builders throughout the country started protesting to the income tax department, telling that it is a genuine problem. Even on our stock, you are notionally collecting the tax, whereas this is our day-to-day course of business. Hence, this CBDT or the Income Tax Act gave a relief that in the years of construction plus 2 years from the end of the year in which construction got completed, no need to tax the house property of a builder. Okay, in the year of construction plus 2 years from the end of the year in which construction got completed. So for example, construction got completed on 31 August 2022. Then come to the end of the year, 31st March 2023. From this 2 years you have to take 31st March 2025. Till 31st March 2025, no need to consider it as house property. But from 25-26 onwards, this will be considered DLOP and you have to pay the tax. Okay, so 2 years time limit is given to the builders to sell their stock. If they are not able to sell their stock, then it will get notionally taxed in the hands of builder. Okay, then municipal value is value determined by municipal authorities. Fair rent or reasonable rent is the rent of similar property in same area. Standard rent is maximum rent fixed by Rent Control Act. Actual rent is rent received plus rent receivable. And if Rule 4 conditions are satisfied, you can reduce unrealized rent. Then municipal taxes. Tax collected from municipal authority. It can be property tax, house tax, water tax, local tax, sewerage tax, etc. Only if owner is paying the tax, it will be allowed. Tenant is paying, not allowed. And also, it is only allowed on payment basis, but fully allowed on payment basis. So even if for 3 years I am paying in this year, all the 3 years municipal tax will be allowed as deduction. But if I am not paying, it will not be allowed. Then, if it is in percentage, take percentage of municipal value. Properties outside India, that country's municipal tax you have to take. And if municipal tax, if GAV is 0, you cannot reduce municipal tax. Then NAV is 30%, standard deduction is 30% of NAV. It is given because no other expense is allowed, like repair, maintenance, insurance, etc. Section 24B, interest on housing loan. Interest on housing loan is allowed for old scheme fully, but for new scheme, it is allowed only for LOP, DLOP case, SOP case not allowed. Okay. Loan can be for purchase, construction, repair, renovation, reconstruction. Unpaid purchase price will also become loan. Even loan to repay the above loan is also considered as housing loan. Loan can be taken from anyone. If loan is paid late, extra interest is paid, that interest is not allowed. Loan interest is allowed on accrual basis. Okay. Hence, even if loan has accrued during the year but not paid, it will still be allowed as deduction. Interest on loan, if it is taken outside India, TDS has to be deducted. Then limit of interest. In LOP case, DLOP case, no limit. Whatever is the interest can be claimed as deduction. SOP case, generally the limit is 30,000 rupees per person. However, if 4 conditions are satisfied, 30,000 increased to 2 lakh. What are 4 conditions? Loan should be for either purchase or construction. Loan should be taken on or after 1/4/1999. If it is for construction, construction should be completed within 5 years from end of the year in which loan was taken, and interest certificate should be obtained. Then what is pre-construction or pre-acquisition period? Pre-construction or pre-acquisition period is the period before the year in which the construction or acquisition got completed. Entire period interest will be allowed in 5 equal annual installments. We saw the example also. Then special cases. Vacancy case. Vacancy means what? House is available on rent but nobody has come to occupy the house. In such case, instead of comparing expected rent and actual rent, compare expected rent with actual rent plus vacancy rent. Okay, and whichever is higher. If expected rent is higher, expected rent is GAV. If expected rent plus actual rent is higher, actual rent is only GAV. Okay. Then if there are more than two self-occupied property, then treat everything like DLOP and find out the value. Then do permutation combination to see which two houses are the most beneficial to become SOP. Okay, and solve the answer. Partly LOP, partly SOP area wise. A part of the house is self-occupied, part of the house is let out. In such case, treat both the area like a separate property and solve the question. Divide everything, municipal value, standard rent, fair rent based on area basis, but don't divide actual rent because it belongs to let out portion. Then partly LOP, partly SOP time wise, means for some time of the year let out, for some time of the year self occupied. In such case, treat it as let out property, solve the question. Then if property is acquired in between the year, in such case municipal rent, municipal value, fair rent, standard rent, everything you will take on proportionate basis only for the period in which the house is belonging to the assessee. However, don't divide municipal tax, don't divide interest. Then recovery of arrear of rent and unrealized rent is taxed in the year of recovery if it was not taxed earlier. Okay, and 30% standard deduction also allowed. Then joint ownership, co-ownership. If share is definite and ascertainable, then it is applicable. In your case, it is taxed individually in both co-owners' hands. However, if share is not definite and ascertainable, then all the owners will be considered as AOP and it will be taxed. If at all share is definite and ascertainable, then in case of LOP DLOP case, compute the income from house property for the entire property and then divide it based on the ownership ratio. In case of SOP, calculate separately because both the joint owners will get interest limit benefit. Then this is not so important. Now we'll come to salary. In salary, I told you that for salary to be taxed, there should be employer-employee relationship. Salary, if it is given to partner, it will be taxed under PGBP head, not under IFOS head. If salary is given to member of parliament, member of legislative assembly, IFOS, not salary. Okay. Then full time irundalu sari, part time irundalu sari, it will be taxed under salary head of income only. Then okay, charging section. Salary is taxed on due or receipt, whichever is earlier. Only one exception we saw, and that is bonus. Bonus is taxed only on receipt basis. Meedi enda salary indalu sari, due or receipt, whichever is earlier. Okay. Then computation. Computation la section 17.1 talks about the meaning of salary. Then section 17.2 talks about perquisites. We learn difference between allowance and perquisite. Allowance is fixed amount for a specific purpose. It is given whether the amount is spent or not spent. However, perquisite amount can be in cash or in kind, and it varies based on the facility that is provided. It is not fixed. Then profit in lieu of salary. Number one, compensation on termination of employment is taxed under salary head of income. Compensation on modification in terms of employment also taxed under salary head of income. I told you, CEO to CFO, then some extra money is paid, that is also taxed under salary head. Payment from provident fund, retirement benefits, everything taxed under salary head. Key man insurance policy, if the proceeds or the claim amount is received by the employee, it is taxed under salary head of income. Employer PGBP, any other person IFOS. Okay, you have to see the nature. Then any lump sum amount given by the employer before joining employment or after completing employment, that is also covered under salary. Now let's talk about basic parts of salary computation. Basic salary is a regular salary that is given monthly. What is dearness allowance? Allowance to tackle the inflation that is happening in the country. It can be in terms, it can be not in terms. In terms means what? Forms part of pay or forms part of retirement benefits. Not in terms does not form part of retirement benefit. Question la edume kudukalana in terms assume pannite solve pannirunga. Then fees. It can be any fees. If it is given from employer to employee, it is taxable under salary. Commission. There are two types, turnover commission, other commission. Turnover commission varies based on the turnover achieved by employee. Okay. Then other than turnover commission. Bonus is taxed on receipt basis. Advance salary. Advance salary salary received in advance. So whenever advance salary is received in that year itself, it will be taxed. However, advance against salary is a loan and it will not be taxed. Then arrear of salary. It is a disputed salary or past salary received in current period. If already taxed, no need to tax once again. If it is already not taxed, then in the year of receipt, it has to be taxed. Then deduction. Only for old scheme deduction is allowed. New scheme deduction is not allowed. In a deduction, number 1, standard deduction 50,000. 50,000. If actual salary itself less than 50,000, then entire salary allowed as deduction. Entertainment allowance. Amount paid to employees for hospitality of the customers. For other than government employee, there is no deduction. For government employee, first add it to the salary, then you can claim deduction. Deduction also how much? 1/5 of basic pay or entertainment allowance actually received, or 5,000, whichever is lower. Then professional tax. Professional tax is tax on employment. Okay. Generally it is maximum 2,500 per person, practically speaking. If it is paid by employee, directly claim deduction. If it is paid by employer, first add to the salary, then claim it as deduction. Next, retirement benefit. We talked about gratuity. Gratuity வந்து எப்படி tax பண்றது? If gratuity is received during the service, fully taxable. If it is received on death or retirement, then exemption is available under section 10 clause 10. இதுல வந்து first see whether government employee, non-government employee. Government employee இருந்தா fully exempt. Non-government employee இருந்தா covered under payment of gratuity act or not covered under payment of gratuity act. If covered under payment of gratuity act, then what is the exemption? Exemption is lower of 3. Number 1, 15 divided by 26 multiplied by salary, that is basic plus DA. Salary is what? Basic plus DA into number of years of service rounded off. Number of years of service rounded off. 15 by 26 multiplied by basic plus DA salary latest into number of years of service rounded off, or actual gratuity, or 20 lakhs, whichever is lower. If the employee is not covered under payment of gratuity act, then half, that is 1/2 of average salary. 1/2 of average salary. Average means what? 10 months average before the month of retirement, and salary is what? Basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. In exam, don't write salary 3, salary 2. Okay, fully you have to write. And number of service, number of year of service completed, or actual gratuity, or 20 lakhs, whichever is lower. Then we will come to pension. Pension is periodic payment for past service received after the retirement. Generally, pension is given monthly. But if pension is given monthly, there is no exemption. When is the exemption coming? When there is commutation of pension. Commutation of pension means giving up entire part or a part of a pension and receiving a lump sum amount. Okay. In such case, what you have to do? In case of government employees, the entire commuted pension is exempt. In case of other than government employee, you have to see whether the employee is receiving gratuity or not receiving gratuity. If the employee is receiving gratuity, full pension into 1/3. It means what? Lesser exemption. If employee does not receive gratuity, it means what? Full pension into 1/2. More exemption will be given. How to calculate full pension? Full pension is equal to commuted pension by commutation percentage. How much is total commutation pension divided by the percentage of commutation? You will get the answer. Then leave encashment means leave is given and that leave is not availed, hence it can be encashed. Generally it is encashed during service, but if it encashed during service, no exemption. If entire leave encashed is received on retirement, exemption is available under 10 clause 10AA. Government employee irunda fully exempt. Other than government employee irunda lower of 4 things. Number 1, 10 months multiplied by average salary. In the average salary kuda 10-month average salary before the date of retirement. Date of retirement. And what is salary? Basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. Okay, so 10 months multiplied by average salary. Number 2, leave leave equivalent divided by 30 multiplied by average salary. Leave equivalent na enna? Earned leave minus actual leave. Earned leave minus actual leave. Earned leave வந்து maximum 30 days தான் இருக்கலாம். Earned leave minus actual leave. So leave equivalent divide by 30 multiplied by average salary. Then actual leave encashment or 3 lakhs, whichever is lower. Then VRS, voluntary retirement scheme, given in exemption given in 10 clause 10C. Condition satisfy பண்ணனும் and limit குள்ளார இருந்தாதான் exemption கிடைக்கும், இல்லனா கிடைக்காது. Okay. So what is the exemption? Lower of 4 things. Number 1, salary into 3 months. So 3 months salary multiplied by completed years of service. Number of years of service completed. Salary வந்து என்ன? Basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. Then salary multiplied by balance months of service left. Balance months of service left. Actual VRS or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is lower. So 3 months salary and multiplied by number of years of service completed. Then salary into balance months of service left. Actual VRS or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is lower. Fine. Then conditions also we discussed yesterday. Employee should complete at least 10 years of service or 40 years of age. However, does not apply to public sector undertaking. Directors ku VRS kadiyade. Okay. Then VRS oda purpose should be reduction in the number of employees. Adnala vacancy, if it is arising, you should not fill up the vacancy. If a person is retiring, you should not employ them in any other organization with same management. Fine. Next, retrenchment compensation. If compensation is given as per Industrial Disputes Act, then exemption is number 1, compensation as per Industrial Disputes Act, actual compensation or 5 lakh rupees, whichever is lower. Then provident fund. Provident fund la vande 4 types: recognized, unrecognized, statutory, public. Recognized na enna? Income tax commissioner recognize பண்ணிருக்காரு. Unrecognized na income tax commissioner recognize பண்ணல. Statutory provident fund is a provident fund where government deposits PF for government employees, and public is where employer-employee relationship is not required. Anyone can go and deposit in the provident fund. Then superannuation fund are of 2 types: approved, unapproved. Approved na enna? Income tax commissioner approve பண்ணிருக்காரு. Unapproved na பண்ணல. How to tax? In case of statutory provident fund, employer contribution fully exempt. Employer contribution fully exempt. Employee contribution ignore. Interest fully exempt. Maturity fully exempt. Okay, va? Maturity fully exempt. Then in case of recognized provident fund, employer contribution exempt only up to 12% of salary, and here also salary means basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. See, inga vande or confusion ஆகிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. In examination, no, what they will tell, that they will tell 15% of salary is deposited in RPF. Okay, and in question they will tell that salary is, they have deposited the salary assuming basic plus DA. Basic plus DA. But நீங்க எப்படி calculate பண்ணணும்? Basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. Okay வா? So அவங்க என்ன deposit பண்ணிருக்காங்க அது பார்க்கிறதுக்கு 15% of basic plus DA எடுக்கணும். நீங்க வந்து இதே same amount ஓட 12% எடுத்துற கூடாது. அங்கதான் silly mistake பண்ணுவாங்க. இதுக்கு 15 னா 3% difference கண்டுபிடிச்சு that is only taxable னு போட்டுருவாங்க. That is a mistake. Okay. They would have deposited in a different way, but you should calculate the 12% limit as per the section. புரியுதா? And then compare. This ஒரு question இந்த மாதிரி வந்திருக்கு where many students made a mistake. So this mistake you should not repeat. Okay. So direct 15 கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா 12 கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா 15 minus 12 equal to 3 ன்னு போடக்கூடாது. See what is the salary definition and then solve the answer. Okay. So recognized provident fund up to 12% of the salary exempt, more than 12% இருந்தா excess amount will be treated as perquisite in that year itself. Okay. Then employee contribution ignore. Interest இருந்தா 9.5% வரைக்கும் exempt, அதுக்கு மேல இருந்தா excess amount is perquisite. Okay. Then section 10 clause 12 maturity amount also exempt subject to condition. என்ன condition? 5 years வரைக்கும் withdraw பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஆனா அந்த கண்டிஷனுக்கும் எக்ஸெப்ஷன் இருக்கு. என்ன எக்ஸெப்ஷன்? If the funds are transferred from old employer recognized provident fund to new employer recognized provident fund, or old RPF to new NPS, then also it is allowed. And if the withdrawal is due to one of three reasons, due to ill health, discontinuance of employer's business, or any other cause beyond the control of employee, then even though it is within 5 years, still it will be exempt. Then coming to unrecognized provident fund. Employer contribution not taxable. Employee contribution however not taxable, you have to ignore. Interest not taxable. Ana maturity kadikumbodhu everything will be taxable. You have to divide the entire maturity amount into 4 parts. Employer contribution, employee contribution, interest on employer, interest on employee. Employer contribution and interest on employer contribution வந்து salaryல tax போடணும். Employee contribution ignore it. Interest on employee வந்து income from other sources. Okay. Then public provident fund. இதுல employer contribution concept கிடையாது. Employee contribution ignore. Interest exempt, maturity exempt. Okay. Approved superannuation fund. Here employer contribution exempt, employee ignore, then interest exempt, maturity also exempt if received on death or retirement. Unapproved superannuation fund வந்து same as unrecognized provident fund. அப்பப்போ வந்து full exempt தான், maturity amountல 4 பிரிக்கணும் and tax போடணும். Okay. Now later on, government introduced the provision 17(2)(7) where they told that total employer contribution in all the 3 funds combined, okay va, enadhu recognized provident fund, national pension scheme, approved superannuation fund, மூணுமே சேர்ந்து 7.5 lakhs வரைக்கும் தான் deposit பண்ணலாம். அதுக்கு மேல பண்ணா excess amount will be treated as taxable perquisite. Taxable perquisite. And not only this excess amount, interest on this excess amount or income from this excess amount also will be treated as taxable perquisite. So excess amount, it is very easy to identify. Total contribution minus 7.5 lakhs will be the excess amount which will be taxed. However, how to find out the income? For that only there is the formula. In a formula, TP is equal to PC divided by 2 multiplied by R plus PC1 plus TP1 multiplied by R. And what is R? I divide by F average. Hence taxable perquisite. Taxable perquisite only TP. PC means what? Previous year contribution. In the previous year la evlo contribute pannanga above the 7.5 lakh limit. And the contribution eduthu divide by 2 multiplied by I divide by F average. I is the income from the funds. And yesterday practically we saw how to find out the income where only closing balance is given. Okay va? Percentage la income irundha direct percentage போட்டுறலாம். இல்லனா sometimes income direct ஆவே questionல கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க. Then it is very easy. Fund average means what? Opening balance of funds plus closing balance of funds divided by 2. Then PC1 வந்து என்ன? இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற எல்லா வருஷத்தோட PC. And TP1 means இதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற எல்லா வருஷத்தோட TP. However, it has started only from 1/4/2020. So for your examination, that is 22-23, PC and TP only will be 2021, 21-22. ரெண்டு வருஷத்தோடது தான் வரும். Okay. Then I told you, even when it comes to employee contribution, in case of section 10(11) and 10(12), 10(11) talks about statutory provident fund and 10(12) talks about recognized provident fund. See, in the case la superannuation fund pension la kadiyadu. In the case la enna irukku? SPF, RPF avlodhan. In these cases, if the contribution is more than 2.5 lakh rupees, employee contribution more than 2.5 lakh rupees, then income on excess contribution will be taxable. However, if employer is not at all contributing, then how much I can contribute? 5 lakh rupees. Up to 5 lakh rupees, no tax. More than 5 lakh rupees in the income on excess contribution will be taxable. Okay. So completing retirement benefits, then we also studied allowances. Allowances very easy. Fully exempt irukku, partly exempt irukku, fully taxable irukku. Fully exempt வந்து very simple. நீங்க ஒரு தடவை go through பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Partly exempt ல வந்து 3 categories. 10-14-1, 10-14-2 and then 10-13A we studied. 10-14-1 na enna? We are going to learn 6 allowances where entire amount used for official purpose is exempt. Only the balance amount not used for official purpose will be taxable. Ennadhu? Number 1, conveyance allowance for conveyance within the city. moving from one place to another for business purpose within the city. Second, uniform allowance for stitching the uniform. Number 3, research allowance for doing research. Number 4, daily allowance for meeting day-to-day expenses on tour. 5, helper allowance, keeping a helper for office work. Number 6, traveling allowance, going from one city to another, same coming back. Okay, traveling allowance. Official purpose irunda fully exempt, adukku mela irunda taxable. Okay, then section 10 clause 14 subclause 2, other purposes. Tribal area, scheduled area, agency area allowance 200 per month is the limit. Transport system allowance, okay va, daily allowance kadikala na mattumda transport system allowance is exempt. And what is the exemption limit? 70% of allowance or 10,000 per month, whichever is lower. Then transport allowance, transport allowance means office to house, office to house, house to office. 3,200 per month is exempt ana only for blind, deaf, dumb and handicapped person. Then underground allowance, mine la poi vela senja 800 per month exempt, balance taxable. Children education allowance 100 per month per child, maximum 2 children. Hostel allowance 300 per month per child, maximum 2 children is allowed as exemption. Inga be very careful. All these allowances are not allowed in 115 BAC. However, daily conveyance, traveling, transport in the naal vandu allowed as usual. Old scheme liyo allowed, new scheme liyo allowed. Enadhu daily allowance, conveyance allowance, traveling allowance, transport allowance. Okay, by heart. Then house rent allowance paathukalam. House rent allowance allowed only in old scheme, not allowed in new scheme. How to find out exemption? Exemption is lower of 3 things. Number 1, 40% or 50% of salary. 40% epo non-metro city, 50% epo metro city. Metro city na enna? Mumbai, Delhi, Chennai, Kolkata. Okay, of salary. Salary here also basic plus DA terms plus commission turnover. Then second, actual HRA received. And third one, total rent paid minus 10% of salary, whichever is lower will be HRA exemption. Then perquisites. Perquisites la vande there are exempt perks. Enna exempt perks? Telephone bill, mobile bill paid by employer. Then tax on non-monetary perquisites. Then section 10 clause 7, Indian government paying to Indian citizen outside India, fully exempt. Conveyance given to High Court, Supreme Court judge. Goods sold at a reasonable price to the employees. Transport facility fully exempt. Okay, cab service given to employee fully exempt. Training also exempt. Then we saw leave travel concession. Exemption is available under section 10 clause 5. Ana LTC benefit not available to new scheme, only available to old scheme. Okay, if travel is by air, compare the actual expense with national air carrier economy class ticket, whichever is lower is exempt. Then if it is through any other mode, see whether railway service is available. If rail service is available, first class rail fare or actual expense, whichever is lower. Rail service not available na, see whether recognized public transport system exists or does not exist. If it exists, take the deluxe fare or actual expense, whichever is lower. If it does not exist, take the first class rail fare of the similar distance or actual expense, whichever is lower. All this fare should be of the shortest route. For employee as well as family member, this benefit is available. Family na yare? Spouse, children, parents, brother, sister if dependent on the assessee. And children vande maximum 2 children born on or after 1/10/1998. LTC is available maximum 2 years in a 4-year block. Ipo the block which is going on is 1/1/2022 till 31/3 illa, sorry, 31/12 podunga, mistake potachu 31/12/2025, because block is always calendar year. Okay, calendar year. It's 7.12. Okay, so 31/12/2025. If one or both LTC means 4 வருஷத்தோட blockல 2 LTC கிடைக்கும். ஒரு LTC இல்ல both LTC is not claimed na, one LTC can be carried forward to the next block. Fine. Then travel வந்து இந்தியால இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் இந்த பெனிஃபிட் கிடைக்கும், இந்தியால இல்லைன்னா கிடைக்காது. Then medical facility very very important because amendment introduce ஆயிருக்கு, question கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு அதிகமா இருக்கு. Medical facility, if treatment in India, outside India, insurance we are going to see. If treatment is in India, it means what? Employer is sponsoring for treatment in India. In such case, if the hospital itself is employer's hospital, entire treatment exempt. Second, if it is a government hospital, exempt. Number 3, prescribed disease and medical certificate has been obtained, na, exempt. And fourth, illness is relating to COVID-19, na, it is exempt. But subject to conditions. In a condition, number 1, employee should submit the 3 documents. Okay, number 1, COVID-19 positive report. Number 2, necessary document of medical treatment within 6 months of the positive report. And number 3, certification in respect of the expenditure. Okay, this one be thorough. In all other cases, it is taxable. So tata ku medical treatment kudutha taxable. Okay, private hospital la kudutha taxable, private nursery la kudutha taxable. Fine. Then treatment outside India. If employer is sponsoring treatment outside India, in such case you have to see 3 things: treatment, stay, travel. Treatment and stay வந்து ரெண்டுமே சேர்ந்து actual expense or RBI limit whichever is lower will be exempt, balance amount taxable. In case of travel expense will be exempt only if the GTI, gross total income of the employee, will be up to 2 lakh rupees without considering this perquisite. Then insurance, health insurance employee kedutha exempt, reimbursement of health insurance employee as well as family members of employee exempt, personal accident policy exempt, staff group insurance edutha exempt. Then education, if employer is sponsoring employees education, fully exempt. Children's education na 2 conditions are there, all the 2 should be satisfied. Number 1, value of education should be up to 1000 per month per child. Number 2, it should be either employer's own institution or tie-up institution, else entire amount will be taxable. Okay, other than children na fully taxable. Then free tickets, if free ticket is given by airline to airline employee, exempt, railway to railway employee, exempt, other than airline railway not exempt. Okay, but exempt in case of non-specified employee. Okay, food, alcoholic beverage kudutha fully taxable, the amount of alcohol that is given will be added to the salary of the employee. Non-alcoholic beverage plus food kudutha, you should see if it is remote area, normal area. Remote area fully exempt, normal area irundha tea, coffee, snacks, refreshments fully exempt. Other than that, full meals provide panna up to 50 rupees per meal if directly paid in office or if it is given through voucher, it is exempt, illana not exempt. Then club or recreation facility, if health or sports club facility is given to all employees, then it is exempt. However, other than that, you should see whether corporate membership or not. If corporate membership na, initial membership expense is not taxable because you cannot find out the individual amount of membership cost, balance amount will be taxable. In other cases, whatever amount employer is spending for the employee will be treated as perquisite. Okay, however, if this club membership is for official purpose, it will not be taxable. Official purpose na enna, it should be for official purpose. Number 2, complete details should be maintained by the employer. Number 3, employer should give a certificate that it is for official purpose. Then rent free accommodation, rent free accommodation government vande government employee ku kudutha, see the license fee prescribed by the government, that will be taxable as perquisite. Perquisite calculate பண்ணும்போது எவ்வளோ நாளுக்கு வந்து அந்த எம்ப்ளாயி அந்த அகாமடேஷன்ல தங்கி இருக்காங்களோ அவ்வளோ நாளுக்கு மட்டும்தான் calculation. And number 2, if employee is paying back some money, reduce it from the perquisite value. Okay, other than government employee. Okay, if it is employer's property, then 7.5%, 10%, 15%. 7.5% evlo epo if population up to 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs ku mela up to 25 lakhs na 10%. 25 lakhs ku mela population pochna 15% of the salary minus rent paid by employee if any. Then other than employer property na employer evlo vaada kudukranga, that is taxable perks. However, limited to 15% of salary. Okay va? Then and the வீடு கூட furniture கொடுக்கறாங்கன்னா if it is employer's furniture 10% of cost, other person furniture na employer எவ்வளவு வாடகை கொடுக்கறாங்க that much should be added to perquisite value. Okay, here salary calculation is a different calculation. எப்படி calculate பண்றது? ABB CDM. A na என்ன allowance but only taxable allowance. Number 2 basic pay, B for basic pay, B for bonus, C for commission, any commission, turnover இருந்தாலும் சரி இல்லனாலும் சரி. D for dearness allowance, take dearness allowance only in terms, and M any monetary payment, but do not include arrear, advance, retirement benefit like provident fund etc. and perquisites. Do not include this. Minus na minus பண்ணனும்னு இல்ல, include பண்ணக்கூடாது. ஓகேவா? Next, hotel இது நான் எடுக்கவே இல்லையா நேத்து? Hotel benefit. Hotel benefit, if a hotel benefit is given by employer to employee, in such case how to calculate the perks? Perks is rent paid by employer or 24% whichever is lower. Okay va? அதே சேம் அங்க வந்து என்ன பார்த்தோம்? 15% பார்த்தோம். பட் ஹோட்டல்னா ஃபெசிலிட்டி எல்லாம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா இருக்கும்ல, அதனால 15 க்கு பதிலா என்ன சொல்றாங்க? 24 னு சொல்றாங்க. ரெண்ட் ஃப்ரீ அகாமடேஷன் கேஸ் 15%, hotel benefit 24%. Okay, and if at all there is a transfer of employee, then 15 days வரைக்கும் ஹோட்டல் கொடுத்தா fully exempt. 15 days க்கு மேல கொடுத்தா excess amount is taxable. Motor car you should see whether it is official, personal, partly official, partly personal. Official purpose இருந்தா exempt, personal purpose இருந்தா employer காரா இருந்தா 10% of cost, வேற உங்க காரா இருந்தா higher charges paid by employer. அதுக்கு மேல you add whatever is the running and maintenance expense, add the driver salary, that will be the perquisites. Fine. Then partly official, partly personal la da confusion. Enadhu? Employees car and employees running and maintenance expense no tax. Ena everything is borne by employee, employer edume kodukala. Employee oda car ana petrol selavu, repair selavu, running and maintenance given by employer. In such case total charges paid by employer minus official purpose will be taxable. Okay va? Total charges minus official purpose. ஆனா official purpose கண்டுபிடிக்க முடியலனா என்ன பண்றது? 1800 per month or 2400 per month as the case may be. 1800 per month if the car is up to 1.6 liter or 1600 cc. 2400 per month if it is above 1600 cc. You will get personal. This personal will be taxable as perquisite. Okay, running employer oda car ஆனா பெட்ரோல் செலவு, ரிப்பேர் செலவு வந்து எம்ப்ளாயி கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. In such case how much is taxable? Only 600 ரூபாய், 900 ரூபாய், 600, 900 is taxable as the case may be. இப்போ employer is giving the car, employee is himself paying. You can remember like that. கார் வந்து எம்ப்ளாயர் கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, ஆனா நான் தானே செலவு பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன், ஸோ எனக்கு கம்மியாக தான் டாக்ஸ் போடணும், அதனால 600 ரூபாய், 900 ரூபாய். சம்திங் யூ ஹாவ் டு ரிமெம்பர் இன் யுவர் ஹெட். எம்ப்ளாயர் தான் கார் கொடுக்குறாங்க, எம்ப்ளாயர் தான் பணமும் ரன்னிங் அண்ட் மெயின்டெனன்ஸும் கொடுக்குறாங்க. ஹென்ஸ் 1800, 2400 will be taxable. Okay, and if at all driver is provided, then 900 rupees should be added per month for driver salary. Actual driver salary 10,000 கூட இருக்கலாம் per month. நீங்க எவ்வளவு ஆட் பண்ணணும்? 900 to calculate the perks. Fine. Then POPP 2 cars or more இருந்தா then only one can be treated as POPP, balance will be fully personal. If loan is given at a concessional rate, in such case take the SBI interest rate minus actual interest rate, the difference is taxable perquisite. Difference multiplied by loan amount is taxable. Gift கொடுத்தா, cashல gift கொடுத்திருக்குனா fully tax, kindல கொடுத்திருக்குனா 5000 வரைக்கும் இருந்தா exempt, 5000 க்கு மேல இருந்தா fully tax. Then travel, tour, accommodation, leave travel concession இல்லாம இருந்தா, see if the travel tour is given for official purpose or not for official. Official ஆ இருந்தா employee க்கு பண்ற செலவு exempt, family member க்கு பண்ற செலவு taxable. ஓகேவா? Not for official ஆ இருந்தா you just have in mind whatever amount is spent, that is perquisite. அவ்வளோ கன்ஃபியூசிங் எல்லாம் வராது. What is amount spent, that will be perquisite. Fine. Specified security, it means what? Sweat equity shares, ESOPs, specified security, shares offered at a concessional rate. In such case, perquisite is equal to fair market value minus issue price. Fair market value எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? Recognized stock exchange ஆயிருந்தா see the average of opening balance closing balance in the highest volume stock exchange. Recognized illana value by merchant banker. Either take value on exercise date or maximum 6 months old value you can take. Okay. Then movable asset. Movable asset கொடுத்தா computer laptop ஆயிருந்தா fully exempt, because computer laptop it is assumed that it is given only for official purpose. Other than computer laptop, if it is owned by employer 10%, hired by employer, you should see whatever employer is paying, add it to the perquisite value. Okay. Then transfer of movable asset. Transfer of movable asset na WDV will be the perquisite. If employee is paying any amount na, reduce it from the perquisite value. Okay. What is the WDV? Computer laptop 50% WDV method, car ayirunda 20% WDV method, any other asset other than computer laptop car 10% straight line method. Fine. Take depreciation only for completed years. Okay va? And year வந்து don't take this financial year. என்னைக்குல இருந்து அந்த அசெட் யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்களோ அன்னைக்குல இருந்து எவ்வளவு இயர் கம்ப்ளீட் ஆயிருக்கு that you take. Fine. Then இது வந்து விட்டுறலாம். Specified non specified also we leave. Then relief also we saw yesterday. Concept of pay scale also we saw late only yesterday, so you would be remembering. So with this, salary is over. We will start with PGBP, profit and gains of business or profession. இருக்கிறதுலயே lengthy chapter in your syllabus, but I would consider it very easy chapter. ஏன்னா remember பண்றதுக்குமே எதுவுமே இல்லை. If you conceptually understand everything, it is very simple to answer. And second thing, even if you are answering, there is not much of tricky point and all involved. If you remember things and if you are able to answer correctly, easily வந்து நீங்க மார்க்ஸ் ஸ்கோர் பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஸோ பிஜிபிபி வந்து டெஃபினெட்லி யூ ஷுட் நாட் மிஸ் அவுட். இந்த கிளாஸ்லயே நீங்க தெளிவாக கவனிச்சிட்டிங்கன்னா இன்னைக்கோட நாலேஜ் வச்சுட்டு எக்ஸாம்ல ஈஸிலி யூ வில் பி ஏபிள் டு ஸ்கோர் இன் பிஜிபிபி சாப்டர். ஸோ பிஜிபிபி ப்ராஃபிட் அண்ட் கெயின்ஸ் ஆஃப் பிசினஸ் ஆர் ப்ரொஃபஷன். ஃபைன். இது வந்து தேர்ட் ஹெட் ஆஃப் இன்கம். ஆஸ் யூஷுவல் லைக் எனி அதர் ஹெட் ஆஃப் இன்கம் இதுலயும் சார்ஜிங் செக்ஷன் இருக்கு, கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் செக்ஷன் இருக்கு. Charging section is 28, computation section is 29. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி let us learn the meaning of business, meaning of profession. Okay, just சும்மா go through பண்ணிக்கலாம், அவ்வளோ important இல்ல. Section 2 clause 13 defines business. Business na என்ன? Business includes, it means what? It is an inclusive definition. Business includes trade, commerce, manufacture or any adventure or concern in the nature of trade, commerce or manufacture. Trade na என்ன? Buying or selling. Commerce na enna? Activities relating to buying or selling. And then manufacturing means producing any article or thing. Adventure or concern ஏன் சொல்லியிருக்காங்கன்னா ரெகுலரா buying and selling and manufacturing பண்ணா அதுவும் business. Once in a while எப்பாவது ஒரு தடவை பண்ணா that is also business. ஓகேவா? அதனால தான் adventure or concern word யூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்காங்க. Profession வந்து we have to assume profession in the normal sense. Okay, what is the profession? Income tax la enna கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, it also includes vocation. Vocation means what? Any occupation that requires a special knowledge. Occupation that requires special knowledge. Okay, any occupation that requires special knowledge. So business and profession லந்து வர income will be taxable under profit and gains from business or profession. Fine. Now concept of profit. Salary la nama salary concept பார்த்தோம்ல, அதே மாதிரி PGBP யோட concept என்ன? Concept is the profit can be in cash or it can be in kind. ஓகேவா? ஸோ வெறும் பணம் வருதுன்னா அதுவும் ப்ராஃபிட்டா இருக்கலாம், கைண்ட்ல வந்தா தட்டும் ப்ராஃபிட்டா இருக்கலாம். If it is in kind, take the cash equivalent of the kind and add it to the profit. ஓகேவா? Then capital receipt are taxable only if it is specifically provided in this head of income. Then voluntary receipt in course of business or profession is also taxed in PGBP. For example, ஒரு lawyer இருக்காங்க, okay, he is fighting a case for Mr. A in Madras High Court. Mr. A க்கு வந்து case fight பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க and he won the case. Okay va? Now what did I tell you? If a case is won in Madras High Court, it is not only applicable to Mr. A, it is applicable to all the crores of people living in Tamil Nadu. Hence, someone got very, very happy because it benefited him also and he gave this lawyer a car. Okay. Now, this car, is it a gift? Answer is no. This car is a voluntary receipt that is coming because of his profession. ஓகேவா, அவங்க ப்ரொஃபஷன் பண்ணனால தான் இந்த கார் அவங்களுக்கு கிடைச்சிருக்கு. That is why this car is also taxable under PGBP. Value of the car should be added to the profit. ஓகேவா. Next, application of gains are immaterial. நீங்க ப்ராஃபிட் சம்பாரிச்சு எங்க செலவு பண்றீங்க அது வந்து சம்பந்தமே கிடையாது. Means it is அது கணக்கே கிடையாது. Fine. If you entire profit you donate it to charity, then also entire profit will still be taxable. Okay. Then income can be legal or illegal. Income illegal இருந்தா கூட, if suppose smuggling or kidnapping is the business of the SSC, then income from kidnapping also taxable under PGBP. Fine. Next, PGBP is aggregate of all profits of all businesses. Sir, நான் வந்து ரெண்டு business பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன். ஒரு business தான் major business, இன்னொரு business minor business. So, should I consider major business in PGBP and minor business in IFOS? Answer is no. மேஜர் பிசினஸ் இருந்தாலும் சரி, மைனர் பிசினஸ் இருந்தாலும் சரி, பிசினஸ் மீன்ஸ் PGBP. ஸோ எல்லா பிசினஸோட ப்ராஃபிட் தனித்தனியாக கண்டுபிடிச்சு எல்லா ப்ராஃபிட்டும் ஆட் பண்ணணும் அண்ட் PGBP இன்கம்ல தான் போடணும். ஓகே, ப்ராஃபிட் இஸ் நெட் ப்ராஃபிட் நாட் கிராஸ் ரிசிப்ட்ஸ். ஸோ டிடக்ஷன்ஸ் எல்லாம் மைனஸ் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபைனலி கிடைக்கிற அமௌண்ட் தான் வில் பி taxable under PGBP. Now quickly let us see the charging section because it is not that important from solving point of view, but MCQs ல வந்து கேக்குறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. சீக்கிரமா பார்க்கலாம். Charging section means what are all the items that are taxable under PGBP head of income. First point பாருங்க, income from business or profession. Business or profession கண்டிப்பா tax under PGBP head of income, but வேற items கொடுத்திருக்காங்கல, it means what? In such items you might think that it is not PGBP, but it will still be taxable under PGBP head of income. Okay va? So second point enna, any compensation or payment due to or received by number 1 a person managing affairs of an Indian company or Indian affairs of a foreign company. So ஒரு Indian company manage பண்றதுக்காக கிடைக்கிற பணம். For example, a person is there, he is a director of a company and he is receiving director fees. In such case, the director fees will be taxable under PGBP head of income. He is managing the company. Fine. But if the person is the employee of the company, it will go under salary. Other than salary, manage பண்றாங்க. For example, insolvency, bankruptcy. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? And in such case, one chartered accountant will be appointed to see the entire management as an insolvency professional. That fees will be considered under PGBP. புரியுதா? Then agent or termination of agency. So if a person is acting on behalf of another person, then that is also considered under PGBP. Termination of agency also PGBP. See, agency na enna? For example, there is a company called Crompton. கேள்விப்பட்டிருக்கீங்களா? Electronics. Okay, Crompton is appointing distributor. The distributor to sell the goods of Crompton to customer. Fine. Now this distributor is there, no? He is nothing but agent. So whatever income he is earning will be taxable under PGBP. அதும் இல்லாம if he is buying and selling, na he is a trader. அப்படி சொல்லல. If he is just getting, if he is selling the goods of Crompton to customer and earning commission, in that case also it will be considered under PGBP. In the commission வந்து PGBP income. Now let's say this person is there, no? He is having the rights to sell. Distributor பதிலா agent எழுதிக்கலாம். That will be less confusing. Agent எழுதிக்கலாம். Now agent has the rights to sell in the entire of South India. அவங்கள தவிர வேற யாருமே செல் பண்ண முடியாதுன்னு ரைட்ஸ் இருக்கு. இப்போ ஆல் ஆஃப் அ சடன் என்ன சொன்னாங்கன்னா, இந்த ரைட்ஸ் தூக்கிட்டு நீங்க தமிழ்நாடுல மட்டும் செல் பண்ணுங்க, கேரளா, கர்நாடகா, ஆந்திரா, தெலுங்கானா வந்து நாங்க வேறவங்க கிட்ட கொடுக்குறோம். ஓகேவா? ஆப்வியஸ்லி திஸ் ஏஜென்ட் வில் ஃபீல் ஆங்கிரி தட் நீங்க சடனா என்னோட பவர் தூக்கிட்டீங்க. ஸோ டு டெர்மினேட் திஸ் ஏஜென்சி ஆஃப் த ரிமைனிங் ஸ்டேட்ஸ் he was paid 1 crore rupee as compensation. புரியுதா? So this 1 crore is also taxable under PGBP head of income. Termination of agency. Next, government. So if government is giving government contract, நான் வந்து கவர்மெண்ட்ல இருந்து கான்ட்ராக்ட் வாங்கி வேலை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன்னா, that is also taxable for me as PGBP. Then termination of or modification of business terms. So salary headல வந்து நாங்க என்ன பார்த்தோம், salary terms modify பண்றதுக்கு if any compensation is received, it is profit in lieu of salary, it is taxable under salary head of income. Similarly PGBP headல கூட if any contract la change பண்ணிருக்காங்க, change பண்ணனால compensation கிடைக்குதுன்னா taxable under PGBP. Then income of trade, professional, commercial association by giving service to its members. So if at all there is a trade association, professional association or commercial association, for example நிறைய இண்டஸ்ட்ரீஸ் எல்லாம் ஜாயின் பண்ணிட்டு அவங்க அசோசியேஷன் ஃபார்ம் பண்ணுவாங்க. கரெக்டா? கோயம்புத்தூர்ல வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் இருக்கு, கொடிஷியா, there is an association, Sitco association irukku, Chennai la also many such association will be there. If they are collecting money from member, providing the service, it is taxable under PGBP. Okay, then export incentives. See in the list la neenga ஒரு தடவை பார்த்துக்கோங்க. Obviously I can't explain you the meaning because இது எல்லாமே final syllabus la covered. Okay, so in the export incentives, if at all you find these terms in the question, tax it under PGBP head of income. Another, sale of import entitlement profit, profit on sale of duty entitlement passbook scheme, profit on sale of duty free replenishment certificate, cash assistance against exports and duty drawbacks. All these are export incentive. Export பண்றதுக்காக government வந்து assessee-க்கு benefit கொடுக்கறாங்க. Okay, then any benefit or perquisite related to business. So business பண்றதுக்காக if I am getting any benefit, that is also taxable under PGBP. That lawyer example நாங்க பார்த்தோம், he received a car, or it can be any example. For example, I am buying 1000 products from my supplier. That supplier is giving me one free gold coin. This gold coin is taxable under PGBP. Okay, any benefit irukkalam. I am buying 1000 fans from Usha Fans. So Usha Fans is giving me Singapore trip free of cost. It is taxable under PGBP. Fine. Then sum due to or received by a partner from a partnership firm. ஏற்கனவே பார்த்தாச்சு. Partner if is getting any money from partnership firm, it is taxable under PGBP head of income, not taxable under salary. Sum received for not carrying out any activity. Classic example, non-compete fees. Non-compete fees. So for example, I am practicing in Chennai. Let's say I am practicing in Chennai. One more person is also practicing. I gave him 1 crore rupee and told him for next 5 years you don't practice here, so that I can practice freely. This 1 crore rupees is non-compete fees and this will be taxable under PGBP. Some carried out for not carrying out any activity. Some received for. Next, some received for not sharing any know-how, patent, copyright or trademark. Similarly, if I don't share the intangible assets that I am having, for that if I am getting a money, that is also PGBP. Then keyman insurance policy. ஏற்கனவே சொல்லிட்டேன், company if they are receiving the money from keyman company, insurance company, then it is taxable under PGBP. And then some received from capital asset sale under section 35 AD. இது அந்த செக்ஷன் பார்க்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு புரிஞ்சும். Fine. So this is the charging section. Now let's come to, before starting with computation section, let us learn about accounting in PGBP. Accounting. See kana 5 heads of income irukku. House property, salary, then PGBP, capital gain, income from other sources. Salary, house property, capital gain. இந்த 3 head இருக்குல்ல, it is very very specific. Salary வந்து employer to employee la kadikira idu. Capital gain is restricted to capital assets and house property is restricted to the house property. But PGBP and income from other sources, these are very wide. So many different types of things can be covered inside the head of income. That is why just like that you cannot say due or receipt whichever is earlier. அந்த மாதிரி நீங்க ஒரு ரூல் போட முடியாது. That is why there is a method of accounting for PGBP and income from other sources. Method of accounting is given under section 145 subsection 1, where the assessee can choose cash system or mercantile system. Cash system, mercantile system. Cash system is payment basis of accounting. Mercantile system is accrual basis of accounting. Payment basis, accrual basis. Okay va? இது குயிக்கா ஒரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்லிடுறேன், ரொம்ப டீப்ல போல, because you would be knowing the meaning. For example, I am a chartered accountant. Okay va? I billed my clients billing. I have given for 1 crore rupees. Okay va? During the year I received 90 lakhs. Next year la I received 10 lakhs. Now quickly tell me if this is previous year 22-23. In previous year 22-23, what is my revenue as per cash system? 90 lakhs, because I have actually received only 90 lakhs, and as per accrual basis it is 1 crore since I have billed for 1 crore. 10 lakhs is receivable. Okay va? So I hope you are clear. Now there is an exception for this method of accounting. In exception, it is given in section 145p. Interest on compensation or enhanced compensation. Because see, when the government will compulsorily acquire a property, government வந்து compulsorily property acquire பண்ணுவாங்க. அது பத்தி we will be studying in capital gains in detail. Then the government will give compensation. இந்த compensation லேட்டா கொடுத்தா அவங்க வந்து இன்ட்ரெஸ்டும் சேர்ந்து கொடுப்பாங்க. எப்போ இந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுப்பாங்கன்னு தெரியல, அதனால எப்போ கிடைக்குதோ அந்த வருஷத்துல you add it to the income. So no need to see cash system, mercantile system. Okay. Similarly, government will give subsidy, incentive, etc. That also when they will give, don't know. So whenever they give, that time you add it to the income. Fine. So in the rendu, interest on compensation or enhanced compensation and subsidy, these are two exceptions where it is only taxed on receipt basis. No need to see mercantile system. Then section 145 subsection 2, all assessees have to follow ICDS. உங்க அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ்ல வந்து அக்கவுண்டிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் இருக்கு, அதே மாதிரி இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல இன்கம் கம்ப்யூட்டேஷன் டிஸ்க்ளோசர் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்ஸ் இருக்கு. பட் தட் இஸ் அப்ளிகபிள் இன் ஃபைனல் லெவல். If you know that for every assessee ICDS is applicable, that is enough. And what is the exception for ICDS? It means, what are the exceptions? Number 1, individual or HUF who are not required to get books of accounts audited under 44AB. 44AB la ஒரு section படிப்போம். It talks about audit, income tax audit. Audit பண்ண அவசியம் இல்லைன்னா இந்த ICDS follow பண்ண வேண்டாம். Audit பண்ண வேண்டாம்னா ICDS follow பண்ண வேண்டாம். And second thing, cash system follow பண்றாங்கன்னா ICDS follow பண்ண வேண்டாம். Because ICDS only talks about accrual concept, it does not talk about cash basis. Hence, who and all need not follow ICDS? Number 1, individual or HUF who are not required to get books of accounts audited. And number 2, cash basis of accounting. Fine. So this is accounting system, cash system, mercantile system. Sir, எப்போ வேணா இந்த cash system, mercantile system நம்ம choose பண்ணிக்கலாமா? Answer is yes, choose பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஒவ்வொரு வருஷமா ஒவ்வொரு சிஸ்டம் சூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாமா? Answer is no. ஒரு தடவை ஒரு மெத்தட் சூஸ் பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா அதே மெத்தட் கண்டினியூ பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கணும், unless there is a very strong reason why you have to switch. Because if at all you are switching, assessing officer may come and question you why you are changing your business accounting method, and you have to explain them. Fine. Next, section 44AA, compulsory maintenance of books of accounts. So method of accounting பார்த்தோம். accounts போடுறாங்கன்னா accounts ஓட books-உம் maintain பண்ணணும். Okay, for how much time you have to maintain? Previous year, assessment year, 6 years. Previous year, assessment year, 6 years. In short, I can tell 8 years. 8 years books of accounts maintain பண்ணணும். assessment yearல அந்த books of accounts means what year is running, then previous year oda books of accounts அதுக்கு முன்னாடி இருக்கிற 6 years books of accounts, right? Then section 44AA subsection 1 talks about professionals. Section 44AA subsection 1 talks about professional. Who are the professionals as per Income Tax Act? Professionals are legal, medical, engineering, architecture, accountancy. Here accountancy only means chartered accountant. Okay va? Technical consultancy, interior decoration, film artist. Film artist includes director, actor, music director, etc. Artist for films. Okay. Company secretary and IT professional. யாரு? Legal, medical, engineering, architecture, accountancy, technical consultancy, interior decoration, film artist, company secretary, information technology professional. Fine. So இவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் maintenance of books of accounts is compulsory. Who are all the professionals? They should compulsorily maintain books of accounts. Next, first time period பார்த்தோம். இப்போ யாரெல்லாம் கம்பல்சரியா மெயின்டைன் பண்றோம்னு பார்த்துட்டு இருக்கோம். Fine. Next, section 44AA subsection 2. Other than what we saw above, other than those people who have to maintain books of accounts compulsorily. In case of individual or HUF, you have to see whether the business is an existing business or new business. Existing business na enna? Previous yearku முன்னாடி ஆரம்பிச்சாச்சு. New business means நடுவுல தான் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. In case of existing business, see whether the income is greater than 2,50,000 or turnover is greater than 25 lakhs in any of the 3 preceding previous years. So என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Previous year 22-23 is relevant. So 21-22, 20-21, 19-20. இந்த மூணுல இருந்து ஏதா ஒரு வருஷத்துல, let's say here it is 2,25,000, here 1,50,000, here 3 lakhs, then 20 lakhs, 15 lakhs and 10 lakhs. This is income, this is turnover. So is books of accounts compulsory? திருப்பி இந்த ரூல் பார்க்கலாம். It is compulsory if income is more than 2,50,000 or turnover is more than 25 lakhs in any of the 3 preceding previous years. So in the case la, is it compulsory? Answer is yes or no? Yes, it is compulsory because here it is more than 2,50,000. So in the 6 items la ஏதோ ஒரு இது கூட ட்ரிகர் ஆயிடுச்சுன்னா books of accounts is compulsory. Sir, what about new business? New business previous year 22-23 la தான் ஆரம்பிச்சிருக்காங்க. In such case, during the year, if income is likely to exceed 25 lakhs or turnover is likely to exceed, income is likely to exceed 2,50,000 or turnover is likely to exceed 25 lakhs, in such case books of accounts compulsory. Okay va? Sir, what if business started only during the year 2021? In such case enna பண்ணனும்? For calculation only consider these 2 years. அவ்வளவு. Okay va? Now, other than individual or HUF, individual or HUF க்கு வந்து higher limit இருக்கு. It means what? More relaxation is given to individual HUF. Other than that, for firm, partnership, concern, LLP, AOP, BOA, etc., if income is more than 1,20,000, turnover is more than 10 lakhs in any of the 3 preceding previous years. அதே same rules, ஆனா limit மட்டும் change. Okay. In case of new business, income likely to exceed 1,20,000, turnover likely to exceed 10 lakhs during the previous year. Compulsory books maintain பண்ணணும். Then there is a concept called presumptive income kanna that you are going to study. Another presumptive income. In this chapter only today we will see. Presumptive income la enna sollirukanga, it is a scheme given by the government. Enna scheme na, in the presumptive income la they will be giving a profit, that this is the minimum profit that the assessee should show. If the assessee is declaring that much profit, then the Income Tax Act is giving relief. Enna relief na? You need not maintain books of accounts, you need not do tax audit. tax audit பண்ண வேண்டாம், books of accounts maintain பண்ண வேண்டாம். ஆனா if you are not showing the minimum profit, you have to compulsorily maintain books of accounts. புரியுதா? so அந்த ஸ்கீம்ல என்ன சொல்றாங்க, மினிமம் இவ்வளோ ப்ராஃபிட் காட்டணும், இவ்வளோ ப்ராஃபிட் காட்டினா நீங்க புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் மெயின்டைன் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஆடிட் பண்ண வேண்டாம். காட்டலைன்னா கண்டிப்பா புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும், பண்ணியே ஆகணும். ஓகேவா? ஸோ அதுதான் சொல்றாங்க செக்ஷன் 44 ADA, 44 AE, 44 AD, income shown is less than presumptive income. Okay. However, 44 AD section இருக்குல்ல, it is even more strict. அதுல என்ன சொல்றாங்கன்னா, if you are not following the scheme, இந்த வருஷத்தோட books of accounts மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும், அடுத்த 5 வருஷத்தோட books of accounts மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும். Not only this year, for 5 more years you have to maintain books of accounts. When we see that section, you will be even more clear. Okay. Now, sir, books of accounts compulsory ni சொல்றீங்க. What books of accounts should be maintained? Okay va? Answer is such books of accounts which will enable the assessing officer to determine the income. Specific சொல்லல, இந்த accounts maintain பண்ணனும் எதுமே சொல்லல. Such books of accounts which will enable the assessing officer to determine your income. That is the books of accounts. Next, 44 AA prescribed profession have to maintain prescribed books if gross receipts exceed 1,50,000 in all the 3 preceding previous years, and in case of new profession likely to exceed 1,50,000. so என்ன சொல்ற வராங்க, section 44 AA இப்போ நாங்க பார்த்தோம்ல, legal, medical, accountancy, technical consultancy etc. அவங்க வந்து prescribed books கம்பல்சரியா மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும். listen, அங்க வந்து என்ன பார்த்தோம், கம்பல்சரியா books மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும். எந்த books? such books which will enable the assessing officer to determine total income. Now what they are telling, if the limit is crossed, that is 1,50,000 in all the 3 preceding previous year, in such case also maintain prescribed books. Prescribed books means நாங்க எந்த books specific-ஆ சொல்றோமோ அது கூட நீங்க maintain பண்ணணும். ஓகேவா? what are the prescribed books? cash book, journal, ledger, sale bill more than 25 rupees, purchase bill more than 50 rupees, purchase or expense. Okay va? cash book, journal, ledger, sale bill more than 25 rupees, purchase or expense bill more than 50 rupees maintain பண்ணனும். எப்போ maintain பண்ணனும்? if gross receipts means total turnover is crossing 1,50,000 all the 3 years. அங்க என்ன பார்த்தோம், any one of the 3 years. இங்க என்ன பார்க்கிறோம், all the 3 years. so in the case la, see here, in this case let us assume that this is turnover. Is books of accounts should be maintained or not? Answer is yes or no? Answer is no, need not be maintained. ஏன்னா it should cross 1,50,000. up to 1,50,000 இருந்தா பரவாயில்ல, more than 1,50,000 இருந்தா மட்டும்தான் இது. so 2,25,000 இங்க கிராஸ் ஆகுது, பட் இந்த வருஷத்துல கிராஸ் ஆகல, that is why no need to maintain. exceedனு சொல்லியிருக்கேன்ல, அந்த லிமிட்டும் பார்க்கணும், லிமிட்டுக்கு முன்னாடி என்ன கொடுத்திருக்கேன் அதுவும் தெளிவா படிக்கணும். ஓகேவா? then medical profession இருந்தா இந்த prescribed books தவிர they should also maintain daily case register in form 3C. form 3C is nothing but a format given for medical professional. daily case register, daily எவ்வளோ patients ஓட cases handle பண்றாங்க அது, plus first and last day of the previous yearல inventory of medicine ஓட stock என்ன வச்சிருக்காங்க அது மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும். then sir books எங்க மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும், principal place of businessல வந்து மெயின்டைன் பண்ணணும், principal place of business. right? now we have seen method of accounting, who has to maintain books of accounts, till when we have to maintain books of accounts, where we have to maintain books of accounts. now let's come to computation section, most important part. computation section very simple. in case of PGBP it tells just follow section number 30 to section number 43D. என்ன சொல்லுது, section 30 ல இருந்து section 43D வரைக்கும் என்னெல்லாம் அந்த செக்ஷன்ல கொடுத்திருக்கதோ எல்லாம் ஃபாலோ பண்ணிருங்க. that is only computation section. okay, So one by one we are going to study all the sections. Adukku munadi I want you to understand the concept. Hence, first write this down. In the blank space you have after the chapter, no, there in the top half page கீழ space இருக்கணும். இதுக்கு அப்புறம் first half page ல வந்து இது எழுதிக்கோங்க. Then I will explain. Check. Okay. Now listen. I told you that in PGBP profit means net profit. Okay, wow. However, the net profit does not mean the net profit that we have studied in our accounting. Accounts net profit and income tax net profit totally different. Now, there are two methods by which the examiner can ask you a question in the examination relating to PGBP. One is direct method, இன்னொன்னு வந்து indirect method. Direct methodல வந்து என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, items கொடுத்துருவாங்க one by one. ஓகேவா? Suppose for example இந்த income இருக்கு, இந்த expense இருக்கு, one by one கொடுத்துருவாங்க. Whatever incomes are there, you have to add as per the income tax law. Whatever expenses are there, you have to reduce, and then finally you will find the income tax net profit. That is direct method. அதுக்கு வந்து நீங்க provisions தெரிஞ்சா போதும், practice இல்லனா கூட you will easily be able to solve. But coming to indirect method, that is only mostly asked in the examination, especially along with total income question. Total income question la include பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. And indirect method is உங்களுக்கு net profit கொடுத்துருவாங்க. ஓகேவா? Profit and loss account கொடுத்துருவாங்க. You have to do reverse working to find out what is the profit and gains from business or profession. Reverse working பண்ணிட்டு find out பண்ணணும். அதனால தான் what are the possible adjustments that can happen, அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு profit and loss account create பண்ணியாச்சு. இதுல இருந்து one by one we will do reverse working to find out. நான் வந்து ஒரு தடவை ஸ்டெப் பண்ணிக்கிறேன். Let us see one by one how to do. First, you have to take net profit as per P&L account. Net profit வந்து எவ்வளோ? 65,000. இந்த 65,000 ல இருந்து reverse working வந்து நாங்க பண்ண போறோம். என்ன reverse working? Item by item, let us see. Firstly, there is an item A which is an income in the profit and loss account. But as per income tax law, this is the exempt income. ஓகேவா? P&L ல வந்து இன்கம்ல ஆட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க, ஆனா ஆக்சுவலி இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல பார்த்தா எக்ஸம்ட். ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம். அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம் வந்து இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட்ல டாக்ஸபிள் கிடையாது, பட் ப்ராஃபிட் அண்ட் லாஸ் அக்கௌண்ட்ல அது இருக்கலாம். ஃபைன். ஸோ நவ் வாட் டு டூ? While finding out this 65,000, this 70,000 has wrongly been added. கரெக்டா? wrongly add பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. ஸோ நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்? 65,000 ல இருந்து அது குறைக்கணும், மைனஸ் பண்ணணும். ஓகேவா? ஸோ ரெடியூஸ் 70,000. இதே டைரக்ட் மெத்தட் கொடுத்திருந்தா நீங்க என்ன பண்ணணும்? இக்னோர், டோன்ட் டூ எனிதிங். பட் இன்டைரக்ட் மெத்தட்ல வந்து அந்த மாதிரி கிடையாது. யூ ஹேவ் டு டூ ரிவர்ஸ் ஒர்க்கிங். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் யூ ஹேவ் டு நோ while finding out the 65,000 net profit what they would have done. Based on that you have to correct it. Okay, if at all they have done correctly, ignore it. So 70,000 வந்து minus பண்ணு. Next, B. B is an income of 50,000 in P&L account. It is a taxable income as per Income Tax Act. So what you should do? You should ignore. ஏன் இக்னோர் பண்ணணும்? ஏன்னா இந்த இன்கம் கரெக்டா தான் ட்ரீட் பண்ணிருக்காங்க, இதே மாதிரி தான் நீங்க இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்லயும் ட்ரீட் பண்ண போறீங்க. ஹென்ஸ் யூ இக்னோர் இட். ஹென்ஸ் B வந்து இக்னோர். Then next, C. C is an item in P&L account 20,000. ஆனா இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் படி பார்த்தா 25,000 is taxable. Now 65,000 கண்டுபிடிக்கும் போது 20,000 தான் ஆட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. ஆக்சுவல்ல 25,000 தான் taxable income. What you should do? Add 5,000. ஏன்னா ஏற்கனவே 20 ஆட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, இன்னும் 5 ஆட் பண்ண வேண்டியது இருக்கு. ஸோ நீங்க ஆட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. This I am going very slow because you have to understand conceptually. இது ஒன்று புரிஞ்சிருச்சுன்னா எல்லா கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ஈஸிலி சால்வ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். இங்க தான் மார்க்ஸ் லூஸ் ஆகுது. Students know the answer, PGBP ல எல்லாமே தெரிஞ்சிருக்கும், பட் இங்க தப்பு பண்ணிடுவாங்க. In spite of knowing the provision, they will make mistake. Okay, so you have to avoid it. Next, 30,000 is the income as per P&L account. 10,000 is taxable as per income tax law. What you have to do? You have to reduce 20,000 rupees. 65,000 profit கண்டுபிடிக்கும் போது 30,000 ஆட் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. நீங்க எவ்வளவு ஆட் பண்ணணும்? 10,000 தான் ஆட் பண்ணணும். ஹென்ஸ் அந்த 30,000 ல 20,000 குறைச்சா 10,000 வந்துரும். So reduce 20,000. Okay, next item E. 5,000 is given under profit and loss account, but this 5,000 is taxable under income from other sources. what you have to do? Reduce 5,000 and add it in income from other sources head of income. So இங்க வந்து என்ன பண்ணும், 5,000 reduce பண்ணும் and include in IFOS. Okay, then next F, there is a taxable income of 45,000 but P&L account la adu kaanum. What you have to do? Add the income. Profit கண்டுபிடிக்கும் போது add பண்ணல, so இப்போ you have to add 45,000. Next, V is an expense. However, it is an expense in capital gain chapter. It is allowed as deduction. In PGBP, it is not allowed as deduction. So what you have to do? You have to add 5,000. 65,000 கண்டுபிடிக்கும் போது என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க, 5,000 reduce பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. But நீங்க reduce பண்ணிருக்க கூடாது. So now you add back to make it correct and go and reduce in PGBP, sorry, capital gain chapter. Add here and deduction in capital gain. Okay. Next, there is an expense of 10,000 and it is not allowed as per income tax law. What you have to do? Add the 10,000 back. 65,000 la reduce ஆயிருக்கு, so you have to add it back. இது T கீழ இருக்கா? One second. T இன்னும் பார்க்கல, so add 10,000. Next, there is an expense Y of 30,000. In income tax also it is allowed. What you have to do? Ignore the expense because income tax லியும் reduce பண்ணனும், P&L லியும் reduce தான் பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க. So நீங்க எதுமே பண்ண வேண்டாம், automatically the treatment is correct. You ignore it. Item Y, இப்போ Y தானே பார்த்தோம், X. Where did I? This we have seen disallowed. Oh, இது பார்க்கல, X வந்து பார்க்கல. 30,000. X வந்து we have not seen. Ignore and then X we have to see. X, 25,000 expense is there in P&L account, 10,000 தான் allowed. So நீங்க என்ன பண்ணும், 15,000 add it because 15,000 excess minus பண்ணி வச்சிருக்காங்க, so 15,000 add பண்ணனும். Next, Z, 40,000 expense in P&L account but 50,000 is allowed as deduction. So what you have to do? Further reduce 10,000. And finally T, there is an allowed expenditure of 15,000 not there in P&L. என்ன பண்றது? Reduce 15,000. Now find out the answer. And also copy down. $25,000. So income as per under PGBP is 25,000. Please quickly write this down, then we will come to the concepts. Or here we will just leave for a break. 11:15 we will start. Okay. Check. Okay. So now basics we know that whenever we are getting expenditure, how to do the reverse working to find out the net profit as per PGBP. Now let us start with deductions. So two major parts we are going to see in PGBP. First is deduction and then disallowance. Deduction means NLA allowed, disallowance means NLA not allowed in PGBP. First deduction is deduction under section 30, that is expenses on fixed asset, rent, rates and taxes, repairs and insurance to building. Rent, rate and tax, repair and insurance. All the four are allowed as deduction under PGBP to both owner as well as tenant. ஓனருக்கும் allowed, tenantக்கும் allowed. In short, யார் செலவு பண்றாங்களோ அவங்களுக்கு allowed. Fine. The person who is spending can claim the expense of rent of building, rates and taxes like property tax, etc., repairs of building, insurance done for building. But there are certain points that you have to keep in mind. Number one, building must be used for business at least for 1 day during the previous year. So building வந்து business-காக கண்டிப்பா யூஸ் பண்ணணும். If at all building is partly used for business, partly for other purpose, then what proportion of the expense is used for business, that alone is allowed as deduction. For example, 2 floors வாங்கியிருக்கேன். I am paying rent of 20,000 rupees for both the floors, 10,000 for each floor. Hence, on one floor I am staying residence and one floor I am having the office. Only the 10,000 relating to office will be allowed as deduction. Okay, va? Then, sublet premises. Subletting means rent க்கு வாங்கிட்டு rent க்கு கொடுக்கிறது, rentல வாங்கி rent க்கு கொடுக்கிறது. In such case, net rent is allowed either as expense or treated as income, as the case may be. For example, நான் வந்து 20,000 க்கு வாங்கிட்டு 20,000 rent நான் பே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கேன் and நான் வந்து tenant கிட்ட 25,000 வாங்கிட்டு இருக்கேன். In such case, 5,000 will be my income under PGBP, and if I have gotten for 15,000 but I have given only for 10,000, then 5,000 will be my expense under PGBP. Next, own premises. No notional rent is allowed. We saw in PGBP in house property chapter that own business or profession not treated under house property. Similarly, own building ku vandu rent not allowed as deduction. Fine. If it is partner's premises, okay va, a partnership firm is paying rent to the partner. In such case, reasonable rent to the partner is allowed, excess rent not allowed. Excess rent not allowed. For example, partnership firm has taken on rent from partner his building. The rent paid by partnership firm is 50,000. அதே பில்டிங்க்கு வந்து பக்கத்துல இருக்கிற the same locality ல same buildingக்கு வந்து rent is 30,000 only. In such case, 30,000 allowed as deduction, excess 20,000 not allowed as deduction. Fine. Next, capital expenditure not allowed as deduction. Capital expenditure not allowed. ஏன்னா capital expenditure will be added to the cost of building and depreciation can be claimed on capital expenditure. அதனால it is directly not allowed. Sir, what if tenant is doing capital expenditure? If tenant incurs capital expenditure, it is called deemed building. Okay. For example, ஒரு building இருக்கு, ஓகேவா, tenant வந்து இந்த building மேல இன்னொரு floor கட்டிட்டாங்க. இன்னொரு floor கட்டுறது is a capital expenditure. Okay. Since tenant has incurred a capital expenditure, it will however not be allowed under this section. The expense will be deemed as building, and on this building this tenant can start claiming depreciation. Purida? Deemed building. So even though he is not the owner, he can start claiming depreciation. Section 31. Yeah, in the idhukku vandu owner will claim. See, for this portion owner will claim depreciation, for this floor tenant will claim depreciation. Purida? Repairs and insurance of machinery, plant and furniture. Plant and machinery, furniture ku vandu repair expense, insurance expense. Sir, what about rent expense and rate and taxes? Is it not allowed? Answer is it is allowed, but it is allowed in a separate section, different section. In the section only talks about repairs and insurance. Fine. Idla kuda similar rules. Asset must be used for business. Then even passive use is allowed. Passive use means what? Not actively using. Not using, still it should be considered as usage. நான் உங்களுக்கு என்ன சொன்னேன், asset oda expenditure is allowed as deduction only if the asset is used for business. However, sometimes even if the asset is not used, it will be considered as use. For example, fire extinguisher. Fire extinguisher வந்து, it is not necessary that you have to use the fire extinguisher. நீங்க அது வெச்சிட்டாலே it is considered passive use. இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து tools இல்ல spare parts வெச்சிருக்காங்க. Tools and spare parts are necessary for emergency situation. Hence, even if you don't use the tools, still it will be considered as usage because you have to keep it. இதே மாதிரி there is another concept called standby machinery. For example, ஒரு ஃபேக்டரி இருக்கு, அங்க 10 மெஷின் வச்சிருப்பாங்க, 10 மெஷின் வேலை போயிட்டு இருக்கும். They will have one more machine called standby machine. இந்த machine ஏன் வச்சிருப்பாங்கன்னா, இந்த 10ல இருந்து ஏதோ ஒரு machine-ல problem வந்துச்சுன்னா this machine can be used. Hence, this standby machinery, even though it is not used, the purpose itself is to have it as an emergency backup. Hence, it will be considered as passive use. Passive use. Okay, so even passive use is allowed. Partly for business, partly for other purpose na proportionate amount evlo business ki use pannirukangalo avlo allowed as deduction. Repair includes renewal, renovation, does not include replacement or reconstruction because replacement or reconstruction is capital expenditure. Capital expenditure panna add it to the cost, okay va, and claim depreciation. That is why capital expenditure not allowed. Rent, rates and taxes covered in section 37, not covered in section 31. Okay, so this was about section 30, section 31. Building pati paathachu and then plant and machinery, furniture pati paathachu. Now let's talk about depreciation, the most important, the most lengthiest section in your syllabus. Okay, ore concept rombo lengthy ah pogu, that is the concept of depreciation. Okay va, one by one let us see what is the rule for claiming depreciation under the Income Tax Act and how to claim the depreciation. First rule to claim the depreciation is that the assessee should be the owner of the asset. Assessee should be owner of the asset. In case of tenant paying capital expenditure of deemed building, he is only considered the owner. Okay va? Then lessor will be the owner both in finance lease and operating lease. Okay va? Finance lease means giving lease for long period of time and operating lease means giving lease for short period of time. But Income Tax Act la long period of time irundalo seri, short period of time irundalo seri, you need not be bothered because lessor only will get the depreciation. Lessor means what? The person who is giving the asset on lease or giving the asset on rent. He is only the owner. Sir, what about part owner? If assessee is part owner, then depreciation is allowed only for assessee's share in the asset. Okay va? Na asset oda 20% ownership vechirukena 20% oda depreciation enakku kadikum. Next, building owner need not be owner of land. Here also building owner separate, land owner separate irundha neenga building value mattum parunga, building value la depreciation claim பண்ணிக்கோங்க. Land க்கு எப்படியும் depreciation கிடையாது. Okay, then depreciation is allowed even if owner is not the user. So நான் depreciation claim பண்ணனும்னா business க்கு யூஸ் ஆயிருக்கணும், ஆனா நான் தான் யூஸ் பண்ணனும்னு அவசியம் கிடையாது. Even if I am giving it on rent, some other person will be using my asset, still I can claim depreciation. Okay va? If letting out is the business of the assessee, depreciation can be claimed in PGBP. If letting out is not the business of assessee, depreciation claimed in income from other sources. Then second major condition. First major condition paathachu, assessee should be the owner. Second major condition, asset should be used for business or profession, including passive use. Use includes passive use. Ipoda naanga paathom. Okay va? Then if the asset is used partly for business, partly for other purpose, then allow proportionate depreciation. Proportionate depreciation. Personal purpose kaga evlo use agudho avlo amount muttu depreciation claim pannanum. Okay. However, only such proportionate depreciation will be reduced from the cost of the asset. So here the assessee will be very happy. Why the assessee will be happy is because, see here, let's say the building value is 2 crores. Okay, it contains of 2 floors. One floor is used for personal purpose, one floor is used for business purpose. Okay va, ipo 2 crores is the asset value, proportionately you have to claim depreciation. It means what? Assuming depreciation rate is 10%, நீங்க என்ன பண்ணுவீங்க, 1 crore மேல 10% reduce பண்ணுவீங்க, correct? or 1 crore மேல 10% calculate பண்ணும், எவ்வளவு வருது, 10 lakhs. but இந்த 10 lakhs reduce பண்ணும்போது 2 crores ல you have to reduce, because 2 crores is the total cost. so you will get how much, 1 crore 90 lakhs. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? இதுல now you have to do proportionate. இதுல என்ன தெரியுமா advantage ஆகுது, போக போக வந்து depreciation will be late, but still even for the personal portion depreciation will be allowed indirectly. okay, இது புரியுதுனா okay, புரியலனா விட்டுருங்க. in short, partly business partly personal purpose இருந்தா personal purpose க்கு என்ன இருக்குதோ அது விட்டுட்டு business purpose ஓட portionக்கு மட்டும் rent depreciation calculate பண்ணி அது minus பண்ணிக்கோங்க. okay, now third condition, the asset should be a depreciable asset. First condition, assessee should be owner. Second, asset should be used for business or profession. Third, asset should be a depreciable asset. See kana, not all the assets are eligible for depreciation. Only depreciable assets are eligible for depreciation. What are depreciable asset? Depreciable asset are of two categories, tangible asset, intangible asset. Intangible asset means பார்க்க முடியாது, feel பண்ண முடியாது, but asset will be there. Tangible asset means it is physical in nature. okay va, in tangible assets there are three classes, class 1, class 2, class 3. class 1 வந்து building, class 2 is plant and machinery, and class 3 is furniture. so if there is any tangible asset which is not covered in building, plant and machinery, furniture, then depreciation claim பண்ண முடியாது. okay va, இந்த மூணுக்கு மட்டும் தான் depreciation is allowed. and intangible itself contains only one class, which is all the intangible assets. what are all the intangible assets? know-how, patent, copyright, trademark, license, franchisee, any other commercial or business or commercial right of similar nature, not being goodwill. okay va, so goodwill is not intangible asset in depreciable asset definition. hence goodwill க்கு வந்து depreciation கிடையாது. in short goodwill க்கு depreciation கிடையாது. so என்ன சொன்ன, depreciable asset are of two category, tangible, intangible. tangible ல மூணு class, building, plant and machinery, furniture. intangible asset itself is a class which includes know-how, patent, copyright, trademark, license, franchisee, or any other business or commercial right of similar nature, not being goodwill. okay, so 4 class இருக்கு total. now let's come to calculation. first வந்து நாங்க என்ன conditions பார்த்துட்டோம், when can we claim depreciation. now how to calculate depreciation. first you have to see what is the business of the assessee, whether the assessee is engaged in business of generation of power or generation and distribution of power. generation and distribution of power. if at all this business is there, then assessee will get an option to choose between straight line method and WDV method. straight line method, WDV method la choose பண்ணிக்கலாம். all the other businesses should compulsorily follow only WDV method. okay va, power generation and distribution இருந்தா two options, straight line, WDV. வெறும் other than power generation, power distribution இருந்தா then it is only WDV method. straight line method means separate asset system. separate asset system means what? normally நம்ம எப்படி depreciation calculate பண்றோமோ அதே தான் separate asset system. it means ஒவ்வொரு assetக்கு depreciation தனித்தனியா கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். for example, there are two assets. let's say there is one plant number 1 and plant number 2. ரெண்டு பிளான்ட்டுக்குமே depreciation rate is 10% and இதுக்கும் 10% assume பண்ணிக்கலாம். இதோட வேல்யூ வந்து 1 கோடி ரூபாய், இதுக்கு வேல்யூ வந்து 2 கோடி ரூபாய். So for this the depreciation will be how much? SLM method. So 10% how much? 10 lakhs. வருஷமா 10 lakhs continue ஆயிட்டே இருக்கும். Because straight line methodல the depreciation rate should be calculated on the cost, not on the written down value, only on the cost. 2 crores la வந்து என்ன? It is 20 lakhs. So you should do 2 crores minus 20 lakhs and 1 crore 80, 1 crore 80 minus 20 lakhs, 1 crore 60 அந்த மாதிரி போயிட்டே இருக்கும். ஓகே, நார்மல் நீங்க எப்படி உங்களுக்கு depreciation தெரியுமோ நார்மல் மெத்தட். So how to calculate depreciation? Depreciation is equal to depreciation rate multiplied by actual cost. Rate multiplied by cost. Okay, rate will be given in the question. நீங்க வந்து SLM மெத்தடோட ரேட்ஸ் நீங்க படிச்சுக்க வேண்டாம், உங்களுக்கு சிலபஸ்ல இல்ல. question வந்தா ரேட் questionலயே கொடுத்துருவாங்க. Now come to WDV method. WDV method only is followed by most of the SSCs. Okay, except power generation எல்லாமே அதுதான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும். WDV method follows block of asset system. Block of asset system. It means what? That ஒவ்வொரு assetக்கு individually depreciation calculate பண்ண மாட்டோம்னா we will club all the assets with the same class and same rate in a single block, and then for the entire block we will calculate the depreciation. Okay va? We should first form the blocks. Block na enna? All the assets who are having same class, same rate. Class வந்து நாங்க பார்த்தாச்சு. There are 4 classes: plant and machinery, building, furniture, intangible asset. 4 class இருக்கு. இப்போ rates பார்த்துக்கலாம். Tax rates. Tax rate வந்து when it comes to building, if building is used for residential purpose other than hotel and boarding house, the rate is 5%. 5% depreciation. Other than residential purpose, it means what? Commercial purpose kaga use agudhu, including hotel and boarding house, 10% depreciation. If the building is a temporary structure, okay, example wooden structure, then 40% depreciation. And if a building is water treatment project, water treatment system, 40% depreciation. Fine. Coming to furniture, furniture வந்து 10% depreciation. Furniture includes electrical fitting. In the pipe la irukku, okay, wires and everything included in furniture, switches, everything included in furniture. Then plant and machinery. Plant and machinery la வந்து generally the rate is 15%. However, if plant and machinery oda definition first paathukalama. See here, building plant depreciation definition paathukalam. Plant includes ship, books, vehicles, scientific apparatus, surgical equipment. Does not include tea bush, livestock, building, furniture, animals, human body and stock. Okay, enna include agum? Plant and machinery means normally what we understand as plant and machinery is definitely plant and machinery. அது தவிர, அதனால தான் inclusive definition. அது தவிர ships should also be included in plant and machinery. Vehicles, so ship, bike, motor vehicle, cycle, trucks எல்லாமே plant and machinery. Books will be considered as plant and machinery. Scientific apparatus, ஒரு லேப்ல பண்ற testing equipment, everything scientific plant and machinery. Surgery use பண்ற equipment, plant and machinery, but does not include tea bush, livestock. Livestock means this என்ன சொல்றது, cow, the sheep and hen, இது வேர்டே வர மாட்டேங்குது. cattle animals. Chicken, அது எனக்கு வேர்டே வர. Okay, building, furniture, animals. Furniture and building not included in plant. It means plant is a mutually exclusive definition. So if you are getting confused whether a building we should classify under plant and machinery or building, answer is you can't classify under both. எது most relevant ஓ அதில் classify பண்ணிட்டு இன்னொன்னுல வந்து அது வராது. புரியுதா? Then animals, human body and stock. Stock is not plant and machinery. Now let's come to building. Building also is an inclusive definition. So in general sense what we understand is a building is definitely building, but other thavara roads also included in building. Okay va? So factory குள்ளார roads construct பண்ணிருக்காங்க, it means that is also included in building. Bridge, then culverts. Culverts are nothing but it's like tunnel mari. Okay va? Then wells and tube wells also included in building. Now coming to depreciation rate. So generally the rate of depreciation for plant and machinery is 15%. Now in case of motor car the rate is 15%, and if the motor, and in case of motor vehicles given on hire it is 30%. Motor vehicles also 15% only rate, given on hire irunda 30% வந்து rate. However 2019-20ல வந்து ஆட்டோமொபைல் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியில டிமாண்ட் வந்து ரொம்ப கம்மி ஆயிருச்சு. கம்மி ஆகுறனால finance minister came, and to increase the demand she made an announcement that between 23 August to 31st March who and all will purchase the asset, for that motor vehicle we are going to give 15% extra depreciation. 15% extra depreciation. Hence if motor car is purchased between 23 August 2019 to 31/3/2020, in case of not given on hire 30% will be depreciation, given on hire na 45% will be depreciation, 15% extra. So this is a different rate altogether. வருஷ வருஷமா இதே ரேட் தான் கண்டினியூ ஆகும். ஓகேவா? அந்த வருஷத்துக்கு மட்டும் கிடையாது, எவ்ரி இயர். அதுக்கு தான் இப்போ படிக்கிறோம். ஓகே, தென் ஷிப் அண்ட் போட் இருந்தா 20%. தென் molds in rubber and plastic goods factory 30%. Mold means what? Mold means that container in which they will pour the plastic, because of which the shape will come, that is the mold. Then semiconductor industry, semiconductor equipment ella irundha 30% depreciation. Now 40% category paakarom. Computer including software, printer, scanner, etc. Computer and all the parts which are relating to the computer, 40% depreciation. Life saving medical equipment 40%. Pollution control equipment 40%. Windmill or generator on wind energy 40%. Aeroplane, aero engine 40%. Water treatment project, water treatment system. Building la kuda 40 and plant and machinery la kuda 40. And books 40% depreciation. Intangible assets, for all the intangible assets 25% depreciation. Okay, 25% depreciation. Now rate வந்து தெரிஞ்சிருச்சு. Now ஒரே rate and ஒரே class இருந்தா it will be treated as a block. Let us see example. See here, furniture and commercial building. Can I consider this as a block? Or building used for commercial purpose and furniture, can I club them together and tell that it is a block? Answer is no, because furniture is a different class, building is a different class. Okay, can I tell that books and computer in a block? Answer is yes. Book and computer is same block. Yana book also plant and machinery and 40%, computer also plant and machinery and 40%. புரியுதுல உங்களுக்கு? So all the asset in the same class, same rate, join together to form a block. ஒவ்வொரு பிளாக்கு தான் நம்ம சேர்ந்து depreciation calculate பண்ணுவோம். Next, what is the depreciation? Depreciation is rate multiplied by actual cost or WDV. என்ன WDV method? SLM method இருந்தா only actual cost. இது WDV method இருந்தா first year வந்து actual cost, remaining years WDV. Next, capital gain we will learn later on. Capital gain chapter படிக்கும்போது பார்க்கலாம். இப்போதைக்கு other than capital gain everything we will see. So இப்போ என்ன சொன்னேன்? depreciation is equal to rate multiplied by cost. rate வந்து SLM கேஸ்ல क्वेश्चनல கொடுத்துருவாங்க, WDV கேஸ்ல வந்து நாங்க பார்த்தாச்சு. Now let us study about cost. Actual cost. In general case, how you are going to find out the actual cost? Okay, because cost மேல தானே depreciation கிடைக்கும். First, cost means amount paid for the capital asset. Capital asset வாங்குறதுக்கு எவ்வளவு பணம் பே பண்ணிருக்காங்க, that is cost. Cost includes trial run expenditure. ஒரு machinery வாங்கிட்டு trial பண்ணிருக்காங்க, அந்த trial பண்ற செலவு included in the cost of the machinery minus trial run income. Sir, trial run பண்றதுக்கு அப்புறம் ஒரு சில products வந்துருச்சு, அந்த products சேல் பண்ணாங்க, சேல் பண்ணிட்டு income சம்பாதிச்சிருக்காங்க. This income reduce it from the cost of the machinery. Trial run income costல add பண்ணுங்க, sorry expenditure add பண்ணுங்க, income reduce பண்ணுங்க. ஓகேவா? Then taxes. If no credit is available, then add the tax to the cost of the asset. For example, machinery வாங்கும்போது GST pay பண்ணுவாங்க, GST க்கு input கிடைக்கும், input கிடைக்கும்னா then don't add to the cost since input is available. But if input is not available, for example import பண்ணும்போது custom duty pay பண்ணுவாங்க, custom duty க்கு input எல்லாம் கிடையாது, அதனால add the custom duty to the cost of the asset. Okay, then interest. Sir, asset வாங்குறதுக்காக loan வாங்கியிருக்கோம், asset வாங்குறதுக்காக suppose one building has been purchased, for this building a loan has been taken. Okay, let's say the building was purchased on 1/6/2022, loan was taken on 1/4/2021. Then the period till which this building is put to use should be included in the cost of the building. Interest on loan. And the loan la எவ்வளவு interest pay பண்றாங்களோ அந்த interest செலவுல போடக்கூடாது, building cost la add பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கணும், till the building is put to use. Okay, so அதான் சொல்றேன், till the asset is put to use the interest should be added to the cost of the asset. Later on you can claim deduction. Exact எழுதிக்கலாம். Interest of later period can be claimed as deduction. Okay, va? Till the asset is put to use, add it to the cost of asset. Later on you can claim it as deduction. இந்த மாதிரி கான்செப்ட் ஐ திங்க் உங்களுக்கு அக்கௌண்டிங் ஸ்டாண்டர்ட்லயும் இருக்கா? பேரே எனக்கு மறந்து போச்சு, படிக்கும்போது ஏதோ இருந்துச்சு, ஐ டோன்ட் நோ. In AS where you value the cost of fixed asset, PPE ல வரும்னு நினைக்கிறேன், ஐ டோன்ட் நோ, இருக்கா PPE? Subsidy from government or any other person. ஒரு அசெட் வாங்குறதுக்கு if the government or any other person is giving a subsidy, reduce the subsidy from the cost of the asset. Okay, then payment to a person in a day exceeding 10,000 in any mode other than account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system or prescribed mode. Very very important because கிட்டத்தட்ட 7 to 8 sectionsல the same point is repeated again and again. என்ன provision? If any payment is made to a person in a day more than 10,000 rupees in any mode other than account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system or prescribed modes. Prescribed modes என்னது? Prescribed modes are credit card, debit card, net banking, IMPS, UPI, RTGS, NEFT, Bhim Aadhaar Pay. So these are the prescribed modes. So first three enna paathom? Account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system. Fourth, credit card, debit card, net banking, IMPS, RTGS, NEFT, UPI, Bhim Aadhaar Pay. Okay va? All these are prescribed modes. ஒரு நாள்ல ஒருத்தங்களுக்கு 10,000 ரூபாய்க்கு மேல ஸ்பெண்ட் பண்ணா இந்த மோட்ஸ்ல மட்டும் தான் இருக்கணும், இல்லனா அந்த அமௌண்ட்டை காஸ்ட்ல ஆட் பண்ண கூடாது. Don't include it in the cost. Okay, don't include it in the cost. இங்க you can write link section 40A3. நான் ஒரே இடத்துல எழுதிட்டேன், திருப்பி அது எழுதல. 40A3 la வந்து we are going to learn that in detail. Now listen here. So for example, I have hired some carpenters to construct furniture for my office. அதுக்காக வந்து carpenterக்கு day 1 la I have paid 12,000 rupees in cash. Day 2 la I paid 20,000 rupees through UPI. Day 3 I paid 25,000 through bearer check. Day 4 I paid 10,000 rupees in cash. What is the cost of the furniture on which I can claim depreciation? What is the cost? 55,000. Let us see. First, this 12,000, should I include it in the cost? Answer is yes or no. I should not include because payment is more than 10,000, not through prescribed mode. Second, can I include it? Answer is yes, I can include it since payment is prescribed mode. Third one, can I include? Answer is no, I cannot include because in the 25,000 no, check கொடுத்தா account pay check தான் இருக்கணும். Okay, bearer check, சும்மா blank check அந்த மாதிரிலாம் எதுவுமே இருக்கக்கூடாது. Crossed check not allowed, bearer check not allowed, only account pay check is allowed. Okay, so bearer check cannot be claimed as cannot be added to the cost. And this 10,000, can it be included in the cost? Answer is yes, because exceeding 10,000 are not allowed, up to 10,000 allowed. Hence the value will be 30,000 value of furniture. இதுக்கு மேல தான் I can claim 10% depreciation on furniture. புரியுதா? So this you have to be clear. So this is the calculation of actual cost. Then special cases, அவ்வளோ irrelevant இல்ல, still quickly இது முடிச்சிடலாம். Special cases to calculate actual cost. Asset cease to be used for scientific research. Scientific research padi we are going to see a section where we will see that entire cost will be allowed as deduction. Okay va, capital asset oda entire cost allowed as deduction. Since it is allowed as deduction, what you will do, actual cost minus deduction claimed will be the cost for depreciation purpose, hence it will be 0. The cost will be 0. See, suppose you bought a plant and machinery for 100 crores. Section 35 or section padikka porom. Anga full 100 crores will be allowed as deduction in that year itself. Depreciation kala pova vanda. Adhe varshathula full ave claim pannikonga. In such case, 0 will be the cost of asset for depreciation purpose. Okay? ஏன் 0 சொல்றாங்க? Because full amount ஏற்கனவே claim பண்ணிருக்கீங்கல. So அப்புறம் நம்ம எதுக்கு திருப்பி depreciation உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்கிறது? புரியுதா? Depreciation திருப்பி கிடையாது. Next, inventory converted to capital asset. If inventory is converted to capital asset, fair market value of inventory on date of conversion will be the cost of the asset. See, listen here. Capital asset. Let's say there is a building. Okay, now we are taking example of builder. Okay, in the builder வந்து நிறைய buildings கட்டுவாங்க, correct? Now this builder is considering to use one of his buildings that he constructed for his own purpose, for his own purpose. Hence it is what? Inventory, that is his stock, will be converted to his capital asset, which is inventory converted to capital asset. When inventory is converted to capital asset, the government tells that you are selling your stock to yourself. You are selling the stock to yourself, hence pay the tax on that stock. Okay va? So for example, building construct பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Let's assume the fair market value of building, let's say it was converted on 30th June 2022. Fair market value of building is rupees 2 crores. Hence there will be two calculation karna. First is PGBP calculation, then capital gain calculation. PGBP la வந்து how to calculate PGBP? Selling price minus cost price is equal to profit. So selling price, spin pottren, selling price will be taken as 2 crores. Okay, cost price will be taken as the cost of constructing the building. Let's assume that it is 1.2 crores. So 1.2 crores will be taken as cost, and balance 80 lakhs will be taxable under PGBP head of income. புரியுதா? நான் வந்து வேற யாருக்கு விக்கல. I am using my building for my own purpose. Still the income tax tells that we will assume that you are selling this building to yourself. Hence on the profit you pay the tax. Now on this 80 lakhs I will pay the tax. This 2 crores will become the cost of the building to claim the depreciation. To claim the depreciation, this 2 crores will be the cost. Right? Now next, இதே மாதிரி capital gain லியும் படிக்க போறோம். Capital goods converted, capital asset converted to stock, அதுவும் பார்ப்போம். That we will see in capital gain. Then we will discuss difference between both. Asset acquired by gift or inheritance. Gift கிடைச்சிருக்கு ஒரு capital asset. In such case, actual cost of previous owner minus depreciation allowable to previous owner. So previous owner யார் வந்து gift கொடுத்தாங்களோ அவங்களோட காஸ்ட் மைனஸ் அவங்க எவ்வளோ டிப்ரிசியேஷன் கிளைம் பண்ணிட்டாங்க அந்த அமௌண்ட் ரெடியூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு பேலன்ஸ் கிடைக்கும்ல, that will be the cost to the assessee. However, அந்த asset வாங்கும்போது the assessee might have spent some extra amount like freight charges, installation charges, அதுவும் added to the cost. Next, second hand asset. If assessing officer is satisfied that the main purpose is reduction of tax liability by claiming depreciation on enhanced cost, assessing officer may determine actual cost with the previous approval of joint commissioner. For example, நான் வந்து ஒரு second hand asset வாங்குறேன். Second hand புதுசு இல்லை, புதுசு இருந்தா fair market value easily கண்டுபிடிச்சிடலாம். Second hand assetக்கு fair market value கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது கஷ்டம். Let us assume that second hand asset ஓட value வந்து might be 10 lakh rupees, but I am purchasing it for 1 crore rupees. ஏன் 1 crore rupees க்கு purchase பண்றேன்னா so that I can claim extra depreciation year on year and I will reduce my profit and I will pay less tax. And actually வந்து இவங்க 1 crore க்கு purchase பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, 10 lakhs க்கு தான் purchase பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. But on paper 1 crore காமிச்சிட்டு 90 lakhs வந்து black money-யா திருப்பி கொடுத்துருவாங்க. புரியுதா? இந்த மாதிரி நடக்கும். இது ஸ்டாப் பண்றதுக்கு என்ன ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்குன்னா, if assessing officer feels that a second hand asset has been purchased for a very high value, he will take permission from joint commissioner and he will decide what is the value of the asset. Okay, then reacquisition of asset. Actual cost when first acquired minus depreciation allowable or reacquisition cost, whichever is lower. Reacquisition of asset means what? I am selling the asset and buying back the asset. Okay va? I am not going in depth. If a person is selling the asset and buying back the same asset, in such case நீங்க வந்து என்ன பார்க்கணும், buyback price. Generally நான் எந்த பிரைஸ்க்கு asset வாங்கினனோ அதுல depreciation claim பண்ண ஆரம்பிக்கலாம். Sometimes என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, கம்மியா ஒரு பிரைஸ்க்கு வித்துட்டு திருப்பி அதிகமா பிரைஸ்க்கு வாங்கி அந்த அதிகமா இருக்கிற பிரைஸ்ல depreciation claim பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிருவாங்க. To stop this, what are they telling? What was my earlier WDV or my repurchase price, whichever is lower, will be treated as actual cost. Fine. Next, இது வந்து விட்டுறலாம், it is too complicated, time ரொம்ப consume ஆகும். Still you can, if at all time persists, நான் இந்த provision எடுத்துக்கிறேன். Building previously owned by assessee brought into business. Building வந்து assessee first personal-ஆ யூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க, இப்போ business-க்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டாங்க. Building, we are only talking about building. In such case, the cost in the business is actual cost minus depreciation allowable. For example, நான் வந்து 2021ல I bought a building for 1 crore rupees. Now in 22-23 I am starting to use this building in my business. So now what to do? 1 crore மேல notional depreciation you have to reduce. What is the depreciation rate on building? 10%. Okay va? 90 lakhs ஆயிரும். Opening WDV in 21-22 is 90 lakhs. Then 21-22 க்கு திருப்பி 10%, which is how much? 9 lakhs is equal to 81 lakhs. So 22-23 la, when I am bringing this building into my business, the cost of the building will be 81 lakhs. But be very very careful, this provision only applicable for building, not for any other asset. Sir, நான் வந்து 2015-16 ல ஒரு கார் வாங்கினேன் 1 crore rupees க்கு, luxury car. Now 2022-23 ல I have started using this car for business purpose. So what will be my cost? Answer is 1 crore only will be my cost. எவ்வளவு ரூபாய் நான் செலவு பண்ணிட்டு கார் வாங்கினேன் அதுதானே காஸ்ட். ஓகேவா? பில்டிங்ல மட்டும் இந்த ஸ்பெஷல் ப்ரொவிஷன் இருக்கு. ஓகே, நெக்ஸ்ட் இதே மாதிரி சிமிலர் ப்ரொவிஷன், asset acquired by a non-resident outside India and brought into India. ஒரு non-resident இந்தியாவுக்கு வெளியில ஒரு asset வச்சிருந்தாங்க and இப்போ அந்த asset இந்தியாவுக்கு கொண்டு வந்திருக்காங்க. In such case also the cost, இதே building மாதிரி calculation, actual cost minus depreciation allowable. Okay, so this calculation should be done for two types of asset. Number one, all the buildings, and number two, all the assets if at all the asset has been brought by non-resident from outside India to India. Okay, then 35 AD ஒரு section படிக்க போறோம். அதுல if that deduction has been claimed then cost will be 0. Then 35 AD asset converted to business, this we will understand only when we learn that section. இது quit பண்ணிக்கலாம். Now we have seen what is the rate, what is the cost. Coming back to the section, see here, depreciation எப்படி calculate பண்றதுன்னு பார்த்தாச்சு. First we saw what are the rules for claiming depreciation, then what is the method of depreciation, how to calculate depreciation we saw, what is rate, what is cost also we saw. Now look here, generally if the asset is used for less than 365 days during the year, Companies Act ல பார்த்தா proportionate depreciation claim பண்ணுவோம். ஆனா Income Tax Act ல வந்து அந்த அளவுக்கு காம்ப்ளிகேஷன் வேண்டான்னு சொல்றாங்க. They are telling 11 months na 11 months depreciation, 5 months na 5 months depreciation, அந்த கணக்கே வேண்டாம். Then there are only two possibility, half depreciation, full depreciation, அவ்வளவுதான். If at all an asset is used for less than 180 days, used for less than 180 days in the year of purchase, then half depreciation, 10% in the 5%, 15% in the 7.5% depreciation. Other cases, full depreciation. If the asset is not used, no depreciation. Sir, சும்மா ஒரு கார் இருக்கு அது வாங்கி வெச்சிட்டாங்க. In such case no depreciation, because the rule for claiming depreciation itself is that the asset must be used for business. If asset is not used, no depreciation even though the asset is present. Okay va? So 180 days or more use panna, 180 days or more use panna full depreciation. And listen here, இப்போ இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் சொல்றேன். Let's say I purchased the asset on 1/4/2022. Okay, started using the asset only on 1/1/2023. Asset value is 1 crore and it is furniture. So how much depreciation? Half depreciation, because I have bought it in the beginning of the year. Full year க்கு வெச்சிருக்கேன், ஆனா யூஸ் எவ்வளவு நாளுக்கு பண்ணல? Only for 3 months, which is less than 180 days. Hence the depreciation rate only will be 5%. Next year onwards I can claim 10%. Okay va? Since I am using for the entire year. Now listen, sir, I bought on 1/4/2021, started using on 1/1/2023. Then in 22-23, how much depreciation? Answer is half or full. I have used it only for 90 days. Half or full? Answer is full depreciation. Full depreciation. Yeah, na, listen here. This rule of 180 days half depreciation applies only if it is used for less than 180 days in the year of purchase. In the year of purchase. If year of purchase poyache, in the previous year itself I purchased, preceding previous year itself I purchased. In such case, even though it is used for less than 180 days, you have to provide full depreciation. So here you have to be very, very careful. Okay, wow. Purchase, this is also very, very important. If you want, you can draw danger here. Purchase in the same previous year, half depreciation, less than 180 days or more, are purchased in the preceding previous year itself. In such case, full depreciation. Fine. Use a pannalana, no depreciation. Okay. Now let us see some small points. Depreciation is mandatory deduction. Assessee cannot come and tell that எனக்கு depreciation claim பண்ண வேண்டாம். Depreciation claim பண்ணியே ஆகணும். Okay, because it is compulsory. நீங்க claim பண்ணாலும் சரி பண்ணலனாலும் சரி WDV ல இருந்து depreciation reduce ஆயிட்டே போகும் வருஷம். That cannot be stopped. Okay, then land மேல depreciation கிடையாது. Goodwill க்கு மேல depreciation கிடையாது. Fine. And capital expenditure by tenant will be deemed building. இது வந்து நாங்க முன்னாடியே பார்த்தாச்சு. Okay. Now let us additional depreciation சீக்கிரமா solve பண்ணி discuss பண்ணிக்கலாம். Then we will solve a question. Additional depreciation. Additional depreciation means எந்த வருஷத்துல purchase பண்றாங்களோ ஒரே ஒரு தடவை extra ஒரு depreciation claim பண்ணிக்கலாம். Only one time. That is called additional depreciation. It is applicable only for WDV method and it is available only in old scheme, not available in new scheme. Okay, va? In the additional conditions ella vittirala because this and all has become old provision. Question kekkiradhu chance kadiyadu. We will see only the basic condition. 20% is the additional depreciation rate if basic condition are satisfied. Enna basic condition sir? Number 1, additional depreciation is only applicable for new plant and machinery. New plant and machinery. It means what? Furniture ku kadiyadu, building ku kadiyadu, intangible asset ku kadiyadu. Plant and machinery mattum da adu kuda pudusa irukkum. Next, assessee should be engaged in manufacture or production or generation or transmission or distribution of power, and manufacturing includes printing and publishing. Another, assessee should be in manufacturing, production, generation or transmission or distribution of power, and manufacture includes printing and publishing. So ஏதா ஒரு product manufacture பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கணும் இல்லனா electricity generate பண்ணிட்டு இருக்கணும். Okay, அது இருந்தா மட்டும் தான் this additional depreciation is allowed. Manufacturing இல்ல sir, service provide பண்றாங்க இல்ல trading பண்றாங்க, then no additional depreciation. Okay, then exceptions. Sir, new plant and machinery க்கு நீங்க சொன்னீங்க additional depreciation கிடைக்கும். But எந்த plant and machinery கெல்லாம் கிடைக்காது even if it is new? Let us see. Number 1, ship or aircraft. Ship or aircraft not eligible for additional depreciation. Next, used இருந்தா இது முன்னாடியே பார்த்தாச்சு, not eligible. Next, plant and machinery installed in office premises or residential accommodation or guest house. Okay va? Office la illa guest house la illa residential accommodation la if plant and machinery is there, not eligible for additional depreciation. Basically என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, நீங்க manufacturing க்கு என்னெல்லாம் யூஸ் பண்றீங்களோ அதுக்கு மேல தான் நாங்க கொடுப்போம், ஆபீஸ்ல வச்சிருக்கிறதுக்கெல்லாம் கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். Okay, then office appliances, for example AC is plant and machinery, not allowed. Additional depreciation not allowed. Road transport vehicle, okay va? Any bus, truck, lorry, car, two-wheeler எதுக்கும் கிடையாது. And then any plant and machinery for which entire cost is allowed as deduction in any other section. For example, section 35, section 35 AD படிக்க போறோம். அந்த செக்ஷன்ல நாங்க என்ன பார்ப்போம், full amount அங்க deduction கிடைச்சிரும், அங்க கிடைச்சிருச்சுனா இங்க கிடைக்காது. Okay, so additional depreciation, when it is allowed, it is allowed only for WDV method, allowed only for old scheme. It is allowed when the assessee is engaged in business of manufacture or production or generation or transmission or distribution of power, and manufacture includes printing or printing and publishing. Additional depreciation can be calculated only on new plant and machinery. However, plant and machinery should not include ship or aircraft, plant and machinery installed in office or residential accommodation or guest house, office appliances, road transport vehicle, or any plant and machinery for which deduction on entire cost has been claimed earlier. Okay, so this is additional depreciation, and idukkum 180 days concept will apply. If it is purchased and used in the same year for less than 180 days, then first year la 10% claim பண்ணுவாங்க, second year la 10% claim பண்ணுவாங்க. Okay, ஆனா இது ஒரே ஒரு தடவை தான். 20% வருஷமா claim பண்ண மாட்டாங்க, ஒரே தடவை 20. 180 டேஸ்க்கு கம்மியா யூஸ் பண்ணியிருந்தா ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ல 10, செகண்ட் இயர்ல 10, அதோட முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அடுத்த வருஷத்துல இருந்து நார்மல் depreciation will apply. Now knowing all this, let us solve question number 1 in our study material. அதுக்கு முன்னாடி வேணா I will tell you the technique where you will not go wrong and easily find out depreciation. One second. See here, depreciation அடுத்த பேஜ்ல இருக்கு. depreciation வந்து எப்படி calculate பண்றது? Listen. நீங்க practically உங்களுக்கு எக்ஸாம்ல क्वेश्चन வரும்போது first find out opening WDV, then add the purchase, reduce the sale. You will get the net amount, and the net amount you divide it into 3 categories. First category not put to use. இதுதான் first, இது second, இது third. Okay வா? First category not put to use, so அதுக்கு வந்து depreciation calculate பண்ண வேண்டாம். Second category purchased and put to use for less than 180 days. Okay, half depreciation. If at all there is any asset which is purchased during the year and used for less than 180 days and sold during the year itself, very rare case. அதே வருஷத்துல purchase பண்ணி 180 days கம்மியா யூஸ் பண்ணி அதே வருஷத்துல சேல் பண்ணியாச்சு, அந்த அசெட் மட்டும் அந்த சேல் you have to reduce it here. Okay வா? And this should be balancing figure. You should not calculate, because இது calculate பண்றதுக்கு தான் எக்கச்சக்கமா டைம் ஆகும் எக்ஸாம்ல. அதனால don't calculate this at all, directly take it as remaining amount. ஓகேவா? இது ரெண்டு வந்து ஈஸியா calculate பண்ணிடுவீங்க. இது பேலன்ஸ் எடுத்துட்டு solve the question, because in this third category only, you have to include opening balance, you have to include all the purchases where usage is more than 180 days, you have to reduce the sales. Okay, so it will be very confusing and cluttered. Hence just take this as balancing figure. Easily you can find out. அதுக்கு வந்து full depreciation போடுங்க, மூணுக்குமே total போட்டுருங்க, will be the total depreciation allowed as deduction. Fine. Now you solve the question. So first வந்து நீங்க எப்பவுமே particular போடணும், அப்போ எவ்வளவு block இருக்கோ அவ்வளவு column போடுங்க. How many number of blocks are there, that many columns you put, so that together you can find out for all the blocks. Particulars block 1, block 2, block 3 அந்த மாதிரி போடணும். இந்த questionல எவ்வளவு blocks இருக்கு? Read and tell me. Opening balance of plant and machinery 30 lakhs. New plant and machinery, so this is block 1. Plant and machinery is block 1. Then new plant and machinery purchase and put to use 20 lakhs. This is also part of block 1. New plant and machinery acquired and put to use, this is also part of block 1. Computer acquired and installed, this is block number 2. ஏனா plant and machinery at 40%. First மூணு வந்து என்னது 15%, இது வந்து 40% block. depreciation calculate பண்ணனும், additional depreciation இருந்தா அதுவும் calculate பண்ணனும். இதுக்கு வந்து நீங்க ஃபார்மேட் போட்டுக்கலாம். ஃபார்மேட் எப்படி போடுறது? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் particulars, ஓகேவா? then எவ்வளோ பிளாக் இருக்கோ அவ்வளோ காலம். first what you are going to write? opening balance, correct? அதுக்கப்புறம் you will add additions or purchases. அது ஒவ்வொன்றா நீங்கள் இங்கே எழுதிக்கோங்க, அந்தந்த பிளாக்ல ஆட் பண்ணிக்கோங்க. then மைனஸ் போட்டு you will reduce sale, ஒவ்வொன்றா reduce பண்ணிருங்க. after reducing you will find the net amount. then here you can reduce depreciation, next line la you can reduce additional depreciation and find out the final closing WDV. opening balance plus addition, depreciation and additional depreciation அங்க calculate பண்றதுக்கு பதிலா working note போட்டு calculate பண்ணுங்க. so presentation neat-ஆ இருக்கும். opening balance plus addition minus sale will give you the net amount. after that reduce the depreciation and additional depreciation. So block 1 வந்து என்ன? plant and machinery at 15%, block 2 வந்து plant and machinery at 40%. opening balance is what? 30 lakhs in block 1 மட்டும்தான். 30 lakhs. In block 2 it is 0. Addition, O1 addition போடணும். What are the additions? 86 new plant and machinery 20 lakhs. PN machinery 86 இது வந்து 20 lakhs. Then 1512 new plant and machinery 8 lakhs. 4th October இல்ல அதுக்கப்புறம் பர்ச்சேஸ் ஆயிருந்தா less than 180. 3rd October வரைக்கும் இருந்தா 180 or more ல வரும். ஓகேவா? Then next one வந்து என்ன? Computer acquired and installed in office 3 lakhs. See Kanna, generally when I am calculating the answer, நான் வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவேன்னா இந்த whatever is less than 180 days no அங்க ஏதோ ஒரு டாட் இல்ல பாயிண்ட் மாதிரி போட்டு வச்சிருவேன். So that whenever I am doing that working, I will easily see this dot and I will identify that for this one and this one I have to put less than 180 days in the working. Instead of seeing the question once again, இல்லனா திருப்பி நீங்க क्वेश्चन பார்த்துட்டு எது less than 180 னே திருப்பி கண்டுபிடிப்பீங்க. அதுக்கு இங்கேயே மார்க்கிங் பண்ணியாச்சுனா you will easily be able to calculate. Sale எதுமே இல்ல, net value is coming as here 3 lakh rupees and இங்க வந்து எவ்வளவு வருது 58 lakh rupees. Okay, then depreciation 3 lakhs க்கு நீங்க இங்க கூட பண்ணலாம் because அது ஒரே ஒரு லைன்ல ஈஸிலி முடிச்சிரலாம். So 3 lakhs multiplied by எவ்வளவு 40%, 40 இல்ல 20% is equal to 60,000. இங்க ஸ்பேஸ் விடலனா கீழ வர்க்கிங்ல கூட பண்ணிக்கலாம், ஸ்பேஸ் இருக்குனா இங்கேயும் படிக்கலாம், 2 line space. Then coming to depreciation 58 lakhs, working column first போடணும், working note போடணும், working note number 1 போட்டுட்டு depreciation on plant and machinery 15% block 58 lakhs divided into 3 parts. Not put to use 0, put to use less than 180 days, less than 180 days. இது வந்து எவ்வளோ 8 lakhs அவ்வளோதானே 8 lakhs and 180 days or more வந்து 50 lakhs. Then now 8 lakhs multiplied by 7.5%, 50 lakhs multiplied by 15% and add போட் பண்ணுங்க, எவ்வளோ வருது total? How much? 8 lakh round 8 lakh 10,000. Okay, so 8 lakh 10,000 is the depreciation. Now coming to additional depreciation. First we have to see whether conditions in additional depreciation are satisfied. What are the condition? Number 1, manufacturing business இருக்கணும். Number 2, new plant and machinery. So இதுவும் new plant and machinery, this also new plant and machinery. Computer க்கு additional depreciation உண்டா? Answer is no, because it is installed in office premises. So for 20 lakhs and 8 lakhs additional depreciation will be allowed. For 20 lakhs full additional depreciation of 20%, for 8 lakhs half additional depreciation 10%. Okay, then you can put working note number 2, additional depreciation. Total new plant and machinery is equal to 28 lakhs. Adu vande divided into 2, 20 lakhs and 8 lakhs multiplied by 20% multiplied by 10%. So inga vande 4 lakhs 4 lakhs and here 80,000. So total 4,80,000. Ayo ange இதை தப்பு பண்றேனா? and then find out closing WDV. இங்க வந்து 2,40,000. And here what is the closing WDV? 58 lakhs minus 8,10,000 minus 4 lakh, 45 lakh 10,000. Okay, compare பண்ணிக்கலாம் வேணா. 4.198. எங்க கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? வெறும் depreciation, additional depreciation எவ்வளோன்னு calculate பண்ணுறதுக்கு கேட்டிருக்காங்க. That is why closing WDV they have not put. அதே தான், this is 12,90,000 and 60,000. You have calculated correctly. Now let us come back to the provisions. Depreciation la two concepts left out that let us cover quickly. First is concept of succession. இந்த இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் அலவன்ஸ் கூட அவ்வளோ இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் இல்லை. இது வந்து கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பே இல்லை. இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் அலவன்ஸ் ஏதோ எம்சிக்யூல கேட்டால் கேட்கலாம். ஜஸ்ட் யூ கோ த்ரூ ஒன்ஸ் இஃப் அட் ஆல் யூ வாண்ட். சிலபஸில் இருக்குது, பட் நாட் இம்பார்ட்டன்ட் அட் ஆல். ஏன்னா டேட் எல்லாம் முடிஞ்சு போச்சு, 3 வருஷம் ஆச்சு. டிப்ரிசியேஷன் இன் கேஸ் ஆஃப் சக்செஷன். இன் கேஸ் ஆஃப் சக்செஷன், சக்செஷன்னா என்ன? இட் இஸ் தெர் ஆர் 4 instances where succession takes place, which is covered in your syllabus. Partnership firm or sole proprietorship converted to company, private company or unlisted public company converted to limited liability partnership, amalgamation or demerger. There are 4 cases of succession. Another sole proprietorship or firm converted to company, private company unlisted public company convert to LLP, amalgamation or demerger. Amalgamation means 2 or more company join together to form one company. Demerger means one company splitting into 2 or more companies. Okay, so in such case what will happen? How to calculate the depreciation? Calculate the depreciation in as if there is no succession, then distribute the above to the predecessor and successor based on the actual days used. Based on the actual days used. For example, let us take an example. Sole proprietorship converted into company. So P and Co sole proprietorship firm converted to P limited company. Okay va, avanga vandu ஒரு asset P and Co, sorry, conversion date vandu let us keep it as 31st December 2022. P and Co had purchased the asset on 1st May 2022 for 1 crore. Let us assume this is furniture வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. ஸோ இப்போ நான் என்ன சொன்னேன்? P and Co is a sole proprietorship firm. 31st அக்டோபருக்கு வந்து கன்வெர்ட் ஆகி கம்பெனி ஆயிடுச்சு. This is a case of succession. Now P and Co had purchased a asset furniture for 1 crore rupees. Now what depreciation will be allowed to P and Co? What depreciation will be allowed to P limited? We want to find out. What did I say? First find out the depreciation as if there is no succession. If there was no succession, then what will be the depreciation? Answer is 10 lakhs. Correct? 1 crore multiplied by 10%. Yana more than 180 days. Okay va? 180 days or more. 10 lakhs is the depreciation. Now this depreciation you have to divide it on the number of days used by both. So by P and Co it was used from 1/5 to 39. By P limited it was used from 31/10, sorry 31/10 dana to 31/10. By P limited it was used from 1/11 to 31/3. It is how many days you have to find out. 31 plus June plus July, August, September, October. எவ்வளோ 184. And here November, December, January, February, March. How much? 151. So depreciation எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? 10 lakhs multiplied by இது ரெண்டு டோட்டல் போட்டா எவ்வளவு வருது? 335. Okay. So 10 lakhs multiplied by 184 divided by 335. அது வந்து P and Coke. And then P limited depreciation வந்து 10 lakhs multiplied by 151 divided by 335. புரியுதா? So number of days used basisல proportionate divide பண்ணிருங்க. Calculate normally divided based on the number of days actually used by both the organizations. Fine. Now let's come to hire purchase transaction. Very simple. See, there are two types of system: installment system, hire purchase system. Installment system na first installment liye ownership transfer ஆயிடும். First installment liye ownership transfer ஆயிடுச்சுனா then treat it like a normal purchase and calculate the depreciation on the full value of installments. எல்லா installment total போட்டு எவ்வளோ வேல்யூ வரும் அதுக்கு மேலே depreciation calculate பண்ணுங்க. Hire purchase system. Hire purchase system is the system where ownership is transferred in the last installment. In such case, there are two types of deductions. One is depreciation, இன்னொன்று வந்து hire purchase deduction. Depreciation வந்து என்னது? Take the purchase value. Okay, it means value of the asset as on agreement date. ஒரு பைக் வந்து ஹையர் பர்ச்சேஸ்ல வாங்கியிருக்காங்க, ஃபினான்ஸ் பண்ணி வாங்கியிருக்காங்கன்னா in such case வாங்கும்போது what is the value of the bike? Let's say value of the bike is 1 lakh rupees. So 1 lakh rupee ஓட வேல்யூ மேல depreciation calculate பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சுக்கோங்க as usual. Then comes higher purchase deduction. Higher purchase deduction is a deduction that is allowed, okay, throughout the higher purchase period. It is nothing but interest. நீங்க வந்து அந்த ஃபினான்ஸ்ல இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் கொடுக்குறீங்களா, வருஷமா அந்த இன்ட்ரெஸ்ட் அலோவ் ஆகும். அது எப்படி கால்குலேட் பண்றது? It is sum of the total installment minus value of asset on the agreement date divided by number of years of agreement. So for example, sum of installment எல்லா installment சேர்ந்து 1,20,000 வருது minus bike oda value 1 lakh divided by, let's say it is for 3 years. So 20,000 divided by 3 years will be the higher purchase deduction. இது 3 வருஷமா claim பண்ணலாம். ஓகேவா? First year, second year, third year you claim it as deduction. Reduce it from the income. புரிஞ்சுச்சா? So with this depreciation concept is over. Now let us jump to expenditure on scientific research. Okay va? Expenditure on scientific research, earlier it used to be very difficult because 25%, 50%, 125, 150, 200 all different types of percentage was there. But இப்போ வந்து rationalize பண்றதுக்கு என்ன பண்ணிட்டாங்கன்னா standard 100% throughout. So it has become very simple. Hence, what is scientific research? For doing scientific research, there are two types. One is in-house scientific research, one is contribution. In-house research na enna? Assessee himself is doing the scientific research in his organization. Contribution na enna? வேறவங்க ஒருத்தங்க scientific research பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, அவங்களுக்கு contribution கொடுக்கிறது, like donation. Okay, அவங்களுக்கு contribute பண்றது. இந்த two types இருக்கு. Firstly, let us see in-house research. In-house researchல வந்து இந்த காலம் இப்போ வந்து நீங்க பார்க்க வேண்டாம், because this section is there but not relevant nowadays because இந்த section இப்போ ஏற்கனவே இதுல வந்துருச்சு. Both are same. Hence if you read one, that is totally enough. Firstly, revenue expenditure 100% allowed. If an assessee is spending 1 lakh rupee for scientific research, if it is revenue expenditure, fully allowed as deduction. Capital expenditure la vandu land value only not allowed as deduction, but scientific research பண்றதுக்காக building construct பண்ணா entire amount allowed as deduction. So means what? நீங்க building வந்து செப்பரேட்டா asset actual costல கொண்டு போய் depreciation வருஷமா claimே பண்ண வேண்டாம். ஒரே வருஷத்துல in one shot you can claim it as deduction, full value. Okay, since you claim it here, definitely you cannot claim depreciation. Okay, because ஒரு தடவை தான் expense claim பண்ணலாம். Next, any capital asset other than land and building 100% can be claimed as deduction. Okay va? So land க்கு மட்டும் claim பண்ண முடியாது, மத்த எல்லா capital expenditure also 100% deduction. Fine. Now let's come to prior period expenses. Before starting the business itself, if scientific research was done, that also can be claimed as deduction. Okay va? Because நிறைய தடவை கம்பெனி ஆரம்பிக்கும் போது ஆரம்பிக்கிறதுக்கு முன்னாடி ஒரு 2 வருஷம் 3 வருஷம் ரிசர்ச் பண்ணுவாங்க, ப்ராடக்ட் டெவலப் பண்ணுவாங்க, அதுக்கப்புறம் தான் கம்பெனி ஆரம்பிப்பாங்க. கரெக்டா? So that prior period expense also allowed as deduction. What is prior period? Prior period is 3 years before the commencement of business. So 3 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னா that is not allowed. 3 years prior to the commencement of business allowed as deduction. என்ன allowed? Salary, direct material or raw material. Salary and direct material which is used for research is fully allowed. Capital expenditure other than land fully allowed. Prior period expenditure la revenue expenditure case la salary fully allowed, direct material fully allowed. Capital expenditure case la land தவிர எந்த capital expenditure இருந்தாலும் fully allowed as deduction. So what did we just discuss? Scientific research which is done in-house. If there is in-house scientific research, entire amount, let it be revenue, let it be capital, allowed as deduction fully. Land matunda not allowed as deduction. Prior period case la if it is a revenue expenditure, salary, direct material fully allowed. Capital expenditure case la other than land fully allowed as deduction. What is prior period? 3 years before the commencement of business. Fine. Now let us learn about contribution. So contribution is not allowed as deduction in section 115 BAC. In-house research allowed as deduction. New scheme லையும் allowed, old லையும் allowed. Contribution case மட்டும்தான் old scheme ல மட்டும்தான் allowed, new scheme ல not allowed as deduction. Okay. So யாருக்கெல்லாம் contribute பண்ணலாம்? Notified and approved research association, university or college for scientific research, for social statistical research. Scientific research பண்ணாலும் சரி, social statistical research பண்ணாலும் சரி, 100% allowed as deduction. Okay. Then IIT, Indian Institute of Technology, National Laboratory and approved university க்கு scientific research இருந்தா 100% allowed as deduction. And if you are giving an amount to any company which is registered in India and it is having an object of doing research, then also 100% allowed as deduction. Object na enna? And the memorandum of association இருக்கும்ல, அதோட objects clause ல வந்து research னு போட்டிருக்கணும். Objects clause ல research னு போட்டிருக்கணும். Object of doing research. So if you are donating to them for scientific research, 100% allowed as deduction. Only in new scheme, only in old scheme, not allowed in new scheme. Sir, one doubt might arise. Sir, நீங்க வந்து என்ன சொன்னீங்க? Notified and approved இருக்கணும் and object வந்து scientific research இருக்கணும். But sir, contribute பண்ணும்போது we saw it was notified and approved. But later on notification was withdrawn or approval was withdrawn. Now what to do? Will we still get the deduction? Answer is yes. Because what is our work? While giving the contribution, we have to see whether it is notified and approved. Payment கொடுக்கும்போது notified and approved இருந்தா போதும். அதுக்கப்புறம் if it is not approved, it is not our headache. We will still get the deduction. Okay. Next, sale of scientific research asset. First, without using in business. scientific research ஓட asset வந்து scientific research பண்ணிட்டு business க்கு கொண்டு வரல, டைரக்டாவே வித்துட்டாங்க. In such case, PGBP will be selling price minus deduction under section 30. Okay, sorry. Selling price or deduction under section 35, whichever is lower. Selling price or deduction under section 35, whichever is lower. So, very, very simple. See, since deduction under section 35 has been claimed, it will be treated as cost. So, cost will be considered as 0. Purida. For example, there is an capital asset. ஒரு machinery வெச்சுக்கலாம். Machinery. This was used for scientific research and it was purchased for 10 crores. So this entire 10 crores allowed as deduction, correct? So now it has become cost 0. ஏனா fully deduction claim பண்ணியாச்சு. இப்போ let's say ஒரு 4 years கழிச்சு சேல் பண்றோம். சேல் பண்ணும்போது 2 crores வாங்கியிருக்கோம். In such case, this 2 crores will be considered as PGBP income. Full amount will be considered as PGBP because cost will be 0, selling price is 2 crores, hence profit is 2 crores. 2 crores will be treated as PGBP. Then, okay, sir, what if, listen here, the value is, sell price is 20 crores. Selling price is 20 crores. In such case, what did I tell? 10 crore or 20 crore, whichever is lower you have to take. So, what is lower? 10 crores is lower. That will be taxable under PGBP. Balance 10 crores irukla enna vandirukku, adu capital gain la poitu you have to tax. Capital gain chapter la you have to tax accordingly. Capital gain is equal to selling price minus cost price only if positive. Only if positive. Negative irundha not taxable. Negative irundha loss nu sollakudadu. Okay va? Used in business and then sold. Used in business na enna na, if an asset after using for scientific research neenga adu business ku use panna aarambichtinga, in such case add it to the block. Avladha. Block la add பண்ணும்போது the value will be 0. ஆனா அது sell பண்ணும்போது அந்த blockல எப்படி ட்ரீட் பண்ணுவீங்களோ as usual treat பண்ணனும். ஓகேவா? How an asset from a block is sold, like that you have to treat this asset also. Okay, that we will see when we discuss section 50, sale of asset from a depreciable block. Adu appo you will be very, very clear. This line we have already studied. Now some more special deductions let us see. Section 35 series special deduction. 35 CCA னு ஒரு section இருக்கு. அதுல என்ன சொல்லி இருக்கு? Rural development program illa urban poverty eradication program, if a person is organizing, 100% of the expense is allowed as deduction. Section 35 CCC tells that if an assessee is engaged in agriculture extension project, then the entire cost other than land and building, okay, will be allowed as deduction. However, this expense is not allowed as deduction under new scheme 115 BAC. Then 35 CCD skill development program, verum companies ku mattumda in the deduction, only for companies. If a company is organizing skill development program, then entire amount is allowed as deduction. Idhuk special points ella irukku. Enna special points are 35 CCC, that is agriculture extension project. Adukku vandu and the extension project kaga separate books of account should be maintained, which is audited by a chartered accountant. Okay. Number 2, note of extension agriculture project and financial allocation. And the agricultural product oda ella details and financial allocation, enga ella evlo amount spent pannirukku, and the details also you have to submit. And number 3, certificate of approval from Ministry of Agriculture. Agriculture Ministry oda approval venum. இந்த மூணு satisfy பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் entire amount allowed as deduction. Next, 35 CCD, that is skill development project for companies. It is allowed only to companies who have separate books of accounts for this project audited by a chartered accountant. So CA audit pannada deduction kadikum. Now let's come to section 35D, 35 DDA. 35 DDA first paathukalam, voluntary retirement scheme. VRS. In salary, we saw VRS from the point of view of employee. Ippo we are seeing VRS from point of view of employer. Okay va? So VRS is a very huge expense. Yana lump sum amount is paid to the employee so that he can leave the organization. So at a stretch, this amount cannot be claimed as deduction. The Act tells claim it in 5 equal annual installments. Total VRS expenditure 1 crore irukuna 20 lakhs can be claimed in 5 years separately. Okay. Sir, in between, if amalgamation, demerger or succession takes place, then what to do? Before succession, suppose 2 years claim panniyachu. After succession, new undertaking can come claim for 3 more years. புரியுதா? அது அப்படியே கண்டினியூ பண்ணிக்கலாம். Now let's talk about preliminary expense. Preliminary expense. Preliminary expense is the expense incurred before the organization came into force or before incorporation. This expense also fully allowed as deduction 5 equal annual installments. ஆனா இதுக்கு சில ரூல்ஸ்லாம் இருக்கு. என்ன ரூல்ஸ்? Number 1. Preliminary expense is not allowed for non-resident or foreign company. Non-resident foreign company க்கு இந்த டிடக்ஷனே கிடையாது. ரெசிடென்ட்க்கு மட்டும் தான் டிடக்ஷன். ரெசிடென்ட் வந்து இந்தியன் கம்பெனியா இருக்கலாம், அதர் than இந்தியன் கம்பெனியா இருக்கலாம். ஓகேவா? If it is other than Indian company, it is 5% of cost of project or actual expense, whichever is lower, allowed as deduction. Cost of project na enna? Cost of project means amount invested in the fixed asset of the new project or extension or new unit. Fixed asset la evlo selavu pannirukom, that is cost of project. Adoda 5% or actual preliminary expenses, whichever is lower, will be allowed as deduction. In case of Indian company, no, there is a benefit. In a benefit na, see here. Okay, line separate kodukala. Indian company can choose between cost of project oda 5% and capital employed oda 5%. Indian company has an option to choose this upper limit. I can either choose 5% cost of project or I can choose 5% of capital employed. Obviously, I will choose the higher limit. ஏன்னா higher limit இருந்தா எனக்கு அதிகமா deduction கிடைக்கிறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. That is why I wrote 5% of cost of project or 5% of capital employed, whichever is higher. Okay va? First whichever is higher, then whichever is higher or actual expense, whichever is lower is allowed as deduction. Capital employed na enna karna? Capital employed means issued share capital plus long term borrowings plus debenture on the last day of the year of commencement or extension. We should not include reserves and surplus securities premium. So what is capital employed? Issued share capital, long term borrowing, debenture on the last day. Don't include reserves and surplus security premium. So either you have to by heart. Capital employed oda meaning. So capital employed oda 5%, cost of project oda 5%. Adu or actual expense, whichever is lower, will be allowed as deduction. Higher illa, lower will be allowed as deduction. Actual expense la kuda ennella allow agum adu kuduthirukku. Okay va? First, feasibility report, project report. Feasibility report, project report, market survey pandra expense, then engineering services, legal charges. Enadhu? Feasibility report, project report, market survey, engineering service, legal charges. இந்த 5 மட்டும் தான் allowed as deduction. அது தவிர companiesக்கு வந்து this 5 extra also. Please make a note of this. For a company, these 5 expenses are also additionally included in actual expense. Legal charges to draft AOA, MOA, Article of Association, Memorandum of Association, printing charges of Article of Association, Memorandum of Association, fees for registering company under Companies Act, issue for public subscription, other item as may be prescribed. check. Okay, so company ku vandu actual expense also includes legal charges for drafting article of association, memorandum of association, printing charges for the same, fees for registering company under company act, then issue for public subscription, other expense. So total actual expense na enna? Feasibility report, project report, market survey, engineering service, legal charges. For company these 5 expense also included in actual expense. So naanga enna pannanom, 5% of cost of project na enna? Fixed cost, fixed asset la vandu evlo selavu pannirukkinga, that is cost of project, adoda 5%. Or capital employed oda 5%. capital employed enna? The share capital plus debenture, long term borrowing at the last date of the year of commencement, and it should not include reserves and surplus, security premium, adoda 5%. Adu whichever is higher or actual expense whichever is lower will be allowed as deduction. In the deduction vandu will be allowed in 5 equal annual installments. Fine. So preliminary expense, idu vandu full question kekkuradhukku vaaipu irukku. They can ask a 4 mark question or 5 mark question, so read this thoroughly. Now let's come to general deductions. General deductions vandu lunch ku appuram aarambichikalam. 45B vandu ipo irukku, this we can start now. Okay, and very important, very easy also. Why I am telling important? Because idla vandu ipoda amendment vandirukku, relevant for May 23 examination. Important. Inga kuda important ku indha mari poduvangala? போடுவாங்க. இல்ல நார்த்ல எல்லாம் இந்த மாதிரி போட மாட்டாங்க, சவுத் இந்தியால தான் இந்த மாதிரி போடுவாங்க. 43B, deduction on actual payment basis. Actual payment basis. See, in accrual basis of accounting, what did we learn? That even if an expense is payable, still that expense will be allowed as deduction. However, there is a section called section 43B which tells that okay, we will allow you the expense on accrual basis. However, still after allowing you have to pay it actually on or before the due date to file the return of income. Okay, the generally due date to file the return of income is 31st July of the assessment year, that is 22-23 oda due date vandu enna 31 July 2023, or it can be 31st October 2023, or it can be 30th November 2023. This also we will learn in 1 or 2 days. But இப்போ என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, 2022-23 ல வந்து ஒரு எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் இருக்கு. ஓகே, let's say this expense is 10,000 rupees. It is payable but it has not been paid. Can we claim it as deduction? Answer is yes, we can claim it as deduction. However, இந்த செக்ஷன்ல வந்து சில ஐட்டம்ஸ் கொடுத்திருக்கு, அந்த ஐட்டம்ஸ் வந்து should be paid on or before the due date. Due date குள்ளார பே பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா 2022-2023 ல allowed as deduction. சார் பே பண்ணலன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? பே பண்ணலன்னா allowed கிடையாது. லேட்டர் ஆன் பே பண்ணியாச்சு, சார் நான் வந்து 1st August 2023 பே பண்ணியாச்சு, in such case it will be allowed in 23-24. அடுத்த வருஷத்துல அலோவ் ஆயிரும். பே பண்ணலன்னா அலோவ் ஆகாது, பே பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா எந்த வருஷத்துல பே பண்ணாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல அலோவ் ஆயிரும். ஸோ பே வித்தின் 31st July it will be allowed in 22-23. After 31st July in that year it will be allowed as deduction. Okay, what are those items? Number 1, any tax, duty, cess or fee payable. Generally income tax and all cannot be claimed as deduction. Few taxes can be claimed as deduction. For example, ஒரு building இருக்கு, அதுக்கு municipal tax pay பண்ணாங்க, it is allowed as deduction under PGBP if the building is used for business. ஓகேவா, அதுதான் நாங்க செக்ஷன் 30 ல பார்த்தோம். ஆனா அந்த tax deduction claim பண்ணனும்னா you have to pay the tax within the due date. Then interest, next 3 points வந்து related to interest. Interest to scheduled bank, okay, interest to public financial institution, state financial corporation, state industrial investment corporation. Public financial institution, state financial corporation, state industrial investment corporation, and NBFC, non-banking finance company. All these types of organization, if you are paying interest on loan, you have to pay within the due date to file return of income. நீங்க வந்து interest due date குள்ளார கட்டலனா it will not be allowed. Now let's come to the amendment. என்ன amendment na? Listen here. If interest on such loan or borrowing or advance is converted into a loan or borrowing or advance or debenture or any other instrument by which the liability to pay is deferred to a future date, the interest so converted and not actually paid shall not be deemed as actual payment and hence would not be allowed as deduction. Deduction will be allowed only in the previous year in which the converted interest is actually paid. Basically, listen here. Suppose there is a company called ABC Limited. It took a loan from State Bank of India, which is a scheduled bank. Okay. Now, it has to pay an interest of rupees 1 crore. Loan வாங்கியிருக்காங்க 10 crores 15 crores loan வாங்கியிருக்காங்க 1 crore rupees interest கொடுக்கணும். But ABC Limited is not having the funds, so it is unable to pay 1 crore. So SBI வந்து என்ன பண்ணாங்கன்னா ஒரு ஸ்கீம் கொண்டு வந்தாங்க. நீங்க வந்து interest pay பண்ண முடியலையா? So what we will do is this 1 crore we will include it in your loan. Loanல வந்து add பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகேவா? So let's say the loan was 15 crores. This 1 crore was added to the loan and it became 16 crores. புரியுதா? Now, does it mean that this 1 crore payment has been made? Answer is no. Payment ஆகல. இது loanல தான் add பண்ணிருக்காங்க. புரியுதா? அதனால this interest will not be allowed as deduction. எப்போ it will be allowed as deduction? When the 16 crore loan இருக்குல்ல, இதுல இந்த 1 crore include ஆயிருக்கு. இந்த loan pay பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் this will be allowed as deduction since it was converted into loan. இதே மாதிரி loan கூட கொடுக்கலாம். Let's say loan இல்ல சார், என்ன பண்ணாங்க, ABC Limited வந்து 1 crore pay பண்ண முடியல, அதனால they gave them 10 lakhs debentures, 10 lakh debentures of the company, okay, at rupees 10 each. Debenture issue பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Now SBI has got debenture. Does it mean interest is paid? Answer is no. Interest is not paid. Only when this debentures are redeemed. Okay? Means திருப்பி அவங்க பணம் கொடுத்துட்டு இந்த debenture திருப்பி redeem பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Only that time they can claim that interest as deduction. Okay? So அதுதான் சொல்ல வராங்க. When loan or borrowing or advance is converted into a loan or borrowing or debenture by which the payment is deferred to a future date. Only when this loan amount or debenture or borrowing is repaid, then only it will be considered as actual payment of interest. Fine. So this you should be thorough. If at all it is asked in the examination in a question form, you should be able to answer. I think material over question இருக்கு, time கிடைச்சா அதுவும் work out பண்ணலாம். Bonus or commission to employees. Employee க்கு வந்து bonus or commission கொடுத்தா, if bonus is claimed as a expense, that bonus should be paid on or before due date to file return of income. Leave salary given to employees. Leave salary if it is payable, pay it on or before due date. Then employer contribution to welfare funds. For example, என்ன சொல்றது, the recognized provident fund, approved superannuation fund, pension scheme, all these welfare funds are there, no? In the welfare funds la payment கொடுக்கும்போது when employer is contributing, contribution க்கு வந்து deduction claim பண்ணிக்கலாம், but this contribution should be made on or before due date to file the return of income. Okay, then payment to railway authorities for using the railway asset. Last one, payment to railway authority for using railway asset. Actually railways ஓட asset வாங்கிட்டு நிறைய பேர் வந்து railwayக்கு payment பண்ணாம இருந்தாங்க. So அவங்களுக்கு punish பண்றதுக்காக சென்ட்ரல் கவர்மெண்ட் தானே ரயில்வேஸ் வச்சிருக்காங்க. ஸோ தே இன்ட்ரடியூஸ் திஸ் ப்ரொவிஷன் இன் இன்கம் டேக்ஸ் ஆக்ட். நீங்கள் அவங்களுக்கு பேமெண்ட் கொடுத்தாதான் உங்களுக்கு செலவு டிடக்ஷனாக கிடைக்கும், இல்லைனா கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். புரியுதா? ஸோ ஹியர் ஐ ஹவ் ஆக்சுவலி grouped this expense. First one is relating to tax, next 3 are related to interest, next 3 are related to salary, and last one related to railway. Okay, so that it will be easier for you to remember deduction on actual payment basis. All these 8 types of expense will be allowed as deduction only when it is actually paid on or before due date to file return of income If it is paid late, then in that year it will be allowed. Not paid na, not allowed. Okay. So now we will break for lunch, and 1:50 we will start with next deductions. Slowly saturate again. 1 day, 2 day, 3 day. Because before I entered, whatever I have taken in the first 3 in the morning, 3.5 hours. In classes, when I am taking regular class, the same portion I taken at least for 15 to 20 hours. So the difference is written. But I am not compromising anywhere on understanding. எல்லாமே புரியுற மாதிரி இருக்கும் and portion எதுவுமே skip பண்ணல. So that உங்களுக்கு வந்து exam nearby தான் இருக்குங்க. So even today if you listen attentively, in exam time உங்களுக்கு வந்து கொஞ்சம் ஃப்ரீயா இருந்தீங்கன்னா, கொஞ்சம் ரிலாக்ஸ் மைண்டா இருந்தீங்கன்னா, இப்போ நான் சொல்றது எல்லாமே உங்களுக்கு அப்போ அப்படியே டக்குன்னு கேட்டுட்டு you will be able to understand.
முன்னாடி அரசு ராஜுக்கோட ஞாபகம் வச்சுக்கிறோம். அக்கௌண்டே கஷ்டமா பயத்தினாலதான் தான் கேட்டுப்போம். ஆனா அப்படி கேட்டாலுமே முடிச்சுட்டு 2 வருஷம் கழிச்சாதான் வீட்டுல சரி T-Nagar கஷ்டம். MKG T-Nagar. பாக்கி அது ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டா வந்து T-Nagar கஷ்டம். அங்கேருந்து ஒரு சப்வே T-Nagar கஷ்டம். அந்த சப்வே அதே ஸ்பாட் சைடு நான் பண்ணிக்கிறேன் போயிட்டு இல்லை எல்லாம் அவங்க சொன்னா கரெக்டா தான் இருக்கும். நிறைய பேர் பண்றாங்க அப்புறம் இருந்த நேர்த்தி கொஞ்சம் எடுத்து பண்ணி அவங்க லேட்டா தான் பஸ்
check. So till 35 series deductions we have completed. Now we will start with 36. We have also seen what is section 43B, deduction on actual payment basis. Now let us start with section number 36. Okay. Section 36 talks about general deductions. It contains a list of many deductions. Just so that you can easily study, what I have done is, whatever deductions are there, I have tried to group them into different categories. Okay. So first, insurance related deductions, let us see. Number 1, premium for stock or stores. So if insurance premium is paid for stock, then the premium is allowed as deduction. However, it is allowed only on payment basis. Now listen here. Here payment basis means payment to be made within the year. Within the year. The next slide is there, no? This you please cut it out. No other insurance premium is allowed if not mentioned elsewhere. This you please cut. So payment basis liye there are two types. One is payment basis, that is within the year itself it should be paid, and one is actual payment basis. Section 43B, payment should be made within the due date to file the return of income. உங்க ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியல்ல பார்த்தா பேமெண்ட் பேசிஸ் தான் கொடுத்திருப்பாங்க, பட் அதனால கன்ஃபியூஷன் அரைஸ் ஆகும். தட் இஸ் வை எங்க வந்து within the year payment பண்ணனும், I have given as payment basis, and where within the due date of filing return of income you have to pay, I have given as actual payment basis, so that you will not get confused. Okay, next. So adan stock kaga, if you are taking an insurance, the premium paid is allowed as deduction. It should be paid within the year, only then it is allowed. Next, premium on life of cattle. Premium on life of cattle, cow, buffalo, etc. avanga mele insurance eduthu premium katna, it is allowed as deduction. However, it is allowed only to the members of Federal Milk Cooperative Society. Other people not allowed as deduction. Federal Milk Cooperative Society, it is allowed as deduction, that too only on payment basis. Next, employee health insurance premium, mediclaim, that is paid for employees. It is allowed only on payment basis, and it should be made in any mode other than cash. See, here they have not given account pay check, account pay bank draft, adella kodukala. Cash la irukka kudadu, avladha. Okay va? And so this is a special point where if health insurance is paid for the employee, in the hands of employee also it is exempt perks. We saw in salary chapter, and employer also will get the deduction. Okay, double benefit mari. Allowed on payment basis, any mode other than cash. Hence, premium insurance premium வந்து மூணு இருக்கு, மூணுமே allowed only on payment basis insurance. Now let's come to salary related deductions. Salary related. Number 1, bonus or commission. Bonus or commission is allowed as deduction, and it is allowed on actual payment basis, which we studied in section 43B. 43B ல வந்து என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்க, actual payment basis ல allow ஆகும். 36 ல என்ன சொல்லிருக்காங்க, allow ஆகும். ரெண்டுமே சேர்ந்து படிக்கணும். 36 read with 43B. This is allowed as deduction on actual payment basis. Okay, next, employer contribution, allowed as per section 43B on actual payment basis only to approved superannuation fund, approved gratuity fund, recognized provident fund, statutory provident fund. இந்த நாலுக்கு மட்டும் employer contribution கொடுத்தா the contribution will be allowed as deduction, இல்லனா contribution is not allowed as deduction. Okay, then employer contribution to pension scheme. Okay, allowed as per section 43B on actual payment basis, because employer contribution to welfare fund only to pension scheme registered under section 80 CCD, and that to maximum evlo 10% of salary, where salary is basic plus DA terms. commission turnover la kadadu, basic plus DA terms. So this is the fifth salary definition that you are learning. Okay, basic plus DA terms. So 10% of basic plus DA terms maximum allowed as employer contribution to pension scheme under section 80 CCD. Where a pension scheme irunda not allowed as deduction, 80 CCD irunda 10% maximum allowed. Adukku mele irunda not allowed as deduction, disallowed. Fine. Next, employee contribution towards welfare funds. See here, employee contribution naanga yen inga padikrom. That question might arise. Employer might pay out of his pocket. That is very well understood. Why are we studying employee contribution here? Because that employee will pay, no? So in generally, practically speaking, what happens, let's say there is a provident fund. Provident fund la employer வந்து contribute பண்றாங்க 10 lakh rupees, or we'll just keep it as 1 lakh so that other provisions are not disturbed. 1 lakh rupees. Employee wants to contribute 1 lakh rupee to provident fund. Employee will not take 1 lakh from his pocket and give to the employer. அப்படிலாம் நடக்காது. எப்படி நடக்கும்? Employer வந்து salary கொடுக்கும்போது, let's say the salary is 10 lakhs. Okay, இந்த salaryல இருந்து 1 lakh deduct பண்ணிடுவாங்க. 9 lakhs balance இருக்குல்ல, இதுதான் employeeக்கு கொடுப்பாங்க. And on behalf of the employee, 1 lakh will be paid to the provident fund. This is employees contribution. Employees contribution. Now listen, hence in the PGBP, whenever salary is claimed as deduction, let's say he claimed 10 lakh rupees salary paid as deduction. Okay, this salary will contain 9 lakh rupees directly given to employee and 1 lakh rupees which is retained from employee to be given to the provident fund. Correct? ரெண்டுமே இருக்கும். So in the 10 lakh rupee salary குள்ளார this will be hidden. Now what are they telling? This 1 lakh rupee is there, no? This you have to pay on time. Time means what? And the due date of the fund you have to pay. Due date of return of income கிடையாது. Due date of fund. For example, due date for provident fund, if it is 10th of next month na 10th of next month குள்ளார pay பண்ணணும். பண்ணலனா allow பண்ண மாட்டோம். We will never allow you. If you pay on 11th, no? If you pay on 11th, 10th க்கு பதிலா 11th pay பண்ணியாச்சு. It is not allowed. It will never be allowed as deduction. Very, very strict section. So என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Employee contribution. Now you understand, no, why employee contribution inga வருது? புரியுதுல உங்களுக்கு? This employee contribution will be allowed only if it is paid on or before the due date of the fund. Okay? So here you have to be very, very careful. Due date of return of income illa due date of fund, and if it is not paid, it will not be allowed. Sir, later kattiyachna allowed? Answer is no. Now let us see business related deductions. Section 36 subsection 1 clause 3, interest. Interest, if the loan is taken for the purpose of business, interest paid on the loan will be allowed as deduction. However, loan should be related to PGBP except interest added to the cost of asset under section 43 subsection 1. So ஒரு asset வாங்குறதுக்காக ஒரு loan வாங்கியிருந்தா, till that asset is put to use, the interest will be added to the cost. So அந்த cost வந்து will not be allowed as deduction since it is added to the cost. Certain interests are allowed only on actual payment basis under 43B. That is scheduled bank, public financial institution, NBFC. அது வந்து actual payment basis within due date of filing return of income interest pay பண்ணணும். Now let's talk about bad debts. Bad debts வந்து are allowed only if it is irrecoverable and related to business and taken into income earlier. See Kanna, there might be two types of bad debts. One is taken into income earlier, one is not taken into income earlier. For example, if A gives a loan to B, okay, B has not repaid the loan, hence this loan became bad debts. Now will this be allowed as deduction? Answer is no, it will not be allowed as deduction because loan is never added to the income. Loan வந்து incomeல சேராது, அதனால not allowed. இப்போ இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் எடுத்துக்கலாம். A is selling goods to B, and B had to make the payment, but B did not make the payment, hence this became bad debts. Will this be allowed as deduction? Answer is yes. This will be allowed as deduction because sale will be included in income. Okay va? அதுதான் சொல்லியிருக்கேன். Example, debtors that was accounted in sale. If you want, you can also write bad debts of loan not allowed. Bad debts of loan not allowed. Bad debts of loan not allowed as deduction. Next, STT, CTT. STT na enna security transaction tax, CTT na enna commodity transaction tax. Okay va? So stock exchange la trade பண்ணும்போது securities and commodities க்கு வந்து tax pay பண்ணனும். That is STT and CTT. If the trading is relating to business, STT and CTT will be allowed as deduction. Okay va? And STT CTT is a tax. Tax, duty, cess or fee is covered in 43B, actual payment basis. First point. அதனால even security transaction tax, commodity transaction tax will be allowed only if it is paid on or before due date to file return of income. Okay va? And here be very careful. This STT and CTT is there, no? PGBP la it is allowed as deduction. Capital gain la not allowed. Shares வந்து capital asset ஆவும் இருக்கலாம். Capital asset ஆ இருக்கும்போது you will do capital gain calculation. அந்த டைம்ல you should not deduct STT, CTT. You should not deduct in selling also, selling price also. You should not deduct from cost price also. Then special category cases. Discount on zero coupon bonds. Sir, zero coupon bonds means what? Zero coupon bond means a bond which does not have any coupon. Coupon in financial terms means interest. Means what? Zero coupon bond is a bond in which there is no interest. Okay va? Then how will the person giving the zero coupon bond earn money? Answer is because he will issue the bonds at a discount. So enna பண்ணுவாங்கன்னா, let's say A gives a zero coupon bond to B. The value of the bond is 1 lakh rupees. Value of the bond is 1 lakh rupees, but A will give B at a discount of 10%. So he will give only at 90,000. But when B has to redeem the bond, he has to give back how much? 1 lakh rupees. This is called zero coupon bond. So kudukumbodhu vandu bond is given at a discount. This discount is only indirectly you can call it as interest on the bond. Okay. So 10,000 rupees is nothing but discount on zero coupon bond. This discount is allowed as deduction under PGBP throughout the period of the bond. So it is allowed on pro rata basis having regard to the period of bond. So pro rata basis na enna, you have to do the calculation. Suppose total discount neenga kandupidichittingna, total discount divided by total months of the bond. Total months of bond multiplied by total months during the year. Total months during the year. So 10,000 rupees suppose discount irukna, 10,000 divided by bond oda total months evlo, suppose 36 months. So 10,000 divided by 36 multiplied by அந்த வருஷத்துல எவ்வளவு மாசத்துக்கு அந்த bond இருந்துச்சு 22-23 ல. So let's say it was 12 months. So 10,000 by 36 into 12, it will be allowed as deduction. Okay. Next, animal allowance. If a person is having animal, in respect of that animal, the person can claim a deduction. It is called animal allowance. The deduction is actual cost of the animal minus selling price or insurance claim in respect of animal. However, it is allowed only when animal becomes useless or on death of animal. Fine. So let's say there is a horse. Horse எவ்வளோ ரூபாய்க்கு வாங்குனாங்களோ minus horse க்கு வந்து எவ்வளோ selling price வந்திருக்கு இல்ல insurance claim வந்திருக்கு. வரலனா எதுவுமே minus பண்ண வேண்டாம். Entire cost will be allowed as deduction. However, it is allowed only when either the horse is useless or the horse dies. Next, promoting family planning amongst employees. Promoting family planning amongst employees. Family planning வந்து யார் பண்ணணும் கண்ணா? Answer is individuals தான் family planning பண்ணணும். ஆனா deduction யாருக்கு allowed? Companiesக்கு மட்டும் தான் allowed. Okay. Family planning done by individual but allowed only to companies. Companies only have to promote family planning among their employees and they will get a deduction for the entire expenditure. However, if it is a revenue expenditure, fully allowed. Capital expenditure ஆயிருந்தா 5 equal annual installments la it is allowed. This expense is not allowed to individual HUF etc. Only allowed to companies. Only allowed to company. So these are all the general deductions. Now let us come to the last deduction section, and that is section 37, which speaks about residuary expenses. Residuary expenses na enna? See, we have seen so many deductions, but if you see the possibility of the number of deductions, we have seen very few. There can be so many more: printing expense, postage, courier, so many different types of expense. Adella allow aguma? Answer is yes. It will be allowed under this section, residuary expenses. It means ennella expense vandu iduvaraikku naanga paakaliyo, if at all that expense is relating to business, it will be allowed as deduction. It will be allowed as deduction, but you have to keep a few points in mind. Enadhu? Number 1, expense only relating to the business is allowed. Losses are not allowed. Expense is allowed, losses are not allowed. Prior period expenditure will not be allowed under section 37. Section 37 la people enna vena poda aarambichiruvangala, so adukku sila points you have to keep in mind. Personal expenditure will not be allowed. Capital expenditure will not be allowed. Contingent liability not allowed. Contingent liability na enna? It is doubtful. Provision for bad and doubtful debts, provision for sundry debtors, adella not allowed unless it is certain. Suppose if you are putting a provision as payable and actually it will be payable, then it will be allowed on accrual basis. Ana actually and the amount da varapogudhu adukku doubt irundichuna, it is not allowed as deduction. If it is doubtful, not allowed. Premium on keyman insurance policy is allowed. It is allowed. Insurance, keyman insurance allowed. Now இதே 37 தான் continue பண்றோம். ஓகேவா? In disallowances we are continuing same section only. Illegal expenditure not allowed. Illegal expenditure not allowed. In the illegal expenditure related, now certain new points have come into force in an amendment, first time applicable for May 23. You please make note of this. Explanation has been inserted in section number 37. You please make a note, then I will explain. Done. Explanation to section 37. Firstly, disallowances. First and foremost, any illegal expenditure. So அது law violate பண்ணுதா, it is not allowed as deduction. And illegal thing பண்றதுக்கு ஏதோ fine penalty போட்டாங்க, this fine or penalty if you are paying, this also not allowed as deduction. Okay va? However, this fine or penalty is there, no, it might be for one of two terms. Okay va? It can be for breach of contract or breach of law. Fine or penalty can be for breach of contract or it can be for breach of law. Breach of law means what? India there are some laws which you have broken, that is why you are paying some fine or penalty. For example, traffic la வந்து the traffic police பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க, helmet இல்ல fine போட்டாங்க. ஓகே, பொல்யூஷன் கண்ட்ரோல்ல இருந்து ஆஃபீஸ் வந்தாங்க, எக்யூப்மெண்ட் கரெக்டா போடல, ஃபைன் போட்டுட்டாங்க. ஜிஎஸ்டி வந்து ஒழுங்கா பில் கட்டல, வண்டி பிடிச்சிட்டாங்க, ஃபைன் போட்டாங்க. All these types of fines not allowed as deduction. However, if a fine or penalty is for a breach of contract, it will be allowed as deduction. For example, நான் வந்து ஒரு லிஃப்ட் வாங்கணும், ஆஃபீஸ் பில்டிங்காக லிஃப்ட் வாங்கணும், இந்த லிஃப்ட்டுக்கு ஒரு அட்வான்ஸ் பே பண்ணேன். இப்போ ஐ டோன்ட் வாண்ட் டு பை த லிஃப்ட், ஸோ அந்த அட்வான்ஸ் கேன்சல் ஆயிடுச்சு பிகாஸ் ஆஃப் தட் கான்ட்ராக்ட். So this advance I can claim it as deduction because it is business nature. Law breach பண்ணலனா அந்த fine or penalty you can claim as deduction. Law breach பண்ணா you cannot claim as deduction. Okay, illegal expenditure you cannot claim. Now one explanation was added to section 37 where it is told that the following 3 points will be considered as illegal. Number 1, if you are doing any offense that is prohibited by law in India, this was already understood, but it is also given outside India. Outside India, for example, let's say ஒரு மெடிக்கல் கம்பெனி இருக்கு, மெடிக்கல் கம்பெனி வந்து இங்க ஏதோ ட்ரக்ஸ் சப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க, இந்தியால வந்து அது இல்லீகல், பட் யூஎஸ்ஏல வந்து அது இல்லீகல், இருந்தாலும் யூஎஸ்ஏல சப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு இருந்தாங்க. Now they were caught in USA and now fine போடுறாங்க. Supply of that medicine also will not be allowed as expense, fine paid also will not be allowed as expense. So இந்தியால மட்டும் இல்ல, இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில கூட if you are breaching law, it is not allowed as deduction. Then provide any benefit or perquisite where acceptance of such benefit or perquisite is a violation of law. Okay va? It means what? Let me give you some examples. Example, freebies to medical practitioner. Freebies to medical practitioner or lab giving commission for reference. So for example, some medical company will be there, pharma company will be there, who will be producing medicine. அவங்க என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, டாக்டர்ஸ் கிட்ட போயிட்டு they will tell the doctors that you prescribe our medicines. For that they will give some free things, free bag கொடுத்துருவாங்க, free trip கொடுத்துருவாங்க, free gold coin, என்ன வேணா கொடுப்பாங்க. In such case, as per the laws in the country, it is illegal to accept such things. Okay va? Medical association does not allow the doctors to accept freebies from medical company. Hence, giving the freebies will not be allowed as deduction. Purida? For a medicine company, I am giving the freebies for my business. It is a business expense, but it will not be allowed as deduction because receiving that freebie is illegal. Purida? இதே மாதிரி laboratory கூட commission கொடுப்பாங்க. Lab testing பண்றதுக்கு வந்து referral commission கொடுப்பாங்க. That commission it is illegal for the doctors to receive. Hence it is illegal. Hence it will not be allowed for the lab also as an deduction. Fine. Next, third point, to compound an offense in India or outside India. Compounding means what? Compounding means someone has done something wrong. Now to make it legal, he is paying some money. For example, income tax லயும் compounding இருக்கு, அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஃபைனல்ல வரும், பெனல்டி போட்டுருவாங்க, பட் கொஞ்சம் எக்ஸ்ட்ரா பணம் கொடுத்து அந்த கேஸ் க்ளோஸ் பண்ணிடலாம் காம்பவுண்டிங் பண்ணிட்டு. once or twice it will be allowed to a assessee in a lifetime. அதே மாதிரி you would have heard, for example, illegala construction பண்ணிட்டாங்க, ஓகேவா, கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷன் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, so என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, let's say 1 rupee per square feet, rupee 1 per square feet இது கொடுப்பாங்க. ஃபைன் கொடுத்துட்டு அது வந்து லீகல் ஆக்கிடுவாங்க. அன்அப்ரூவ்டு பில்டிங் கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ட் பண்ணிட்டு ஃபைன் கொடுத்து அதுக்கு அப்ரூவல் வாங்கிடுவாங்க. ஃபார் சம் பிளேசஸ் இட் வில் பி அலவுட். Then this is called compounding of offense. First you commit an offense, then you pay some money to make it legal. This is called compounding. If you pay any money for compounding, not allowed as deduction. Okay, then CSR expenditure. உங்களுக்கு இருக்கா கம்பெனி லால CSR? So corporate social responsibility. Corporate social responsibility as per company law might be compulsory. As per company law it might be compulsory. Ana as per income tax law, income tax act is telling that you are just spending your money. Okay, for example, Reliance is spending money for CSR, for doing CSR by building a school in a village. Because for Reliance, is it relating to business? Answer is no. It is corporate social responsibility. Although it is compulsory, without doing you cannot stay as a company, but still income tax act treats it as a non-business activity, hence not allowed as deduction. CSR not allowed. Contribution to political parties, or political party poi donation kodutha not allowed as deduction. However, it will be allowed as deduction under section 80 GGB and 80 GGC. Deduction chapter la paapom, it is allowed as deduction. PGBP la it is not allowed as deduction. PGBP la allowed kadiyadu, deduction chapter la it is fully allowed. Then dividend is not allowed as expense, because dividend is the distribution of income, it is not an expense, hence it is not allowed as deduction. Next, advertisement in souvenir, brochure, pamphlet, etc. published by a political party is not allowed as deduction. For example, if let's say DMK party is there, DMK is bringing out any magazine, DMK magazine, anga vande I gave my advertisement, that advertisement I would have paid money to DMK, it is not allowed as deduction. It is also not allowed in 80 GGC, 80 GGB. Not allowed in 80 GGB or 80 GGC. Even though it is related to business. Business related ah irukkalam. Genuine ah na or advertisement kodukren, but it will not be allowed. Ingeyum allowed kadiyadu, angeyum allowed kadiyadu. Only if I am paying to a political party. Okay, where advertisements kala allowed as deduction, this not allowed as deduction. Now we are entering into, we are completed with deductions, now we are entering into disallowances. Ennalla allowed nu paathom, inimel vande ennalla allowed kadiyadunu paaka porom. Okay va? Number 1, section 40 subsection A. 40 subsection A. Payment outside India or in India to a non-resident without deducting the TDS, or TDS deducted but not paid within due date to file return of income. In such case, expense is fully disallowed. So TDS pati brief let me tell you what is TDS. You would be knowing at this stage, most of you would be knowing about TDS, but still let me tell you in brief. TDS na tax deduction at source. It is also a form of taxes that is paid in advance to the government, but the assessee himself will not pay. Someone else will pay the tax on behalf of the assessee. So for example, there is Mr. A who is making a payment to Mr. B. Let's say he is paying interest of rupees 1 lakh. B க்கு pay பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்க. Now TDS is applicable on interest payments. Hence என்ன ஆகும்னா TDS rate என்னன்னு பார்க்கணும். Let's say 10% is the interest, a TDS rate on interest. Then what should A do? A should pay 10% of 1 lakh, which is how much? 10,000 to the government as TDS, and balance 90,000 only A should pay to B. This is the concept of TDS. Why is that TDS in force? Directa B ke sollalamla neenga 10% kattunga nu sollittu, but B காமிக்கலனா என்ன பண்றது? But A கண்டிப்பா காமிப்பான் because A wants to claim it as expense. அதனால A will show this expense. That is why the government is catching hold of A and asking him to pay the taxes on behalf of B. இதுல இருந்து என்ன government advantage? Government is getting to know what is the income of B so that future B cannot escape. So now what will government do? Government will collect this 10,000 rupees and government will deposit it in the name of B in an account called 26AS னு சொல்லிட்டு ஒரு அக்கவுண்ட் இருக்கு, அதுல டெபாசிட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. ஓகேவா? 26AS அக்கவுண்ட்ல எப்படி இருக்கும்? It is just like a ledger. So for example, A paid TDS on behalf of B, correct? So in the TDS by A is equal to 10,000. அது டெபாசிட் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Let's say B paid some taxes in advance itself. So advance tax by B 5,000. இது இங்க லெஜர்ல மெயின்டைன் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. Then they will come to assessment year. Assessment yearல தானே income is taxed. அப்போ வந்து actual tax எவ்வளவு கட்ட வேண்டியது டிசைட் ஆகும். Let's say it is decided that the tax payable is 30,000. So இப்போ B எவ்வளவு கட்டணும்? 15,000 கட்டினா போதும். B has to pay only 15,000 to close the accounts. புரியுதா? இதே இல்ல வந்து let's say the tax payable came only to 7,000 rupees. 7,000 rupees இருந்துச்சுன்னா என்ன பண்றது? The difference, that is 15 minus 7, 8,000 will be given as refund to B. புரியுதா? So இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு லெஜெண்ட் மெயின்டைன் ஆகும், அதுக்குள்ளார எல்லா டீடைல்ஸ் வந்து ஸ்டோர் ஆயிட்டே போகும் till the final tax has been calculated and settled. So this is the concept of TDS. So basically TDS chapter la we are going to see many types of payments on which TDS has to be deducted. Okay, if a payment is made to a non-resident on which TDS is applicable, then if TDS is not deducted, the expense will not be allowed as deduction. Okay va? Expense not allowed as deduction, fully disallowed. However, future la TDS deduct பண்ணியாச்சுனா எந்த வருஷத்துல டிடக்ட் பண்றீங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல claim it as deduction. But there is one route where TDS deduct பண்ணலனாலும் you can escape. அது எப்படி escape பண்றது? See here. Both are allowed in the year when TDS is paid. So எந்த வருஷத்துல TDS கட்டினா அந்த வருஷத்துல allowed. Also, if the payee has paid the tax, filed the return of income, gives a CA certificate, then the amount is allowed in which the return of income is filed by the payee. So என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? Listen. A has made a payment to B. B is a non-resident. Okay. A is making a payment of 1 lakh. Let us assume இதுக்கு மேல 10,000 rupees is TDS. TDS deductே பண்ணல, அதனால this 1 lakh rupees not allowed. Now what happens? B has shown this income correctly, 1 lakh rupees in his return of income. Correctly இதுக்கு show பண்ணிட்டு இதுக்கு மேல tax pay பண்ணிட்டாங்க, return of incomeல show பண்ணிருக்காங்க, and he is getting a certificate from a chartered accountant who is certifying that this 1 lakh has been included in the return of income. One chartered accountant should give certificate that in the 1 lakh rupees include IRC. In such case, எந்த வருஷத்துல B return file பண்றாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல டிடக்ஷனா claim பண்ணிக்கலாம். ஓகேவா? Because government ஓட purpose என்ன? That the opposite person should show it as income. If he has shown it as income, then they will forgive the person deducting also. But listen here. See, இங்க வந்து ஒரு confusion arise ஆகலாம். When should A deposit the TDS? இங்க என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க? Within the due date to file the return of income, TDS deduct பண்ணி pay பண்ணிரும். Let us assume due date to file the return of income is 31st July. Okay. B வந்து A did not deduct the TDS itself. So B filed his return. B filed his return on 20th July itself. 20th July ke file பண்ணிட்டாங்க. This is previous year 22-23. This is previous year 23-24. When will it be allowed as deduction? 22-23 ல அலோவ் ஆகுமா 23-24 ல அலோவ் ஆகுமா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் 23-24 ல தான் அலோவ் ஆகும். ஓகேவா? வித்தின் த டியூ டேட் ஆயிருச்சு, பட் அசஸி ஹிம்செல்ஃப் பே பண்ணாங்களா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் நோ. இஃப் மிஸ்டர் ஏ ஹிம்செல்ஃப் இஸ் பேயிங், ஏ வந்து 20th குள்ளாரியே கட்டிட்டாங்கன்னா 22-23 லயே அலோவ் ஆயிரும், பிரச்சனையே இல்லை, in that year itself. But A did not pay. If he is not paying in that year, it will not be allowed. It will never be allowed. Pay பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் allowed, இல்லைனா not allowed. Then B, if he is paying in 20th July, it will be allowed in 23-24. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? 23-24 next yearல allow ஆகும். Fine. So this you have to be careful. Assessee himself pays within the due date, allowed in that year itself. Opposite person pays within the due date, allowed in next year only. Fine. Assessee pays after the due date, allowed in that year. Fine. Then payment in India to a resident without deducting the TDS, or TDS deducted but not paid within the due date to file return of income. Non-resident case la வந்து 100% disallowed, resident case la வந்து 30% disallowed, 70% allowed, 30% not allowed. அப்புறம் எப்போ allowed சார்? எப்போ TDS கட்டுவாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல allowed, இல்லனா அவங்களே ரிட்டர்ன் ஃபைல் பண்ணிட்டு CS சர்டிஃபிகேட் கொடுத்துட்டாங்கன்னா அந்த வருஷத்துல allowed. Fine. Same provision. Next, section 40A 2. Income tax or any tax on PGBP and interest on such tax. Income tax paid not allowed as deduction. Income tax act la enna கொடுத்தாலோ, it can be health and education cess, surcharge, interest, fees, penalty என்ன இருந்தாலும் சரி not allowed as deduction. அதுக்கு தான் explanation கொடுத்தாங்க. This is amendment only applicable from May 23 onwards. புதுசா வந்திருக்கு. It is clarified that the term tax shall include and shall deem to have always included surcharge or cess on such tax. Hence, tax including surcharge and cess would be disallowed while calculating the business income. Income tax cannot be claimed as expense. Okay? Income tax or any tax of any nature which is given in the Income Tax Act cannot be claimed as expense. Next, any amount from central government undertaking to central government not allowed as deduction. See, this is a very peculiar special point. சீக்கிரமா explain பண்ணிடுறேன். Let's say there is a state government undertaking to state government. State government வந்து ஒரு கம்பெனி வச்சிருக்காங்க. Okay, let's say Titan. Tamil Nadu state government will, let us assume it is having majority stake in Titan. Okay va? So Titan will be called state government undertaking. இப்போ அது மாதிரி இல்ல, we are assuming that Tamil Nadu government is having undertaking. Now state government need not pay any income tax because state government is not a person. State government is not a person. So Titan வந்து dividend கொடுத்தா dividend is not allowed as expense. கரெக்டா? Hence dividend கொடுக்கிறதுக்கு பதிலா வேற ஏதோ பேர்ல டைட்டன் வந்து ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்க்கு கொடுத்துட்டு they will claim it as expense. So அந்த ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட்க்கு டபுள் பெனிஃபிட் ஆயிடும். புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? Let's say டைட்டன் வந்து டிவிடெண்டா கொடுக்கல, they will give as license charge. License charges. ஏதோ ஒரு லைசன்ஸ் வந்து நம்ம ஸ்டேட் கவர்மெண்ட் கொடுக்குறாங்க, அதுக்கு நாங்க சார்ஜஸ் பே பண்றோம் சொல்லிட்டு they gave 100 crores to Tamil Nadu government. Will this be allowed as deduction? Answer is no, not allowed as deduction, because Income Tax Act sees this as a dividend only. Okay, so any amount pay from state government undertaking to the state government. Next, salary payable outside India without deducting the TDS. நீங்க வந்து இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில ஒருத்தங்களுக்கு salary கொடுக்குறீங்க, TDS கொடுக்கலனா salary not allowed as deduction. It will never be allowed as deduction. Sir, next yearல TDS பிடிச்சாச்சு, not allowed. ஓகேவா? அதனால தான் இது செப்பரேட்டா கொடுத்திருக்கு இந்த செக்ஷன். Next, tax paid on non-monetary perks of employees. See, tax paid on non-monetary perks, we saw in salary chapter that it is exempt perks in the hands of employee. Since it is exempt there, it will not be allowed here. Okay, section 40B, very very important. Interest on capital to partners, interest remuneration to partners. Okay va? Partnership firm ஒரு பார்ட்னருக்கு என்ன அமௌண்ட் கொடுக்குறாங்க, அது எவ்வளவு allowed, we are going to see. Number 1, we are studying about interest on capital. Interest on capital is allowed only if it is authorized by the partnership deed. Means partnership deed la ivlo interest kudukalam appdinu potirukanum. Number 2, it is after the date of the deed and it is up to 12% simple interest per annum. After the date of the deed means what? For example, let's say a partnership firm A, B and Co paid one of its partner A interest on capital of 1 lakh rupee interest கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Partnership deed la வந்து அது மென்ஷனே கிடையாது. Hence what will the department do? It will disallow. So இவங்க வந்து ஸ்மார்ட்டா என்ன தெரியுமா பண்ணாங்க? Next year they put a deed change பண்ணிட்டு என்ன சொன்னாங்க? முன்னாடி இருக்கிற 5 வருஷத்தோட இன்ட்ரெஸ்டும் இல்ல allowed அப்படின்னு டீட்ல எழுதிட்டாங்க. புரியுதா? Will it be allowed? Answer is no. Only the change made, if the change is made after the date of deed only, it will be allowed as deduction. அதுக்கு தான் சொல்றேன். It is allowed only if it is after the date of deed. Authorized, it should be authorized in the partnership deed. It should be claimed after the date of the partnership deed in which it is authorized, and maximum 12% simple interest per annum. So in short, you can write actual interest or deed interest or 12%, whichever is lower is allowed as deduction. Actual interest or partnership deed interest or 12%, whichever is lower is allowed as deduction. Okay. Now let's come to remuneration to partners. Remuneration na enna? Salary given to partners. Okay. Now remuneration is only allowed if it is given to working partners. Not allowed. Not allowed to sleeping, dormant or investing partners. By whatever name called, if a partner is not a working partner, sleeping partner nu சொல்லலாம், dormant partner nu சொல்லலாம், investing partner nu சொல்றான், அவங்களுக்கு வந்து remuneration கொடுத்தா not allowed as deduction. And மத்த 3 condition வந்து similar to interest. என்னது? It should be authorized by partnership deed. Partnership deed la எழுதி இருக்கணும் that this much salary to be given to partners. Number 2, it should be after the date of the deed, and number 3, it should be within the limits. Interest ku enna limit? 12% per annum. Partnership the remuneration ku vandu enna limit? See here. First you should see what is the book profit. Book profit means the profit after interest on capital before partner remuneration. So எல்லாமே கண்டுபிடிச்சிருங்க, and அந்த profitல interest on capital also you reduce, you will get book profit. Means the only one thing that should be remaining is remuneration. Okay va? Remuneration தவிர மீதி எல்லாமே find out பண்றதுக்கு அப்புறம் இருக்கிற profit is book profit. Book profitல வந்து if the profit is up to 3 lakh rupees, then 1,50,000 or 90% of book profit, whichever is higher, will be allowed as deduction. On the balance amount 60%. So this is a slab rate mari. First 3 lakhs varaiku 1,50,000 or 90%, whichever is higher. Balance amount vandu 60%. Quickly for 4 examples we will find out the answer quickly. Book profit vandu 4 divide பண்ணிக்கலாம் page la. First 2 lakh rupees book profit, 2 lakh rupees loss போடுங்க. Second வந்து 1 lakh rupee profit, third வந்து 2,50,000 profit, and fourth வந்து 10 lakhs. 10 lakhs. Book profit, loss of 2 lakhs, profit of 1 lakh, profit of 250, and profit of 10 lakhs. So first case la whether the profit is within 3 lakhs, answer is yes. So how to calculate? 1,50,000 or 90% whichever is higher. So 90% வந்து என்ன minus 1,80,000. Okay va, 1,50,000 or minus 1,80,000 whichever is higher, answer is 1,50,000 is the maximum salary allowed. Now let's come to second case. Here 1,50,000 or 90,000 whichever is higher. So what is the answer? 1,50,000. மூணாவது கேஸ்ல 1,50,000 or 90% எவ்வளோ 2,25,000 whichever is higher. எவ்வளோ allowed? 2,25,000. And last case 10 lakhs. See, 10 lakhs is above the 3 lakh limit. Hence, you have to find out the profit with slab rate system. Divide it into two parts. First 3 lakhs and balance 7 lakhs. Okay. First 3 lakhs ku வந்து 90% is equal to 2,70,000. Balance 7 lakhs ku 60% is equal to 4,20,000. Then total is how much? 6,90,000. So 10 lakhs profit ஆயிருந்தா, book profit ஆயிருந்தா, maximum 6,90,000 is allowed as deduction. Got my point? So first 3 lakhs க்கு 90% போடுங்க, balance amount க்கு 60% போடுங்க. இங்க வேணும்ட்டு நான் 1,50,000 எடுக்கல because 3 lakhs இருந்தா obviously 90% will be more than 150. Okay. So like this. Yes. So for example, salary given is 10 lakh rupees. Then 6,90,000 will be allowed as deduction. 3,10,000 will be disallowed. It will not be allowed as deduction. Okay. Next, any payment given by a AOP or BOI to its member not allowed. AOP BOI வந்து அவங்க மெம்பர்ஸ்க்கு எது கொடுத்தாலும் not allowed as deduction. Not allowed. Now let us see this special point for 40B and 40BA, that is representative capacity. If partner or member is receiving in representative capacity or partner or member in representative capacity is receiving in individual capacity, interest is fully allowed. I'll give you an example quickly. For example, there is a partnership firm A, B and C which contains 3 partners A, B and C. Now what happens? There is C's mother. C's mother. C's mother had given a loan to this partnership firm for 20 lakhs. Okay. And she would receive an interest of 2 lakh rupees. Fine. Now what happened? One day she expired. Hence, now this partnership firm, C is the legal heir of C's mother. So the partnership firm pays the interest of 2 lakhs to C. This is called representative capacity. C is receiving this interest on behalf of his mother or representing his mother. In such case, this is not interest on capital. This is interest in representative capacity. It is fully allowed. இது வந்து அந்த லிமிட்ஸ்ல போட வேண்டாம். It is fully allowed since it is representative. இப்போ இதிலேயே இன்னொரு எக்ஸாம்பிள் பார்க்கலாம். A, B, C are partners and C's mother has given a loan. அதே same example 20 lakh loan கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Okay, 2 lakh rupees interest வாங்கிட்டு இருக்காங்க. In this case what happens? C expired. C's mother became partner. C's mother has become partner. So now she has become a partner, but this 20 lakh rupees, okay, she has become a partner in representative capacity. Representing C, she has become a partner, but this 20 lakh rupees or the interest is there, no, 2 lakhs. This she is receiving in her individual capacity. Hence, this interest is fully allowed, even though she is a partner. Okay, va? So, adhaan solranga. If a partner or a member, this same applies for AOP BOI also. If a partner or member is receiving in representative capacity, or partner or member in representative capacity is receiving in individual capacity, it is fully allowed. Interest is fully allowed. Now let's come to section 48(2). Very very important, related party transaction. Yeah, important because engeyo or edathila or 1 mark or 2 mark வந்து adjustment you will see in the question paper, and very easy also. என்ன சொல்றாங்க, ஒரு related party இருந்தா excessive payment is not allowed as deduction, reasonable தான் allowed as deduction. நம்ம பார்த்தோம்ல partnership firm க்கு rent pay பண்றாங்க, in such case only reasonable rent is allowed, excess rent not allowed as deduction. அதே மாதிரி relative க்கு pay பண்ணும்போது excess not allowed. Fine. Relative na யாரு, spouse, brother, sister. See here relative meaning is changing, so this you have to be careful. Lineal ascendant, lineal descendant. Spouse, brother, sister, lineal ascendant, lineal descendant. So this is for individual. Other than individual, company irunda directors and their relatives, firm irunda partner and their relatives, the cooperative society irunda member and their relatives, AOP BOI cooperative society, etc. Then associate means what? Associate means a concern in which a person or his relative has substantial interest. Substantial interest means 20%. 20%. Company irunda 20% voting power, firm irunda 20% profit share. Okay, va? It means associate. So if I am making a payment to my relative or to my associate, it should be reasonable. Excess irunda not allowed. Relative na yaru, individual case la spouse, brother, sister, lineal ascendant, lineal descendant. In case of others, in case of company, the relative is director and his relatives. For a firm, it is partner, his relatives. For a AOP BOI member, his relatives. Okay. Then even associate is covered in this section. Associate means a person who is having substantial interest. Substantial interest means 20%. Company in the 20% voting power, other than company 20% sharing ratio. So next, section 40(a)(3). This also very very important. This also 1 mark, 2 mark, 4 mark eppadi vena test pannala exam la, but kandipa varum, one adjustment will come. Enadhu very very simple. If a payment is made above 10,000 to a person in a day in any mode other than account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system, or any other prescribed mode, debit card, credit card, net banking, NEFT, IMPS, RTGS, UPI, Bhim Aadhaar Pay. So இந்த எல்லா மோட்ஸ்ல தான் பே பண்ணணும். பே பண்ணலனா other than இது மோட் இருந்துச்சுன்னா, if it is more than 10,000 in a day, not allowed as deduction. Fine. Transporterக்கு pay பண்ணும்போது மட்டும் this limit will be 35,000. 10,000 க்கு பதிலா 35,000. And in case of retirement benefit given to employees, it is 50,000. Okay, transporter 35,000, retirement benefit to employee 15,000. In all other cases, it is 10,000. However, there is a section called, there is a rule called Rule 6DD. இதுல வந்து exceptions கொடுத்திருக்கு. Means எந்த கேசஸ்ல எல்லாம் 10,000 க்கு மேல கொடுக்கலாம், still it will be allowed. Okay, let us see. Rule 6DD. Payment made by means of payment made to purchase. Okay, first one, payment made to government. Government க்கு 10,000 க்கு மேல pay பண்ணிக்கலாம் cashல, no problem. RBI க்கு pay பண்ணிக்கலாம், cooperative bank க்கு pay பண்ணிக்கலாம், primary agriculture credit society க்கு pay பண்ணலாம், LIC க்கு pay பண்ணலாம். So all these organization, if we are paying more than 10,000, allowed. Employee posted in a place for 15 days or more with no bank or authorized dealer or money changer. For employee வந்து we are paying money, that employee is going to a place for minimum 15 days where there is no banking facility. For example, we are sending him on a ship and the ship la vandu banking facility illa, okay va. In such case, the money that I am giving to employee for his spending purposes will be allowed as deduction. Okay. Then agent, if I am paying to an agent and if that agent is spending the money in all these purposes, then giving to agent is also allowed. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? நான் வந்து யாருக்கு பணம் கொடுக்கிறேன்? ஏஜென்ட். ஆனா ஏஜென்ட் வந்து எப்படி செலவு பண்றாங்க? Agent might be giving to the government or RBI or cooperative bank. It should be within this rule 6DD only. Then even payment to agent is allowed as deduction. Fine. Then payment by means of letter of credit. Bank rand letter of credit வாங்கிட்டு payment பண்ணுவாங்க. I am not going very deep because அது பெரிய discussion ஆ மாறிரும். Letter of credit, mail or telegraphic transfer. இதெல்லாம் nowadays this is not even there. Then payment directly to the bank account and bill of exchange. Bill of exchange. And book adjustment. Book adjustment தெரியுமா? It's like நான் உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டியது நீங்க எனக்கு கொடுக்க வேண்டியது செட்டில் பண்ணிக்கலாம். It's book adjustment. This is allowed. Okay. So all these are allowed. And then next, payment made to purchase agriculture or forest produce, animal husbandry, dairy, poultry farming, fish or fish products, horticulture, apiculture, or manufacturing in cottage industry without using power. In the எல்லா கேசஸ்ல it is allowed as deduction even if I am making other than prescribed mode payment. If it is directly paid, only allowed if directly paid to farmer or producer. Okay, not allowed if paid to others. Example, Amazon pantry. Amazon pantry, big basket, Nilgiri departmental store. Idhar irundhalum seri, if we are not paying directly, we have to follow the old rule only. Directly if you are paying to the farmer, then we can pay more than 10,000 also, no problem. Okay va? Then if payment is made in a village or town where there is no banking facility, it is allowed. So this is rule 6DD. In all these cases, even if payment is made more than 10,000 in a day through other than prescribed mode, allowed as deduction. Okay va? Next, section 40A(7). Provision for gratuity is allowed only if it is actually payable. இது actually முன்னாடியே பார்த்தாச்சு. 37 section discuss பண்ணும்போது I told you provision, contingent liability வந்து allowed கிடையாது, actually payable இருக்கிறப்ப மட்டும் allowed. But this gratuity பத்தி it is given in separate section. Same concept. Section 40A(9). Contribution to welfare fund other than those mentioned in section 36. So 36 ல என்ன மென்ஷன் ஆயிருக்கு? 5 fund மென்ஷன் ஆயிருக்கு. Approved superannuation fund, recognized provident fund, approved gratuity fund, then national pension scheme. அதுக்கப்புறம் இன்னொன்னு என்ன? 5 funds were there, no? Statutory provident fund, recognized provident fund, statutory provident fund, approved superannuation fund, approved gratuity fund. ஏன் இந்த செக்ஷன்ல இங்க திருப்பி எழுதி இருக்காங்கன்னா, listen here, அங்க வந்து approved க்கு கொடுத்தா மட்டும்தான் allowed ன்னு கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. Sometimes the assessee will be mischievous. He will give to unrecognized provident fund and he will tell, I will claim this as a deduction under section 37, residuary expense, because it is for business, it is not illegal, so I will claim it as deduction. அதனால இங்க disallowance ல இன்னொரு செக்ஷன் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க where it is told unapproved இருந்தா allowed கிடையாது. ஓகேவா? So unrecognized provident fund க்கு contribute பண்ணா not allowed, unapproved superannuation fund not allowed. Then this we already discussed. Okay. In the sections this section, this same provision, that payment more than 10,000 in a day, in 35 AD, 40A3 we have finished. 40A3 we have finished, 43(1) we have finished. In all these other sections also the same point will be repeated again and again. Okay. Now let us come to deemed profits. Deemed profits. Following are deemed as income under PGBP whether or not it is shown in profit and loss account. Deemed as PGBP. Another remission or cessation of trading liability. Any amount received back after claiming it as a loss or expense or liability will be deemed as income. Okay va? For example, let's say ninga electricity ku bill payable irukku. Bill vandirchu, you are going to pay it in April. So it is payable, electricity charges payable. All of a sudden it was election time, so the chief minister announced that all the electricity bill I am going to forgo. So இப்போ வந்து நீங்க டிடக்ஷனா claim பண்ணிருப்பீங்க, அடுத்த வருஷத்துல அது கட்ட வேண்டியதே இல்ல, புரியுதா? ஸோ திருப்பி இன்கம்ல போட்டுருங்க அடுத்த வருஷம். எனி எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் நீங்க வந்து டிடக்ஷனா கிளைம் பண்ணிட்டீங்க அண்ட் அடுத்த வருஷத்துல உங்களுக்கு அது கட்ட வேண்டியதே வரலனா add it to the income. That is only remission or cessation of trading liability. Any amount received back after claiming it as a loss or expenditure, liability will be deemed as income. Next, balancing charge. This one we will learn when we are learning the capital gain on depreciable assets. Then we will link. Sale of capital asset used for scientific research. And the scientific research capital asset sale la vande, I told you there will be two portion, PGBP portion, capital gain portion. PGBP portion is also there, no? Even though it is sale of capital asset, hence it is written here. Even though it is sale of capital asset, still PGBP will come. Because charging section la podalana and the head la tax panna mudiyadu. Okay, so adanala this is also like a charging section only. Section 28 is the main charging section. Section 41 also can be considered like a charging section. Then recovery of bad debts. Sir, bad debts வந்து டிடக்ஷனா claim பண்ணிட்டோம், இப்போ ஒரு 3 வருஷம் கழிச்சு அவங்க அந்த அமௌண்ட் திருப்பி கொடுத்துட்டாங்கன்னா நீங்க இன்கம்ல ஆட் பண்ணிருங்க. ஓகே, add it to the income if you have claimed as deduction already. Fine. So these are the deductions and disallowances. இது எல்லாம் தெரிஞ்சதுக்கு அப்புறம் a normal person will be able to calculate PGBP income. இது வச்சு நீங்க easily calculate பண்ணிரலாம். Now we are moving to the special aspects, special sections, special different types of situations. Okay va? Normal provisions வந்து over. Now first section 43A, change in exchange rate. Change in exchange rate. Exchange rate na enna? Rupee to dollar, dollar to rupee. So if there is any change in exchange rate, increasing or decreasing liability will be adjusted in the cost of capital expenditure. Suppose I brought a machinery vechikalam, machine from USA. Okay, I purchased on 15th of March. That time I purchased for $1,000. Value per dollar was 80 rupees. Let us assume. Now actually when I am paying, okay, actual payment பண்ணும்போது நான் $1,000 pay பண்ணோம்ல. Now when I am paying, dollar per rupee is actually 85 rupees. 85 rupees, sorry. So 31st March அன்னைக்கு என்னோட balance sheetல what would I have written? The value 80,000, value of machinery. But how much I am paying? 85,000. So this 5,000 difference is there, no? It is due to change in exchange rate. That 5,000 added to the cost of machine. If at all you are having any profit na, reduce it from the cost of machine. Okay, now let us study about tax audit, section 44AB. Section 44AB, tax audit. இந்த செக்ஷன்னால தான் இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் வந்து முக்கிய நம்ம படிச்சிட்டு இருக்கோம். Because tax auditக்கு வந்து powers are exclusively given to chartered accountants. Chartered accountants தான் tax audit பண்ணலாம். Requirement to get tax audit done. who has to get a tax audit done if the turnover exceeds 100 lakh rupees. So 1 crore ku mela turnover pochna compulsory tax audit pananum. Exception, this 100 lakhs will become 1000 lakhs or 10 crores if two conditions are satisfied. Enna condition? Aggregate cash receipt should be up to 5% of total receipt. Aggregate cash payment should be up to 5% of total payment during the previous year. So enna pananum, you have to take the payment and expenditure account, for example cash and bank account ella சேர்ந்து நீங்க வந்து பார்க்கணும். Let's say first you have to see the receipts. Okay, let's say cash la வந்து 5 lakhs வந்திருக்கு, bank la 97 lakhs வந்திருக்கு. Fine. So total is how much? 102 lakhs. Idoda 5% you have to calculate. What is 5%? 5.1. So is cash within 5.1? You have to see. If cash is within 5.1, then this condition is satisfied. Purida? Idhe mari payments. Payments la cash payment பார்க்கணும், bank oda payments பார்க்கணும். Let us take cash payment is 10, bank payment is 175. Now you see what is the total. 185 into 5% is equal to 9.25. Here cash should have been within 9.25, but it is more than 9.25. Hence this condition is not satisfied. Since both the condition are not satisfied, the limit will not become 10 crores. புரியுதா? இப்போ இதுவே 9 இருந்துச்சுன்னா, if this would have been 9, then it would have been satisfied and the person's tax audit limit would have become 10 crores instead of 1 crore. So aggregate cash receipts should be 5% of total receipts. Total receipts na enna? It includes sale, turnover, gross receipts, everything. Aggregate cash payment should be up to 5% of total payment, including amount incurred for expenditure. Okay, total evlo payment, total evlo receipts. Next, first we were seeing business case. Now we will see profession. Profession case la vande, if gross receipts exceed 50 lakhs, then tax audit is compulsory. Business la 1 crore, profession la 50 lakhs. Business la vande and the condition satisfy ana 1 crore can become 10 crores, but for profession no such provision. Okay, next, if profit is lower than presumptive income under section 44AE, 44ADA, 44AD and 5 years after 44AD. இதே சேம் வந்து நாங்க எங்க படிச்சோம்? We also studied this when we were studying about books of accounts. ஞாபகம் இருக்கா? 44AA books of accounts படிக்கும்போது பார்த்தோம். இதே சேம் அங்கதான் நான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன், presumptive incomeல என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, மினிமம் இவ்வளோ ப்ராஃபிட் வந்து நீங்க ஷோ பண்ணணும். ஷோ பண்ணலைன்னா you have to compulsorily do the audit, compulsorily maintain books of accounts. So this is the applicability. Now who is the auditor? Answer is chartered accountant. As per 44AB, tax audit shall be done by an accountant, and there is a definition of accountant which tells accountant means chartered accountant. Okay, then what is the form? Form is form 3CA, 3CB, 3CD. 3CD is applicable for everyone. 3CA is a form for whom audit is already done under other act. Avro important illa, but still audit is already done. And 3CB means audit not done under any other act. Basically suppose companies act இருக்கு, companies actல company audit பண்ணுவாங்க. company audit பண்ணியாச்சுன்னா திருப்பி income tax auditல பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஃபார்ம் மட்டும் ஃபில் பண்ணி கொடுத்தா போதும். அதுக்கு 3CA இஷ்யூ பண்ணுவாங்க. வேற எந்த ஆக்ட்லயும் ஆடிட் பண்ணலன்னா 3CB, 3CD. இட் மீன்ஸ் வாட்? 3CB மீன்ஸ் இன்கம் டாக்ஸ் ஆக்ட் படி ஆடிட் பண்ணிருக்காங்கன்னு அர்த்தம். ஓகே, தென் வாட் இஸ் த டியூ டேட்? The due date to file the tax audit report is 1 month prior to the due date of filing the income tax return. Due date to file income tax return is 31st October. Hence, tax audit due date becomes 30th September. 1 month prior. Okay. Hence, now even in other sections, audit is required. Wherever audit is required, due date shall be 1 month prior to the date of furnishing the return of income. நிறைய செக்ஷன்ஸ்ல ஸ்டார்டட் அக்கௌண்டன்டோட ஆடிட் ரிப்போர்ட் கம்பல்சரின்னு சொல்லியிருப்பாங்க. எல்லா இடத்துலையும் this due date of the audit report will be 1 month prior to return of income. Okay. இதில் 1 we have already studied 35D preliminary expenditure. Preliminary expenditure also CA report is compulsory. அது வேணா if it is not there you can make a note. 35D. Then penalty. Tax audit பண்ணலனா என்ன ஆகும்? 0.5% of turnover or 1,50,000 whichever is less will be penalty. So this is the provisions of tax audit. யார் tax audit பண்ணும்? business caseல 1 crore க்கு மேல turnover இருந்தா tax audit, profession caseல 50 lakhs க்கு மேல. Then presumptive income விட lower profit காமிச்சிருக்காங்கன்னா tax audit பண்ணணும். business caseல மட்டும் ஒரே ஒரு extra provision கொடுத்திருக்காங்க that if the total cash payment is up to 5% of total payment, total cash receipt is up to 5% of total receipt, then this 1 crore will become 10 crores. Okay. Auditor is chartered accountant. Form on the 3CA, 3CB, 3CD. Due date is 1 month prior to the due date of return of income, and penalty is 0.5% of turnover or 1,50,000 whichever is less. Now we will come to presumptive income section. Actually நான் என்ன பண்ண பார்க்கறேன்னா within today my target is to complete as much as possible in PGBP. முடிஞ்சா PGBP complete பண்ணிக்கலாம். Then day after tomorrow இல்ல 27th அன்னைக்கு வந்து questions எப்படியோ PGBP ஓட questions are integrated questions. அதே ஒரே question குள்ளார salaryயும் வரும், house property வரும், TDS எல்லாமே mix பண்ணி கேட்பாங்க. So last day வந்து ஒரே ஷார்ட்ல நிறைய questions work out பண்ணிக்கலாம்னு பார்க்கறேன். Okay. இல்ல third actually due date படிக்கும்போது we are going to see that tax audit applicable இருந்தா due date will be 31st October. Yes. So when we see return of income chapter உங்களுக்கு clear ஆயிடும். Okay. It can be 30th of September also, or sometimes the due date can be 30th 11. In such case this will become 31st October also. Okay. Example காக சொன்னேன். 31st July வராது. Presumptive income. First presumptive income section 44 AD. 44 AD. It is applicable to resident, individual or HUF or partnership firm. Company AOP, BOI, AJP கிடையாது. யாருக்கு இருக்கு? Resident, individual. Resident இருக்கணும். Individual, HUF, partnership firm. Not applicable to LLP. Okay. Doing a business with a turnover up to 2 crores. 2 crores க்கு மேல turnover இருந்தா 44 AD not applicable. 2 crores வரைக்கும் applicable. Presumptive rate 8%. So என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க? 8% of your turnover show it as income. Show it as income. However, it is 6% for receipts through account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system or any other prescribed mode received up to the due date of filing return of income. என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Suppose my sale is 1 crore 50 lakhs. அந்த 1 crore 50 lakhs sale ஓடுது payment எனக்கு வரும். கரெக்டா? I will get the receipt. This receipt within due date to file the return of income எவ்வளோ amount வந்து prescribed modes ல வந்திருக்குன்னு calculate பண்ணணும். அந்த amountோட 6% எடுத்தா போதும். For example, let us take sales as 1 crore 80 lakhs. 1 crore 80 lakhs. Now there are three possibilities. We are seeing as on 31/10/2023. Or in the case la vandu let us assume due date is as on 31/7/2023. 31/7/2023 குள்ளார இந்த 1 crore 80 lakhs லந்து ஒரு 40 lakhs has come through cash. Okay. 1 crore has come through prescribed modes. okay, and then balance amount என்னது 40 lakhs. இப்போ 40 இருக்கா, இங்க 1 crore 20 ன்னு போட்டுரு, so that confuse ஆகாது. 120 lakhs, balance how much? 20 lakhs has come through, has not received. Is it possible? Yes, sometimes credit sale பண்ணா கொஞ்சம் லேட்டா வரும் amount, அதனால இது வந்து வரல. Now what is the presumptive income? The presumptive income is 40 lakh plus 20 lakh, that is 60 lakhs multiplied by 8%, 120 lakhs multiplied by 6%. Calculate. 60 into 8%, 4,80,000, 7,20,000, total 11 lakhs, 12 lakhs. So presumptive income is 12 lakhs in this case. புரியுதா? 8%, 6%. 8% normally, however it is 6% for receipts through account by check, account by bank draft, electronic clearing system or any other prescribed mode received up to the due date. Okay. Next, all deductions are deemed to be allowed. In the 12 lakhs இருக்குல கண்ணா, this is the final income. இதுக்கப்புறம் எந்த டிடக்ஷனும் அலௌடு கிடையாது. இட் இஸ் டீம்டு தட் டிப்ரிசியேஷன், ரெண்ட், இது அது சேலரி எல்லாமே அலௌ ஆயிட்டு தான் இந்த 12 lakhs அமௌண்ட் வந்திருக்கு. இந்த 12 lakhs மேல இனிமே டாக்ஸ் தான் கட்டணும். ஓகேவா? எதுவுமே ரெடியூஸ் பண்ண கூடாது. நெக்ஸ்ட், இஃப் திஸ் ஸ்கீம் இஸ் ஃபாலோட் தென் நோ நீட் டு மெயின்டைன் புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ், நோ நீட் டு கெட் த புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கவுண்ட்ஸ் ஆடிட்டட். நெக்ஸ்ட், however this section is not applicable to 44 ADA 44 AE persons. இன்னும் ரெண்டு செக்ஷன் படிக்க போறோம். அந்த செக்ஷன்ல கவர் ஆயாச்சுன்னா இந்த செக்ஷன் கிடையாது, அவங்களுக்கு இந்த செக்ஷன் கிடையாது. நெக்ஸ்ட், இன்கம் ஆஃப் கமிஷன் ஆர் brokerage. Income of commission or brokerage. If a person has commission income or brokerage income, generally the profit itself is 1%, 2% only in commission brokerage. அது விட கம்மியா தான் இருக்கும். Hence practically it is not possible for them to show presumptive income. Even if they are showing, they might be doing some fraudulent activity. That is why it is not at all included here. Next, agency business. Similarly, agents வந்து என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, agency பண்ணிட்டு commission தான் சம்பாதிப்பாங்க. It is indirectly targeting agent also. Next, person showing lower profit under 44 AD till 5 years after such year. Next line பாருங்க, if 44 AD is opted once, it has to be compulsorily taken for 5 more years. If not, this scheme is not applicable for 5 more years. So என்ன சொல்ல வராங்க, listen. Earlier என்ன ஆகும் தெரியுமா, people who are having the turnover within 2 crores, let's say in 2021 they are having turnover of 1.5 crores. They will choose section 44 AD, show the presumptive income and escape. They will not show the books of accounts, they will not do audit. Then in let's say 21-22 என்ன பண்ணுவாங்க, again 1.8 crores இருக்கு, இதுல வந்து audit பண்ணிடுவாங்க, ஒரு வருஷத்துல பண்ணிடுவாங்க. இந்த வருஷத்துல வந்து ஏதோ fraudulent activity இருந்துச்சுன்னா they will push those transactions to this year because the officer does not have rights to ask the books of 2021. புரியுதா? Then let's say 22-23 ல திருப்பி 44 AD சூஸ் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. இந்த மாதிரி ஒரு வருஷத்துல சூஸ் பண்ணுவாங்க, ஒரு வருஷத்துல சூஸ் பண்ணிட்டு பண்ணாம இருப்பாங்க. ஆஃபீஸர் வந்து கேள்வி கேட்டா, சார் இது வந்து இந்த வருஷத்தோட டிரான்சாக்ஷன் கிடையாது, presumptive income என்னைக்கு நாங்க சூஸ் பண்ணோம்ல அந்த வருஷத்தோட டிரான்சாக்ஷன் சொல்லிட்டு எஸ்கேப் ஆயிடுவாங்க. This was happening frequently. Hence recently the Income Tax Act brought the provision where now you have to maintain consistency. Either you choose 44 AD and remain in that scheme, or you come out of that scheme. If you are coming out, we will not allow you to go back inside till 5 more years. புரியுதா? அதனால let's say I have chosen 44 AD in 22-23. 22-23 எழுதுவேன்னா இயர் 1 வச்சுக்கலாம். இயர் 1ல வந்து சூஸ் பண்ணியிருக்கேன் 44 AD. So then what? 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 till year 6. I have to be inside this scheme only. Let's say in year 5, I decided that I don't want to show this much presumptive income. Hence, I will opt for accounts and audit. நான் வந்து 12 lakhs இன்கம் காட்ட முடியாது, என் ஆக்சுவல் இன்கமே 2 lakhs மட்டும்தான், நான் ஏன் அவ்வளோ எக்கச்சக்கமா டாக்ஸ் கட்டுறது? Hence, I decided to come out of 44 AD. In such case, then for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 till year 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, year 10 வரைக்கும் 44 AD is not allowed. Year 11 லந்து தான் திருப்பி it will become eligible. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? And if it is not allowed, then compulsory maintenance of books of accounts, compulsory audit. அதனால என்ன தெரியுமா சொல்லுவாங்க, இதுக்கு better if 1 crore to 2 crore turnover இருந்தா then you have to decide 44 AD ல வரணுமா வர வேண்டாமா, ஆடிட்ல போயிடலாமா. 1 crore குள்ளார turnover இருந்தா எதுவுமே பண்ணாதீங்க. Generally we advise our clients, don't do anything, you just opt for normal regime. 44 AD குள்ளாரே போ வேண்டாம், you don't take the scheme. Okay, is it possible not to take the scheme? Answer is yes. If you take the scheme, then you have to stay in it for 5 more years. Okay, and if you come out, then compulsory audit, compulsory books of accounts for 5 more years. So don't go inside the scheme itself. Next, advanced tax. ரொம்ப டீடைல்ல இந்த செக்ஷன் பத்தி யோசிக்காதீங்க. இந்த செக்ஷனுக்கு மட்டும் தான் there will be 500 600 pages books available in the market. Okay வா, அவ்வளோ deep this section is. So don't think of permutation combination. என்ன லெவல்ல வந்து it is there in the material, that much if you know, it is totally enough. Okay, advanced tax only one installment. So இன்னொரு benefit கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, if a person is choosing this scheme 44 AD scheme, அவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரே installment advance tax கட்டினா போதும். Generally it is 4 installment, ஆனா இவங்களுக்கு வந்து ஒரே ஒரு installment. That we will discuss when we are learning advanced tax. Okay, then if 44 AD is not taken and income is above basic exemption limit, then audit is compulsory. இப்போ ஒரே ஒரு relief, sir 44 AD ல வந்து நான் வெளியே வந்துட்டேன், நான் choose பண்ணல. In such case, if my income is below the basic exemption limit, income itself 2 lakh rupees, no need to do audit. Now let's come to 44 ADA. 44 ADA. This is for professionals, resident individual or firm other than LLP. LLP is not allowed. So if there are 2 chartered accountants who have together formed LLP, it is a professional firm but not allowed to take 44 ADA benefit. Okay va? Under section 44AA with gross receipts up to 50 lakhs. So 44AA la professionals paathomla, legal, medical, technical consultancy, interior decorator, all those. அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் இந்த செக்ஷன். ஓகே, presumptive rate 50%. 50% I have to show as profit. Okay, so நான் வந்து clients கிட்ட வேலை பண்ணி I am earning a fees of total 40 lakhs. It means I have to show a profit of minimum 20 lakhs. And against this 20 lakhs, no expense, no nothing. Okay, 50%. All deductions are deemed to be allowed. No need for books of accounts or audit. Advance tax only one installment is enough. If 44 ADA is not taken and income above basic exemption limit, audit is compulsory. Needy points வந்து same. But in the 44 ADA la and the 5 years clause and all not there. இது வந்து வெறும் 44 AD. Now 44 AE. 44 AE, it is applicable only to owner of goods carriage owning up to 10 vehicles at any time during the previous year. Okay va, goods carriage na enna, truck. idla vandu presumptive income eppadi calculate பண்ணுவோம்? Presumptive income, first you have to see what is the type of vehicle, whether the vehicle is a heavy vehicle or not a heavy vehicle. Heavy vehicle means gross vehicle weight is more than 12 tons. என்னது gross vehicle weight. Is more than 12 tons or 12,000 kilo. 12,000 kilo. Or not a heavy vehicle. Not a heavy vehicle na up to 12 tons or 12,000 kilo. If gross vehicle weight is more than 12 tons, then it is a heavy vehicle For heavy vehicle, presumptive income is 1000 per month per ton or part of a ton. Okay va? 12.5 tons irundichna 13 tons போட்டு you have to calculate the income. Okay, 13.2 tons means what? 14 tons. Part of ton irundichna converted into 1. புரியுதா? 1000 per month per ton or part of vehicle weight. And not heavy vehicle irundichna 7500 per month per vehicle. Per month per vehicle. உங்களுக்கு இது இருக்கா? operations costing. காஸ்டிங்ல வந்து இந்த சர்வீஸ் காஸ்டிங்ல வருதா? இந்த பஸ்ல வந்து யா, ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி கால்குலேஷன் இதில் வரும். பர் கிலோமீட்டர் பர் பேசஞ்சர் அந்த மாதிரி, தட் இஸ் இன் சர்வீஸ் காஸ்டிங்காக வரும். ஸோ தட் டைப் ஆஃப் கால்குலேஷன் யூ ஹாவ் டு டூ. பீரியட் ஃபார் விச் த வெஹிக்கல் இஸ் ஓன்ட். சி ஹியர் ஹி பி வெரி வெரி கேர்ஃபுல். டேஞ்சர் போட்டுருங்க. இட் இஸ் ஓன்டு, இட் இஸ் நாட் யூஸ்டு. ஓன்டுன்னு கொடுத்துருக்கேன், யூஸ்டுன்னு கொடுக்கல. ஸோ அந்த கூட்ஸ் வெஹிக்கிளோட ஓனர் வந்து வெறும் அந்த ட்ரக் வச்சிருந்தா மட்டும் கூட உங்களுக்கு இன்கம் கால்குலேட் பண்ணும், யூஸ் பண்ணணும்னு அவசியமே கிடையாது. ஓகேவா? அண்ட் ஹியர் ஆல்சோ while calculating the limit of 10 vehicles owning at any time during the previous year. So for example, the person opening balance is 7 vehicles. Okay va? 7 goods vehicle vechirukanga. Then in April he purchased 3. Then May la vandu purchased 1. Next day itself, next day sold 3. So இப்போ எவ்வளவு இருக்கு? 7, it will become 10, then it will become 11, next day again it will become 8. So is this person eligible to claim this section? Yes or no? First 7 vehicle vechirukanga, then 10, then 11, 8. Answer is he is not eligible to claim this section, because he, even for one day, if he is having more than 10 vehicles, not allowed to claim this section. Okay, be careful. And in the presumptive income calculate பண்ணும்போது கூட, for the period for which the vehicles are owned you have to see, used you should not see. In this also all deductions are deemed to be allowed, but one slight change. Enna change na? If it is a partnership firm, section 40B deduction, that is interest and remuneration to partner, can be deducted from this income also. Okay, it is allowed to be deducted, can be claimed even on the presumptive income. No needs for books of accounts and audited. 12 tons means 12,000 kilo. It represent gross vehicle weight, vehicle weight plus load weight. So vehicle load ரெண்டுமே சேர்ந்து 12 tons வரைக்கும் இருந்தா அது not heavy, 12 tons க்கு மேல இருந்தா heavy. Suppose load weight உங்களுக்கு தெரியல, வெறும் vehicle weight கொடுத்திருக்காங்கன்னா அது வெச்சு calculate பண்ணிருங்க. Okay, part of the month also has to be included. இங்க per month ன்னு கொடுத்திருக்காங்கல்ல, so even if it is 2 months 1 day, consider it as 3 months. 3 months. Part of the month should also be calculated. Okay, so let us ஒரே ஒரு question இது சீக்கிரமா போட்டு பார்த்துக்கலாம். Question bank எங்க இருக்கு இதோட question? See. Question 17. Question 17 solve பண்ணுங்க. In the question 17 வந்து, instead of solving, I would recommend you to copy down. That will be better. ஏன்னா இதில் I want you to write the format. Format உங்கள் ஸ்டடி மெட்டீரியலும் இல்லை, அதில் தப்பா இருக்கு. First you read the question. Question பாருங்க. X commenced the business of operating goods vehicles on 1/4/2022. He purchased the following vehicles during previous year 22-23. Compute his income under section 44 AE. So 7,000 gross vehicle weight. First 10/4 அன்னைக்கு 2 vehicle வாங்குனாங்க. Then இன்னும் one vehicle வாங்கியிருக்காங்க. Then 16 July 3 more vehicles. 2 January 1 more vehicle. 29 August 2 more vehicles and 23 February 2 more vehicles. Totally பார்த்தா he will be having 10 vehicles during the year. Hence he is eligible for this section. First வந்து அது check பண்ணணும். அதுக்கப்புறம் now you have to calculate based on gross vehicle weight. You have to calculate the answer. இப்போ இந்த answer calculate பண்றதுக்காக see here, since 15,000 gross vehicle weight is same, அதனால the study material is solving a answer in a method where it will work only if the gross vehicle weight is same in all cases. But I would recommend you to follow this method, okay va, to solve, so that even if the weight is different you will be able to use this format to solve the answer. இது வந்து இன்னொரு ஆப்ஷன் கூட இருக்கு. இங்க வெயிட் மந்த் இன்டு 1000 பண்ணிருக்கேன்ல, அதுக்கு பதிலா வெறும் 10 months மட்டும் எழுதிட்டு 1000 வந்து லாஸ்ட்ல கூட to show the difference only I have done it. அங்க வந்து month vehicle இந்த 7500 கீழ மல்டிப்ளை பண்ணிட்டேன். Here வந்து 1000 I have done within the format. Two different type of presentation. You can choose any one. Okay, listen. இப்போ இங்க என்ன கொடுத்திருக்காங்க, gross vehicle weight. So here you have to identify which are the heavy vehicle, which are the not heavy vehicle. First 4 வந்து not heavy vehicle, last 2 வந்து heavy vehicle. So firstly for not heavy vehicle we found out What is the presumptive income? Presumptive income is 7,500 per month per vehicle. Hence, you have to find month vehicle. Okay. So, first for 12 months, since part of the month is also counted as 1 month. So, April la vaangna 12 months and accordingly number of months eldirunga. Then number of vehicles that were purchased, you will get the month vehicle for each vehicle, total it and then multiply it by 7,500. Okay. Then when it comes to either heavy vehicle, it is 1,000 rupees per month per ton. So month ton kandupidikanum. Month ton kandupidikiradhukku, so first you have to find ton, then month, then multiply, you will find month ton. Okay va? Adhe mari we have written the date, find out the tons and then number of months, find out the month ton, total vandu, then add both of them together, not heavy and heavy, you will find out the presumptive income, total presumptive income. Institute study material vandu, if you see 4.289, one second. Institute study material, listen here, in the heavy vehicle irukla, directly enna pannirukanga, month ton ku badala month vehicle find out pannitanga, and both the vehicles are 15 ton only, hence avangalukku answer vandu adu vechi avanga derive pannitanga. But in the formatting irukla, this format, if you apply to general question na, you will not get the answer. அது 15 ரெண்டுமே 15 இருக்கிறனால இது ஆன்சர் வந்துருச்சு, generally it will not come. So அத சர்வீஸ் காஸ்டிங் மைண்ட் செட் இருக்குல்ல, அந்த பிரின்சிபல்ஸ் அப்ளை பண்ணிட்டு you solve this question. So per month per ton, so month ton find out பண்ணுங்க, per vehicle per month na month vehicle find out பண்ணுங்க, and then multiply it with the variable. Okay, now let's come back to the provisions. Now we will start with special businesses. Special business la vandu first business paakradhu very easy, speculative business. Speculative business na enna? Speculative means purchase or sale of commodity including stocks and shares without taking delivery. Delivery vaangama purchase and sale பண்றது. It means what? நான் purchase பண்றேன், எனக்கு delivery கிடைக்கல, அதுக்குள்ளார நான் sale பண்ணிட்டேன். That is called speculative business. Means purely playing on price speculation. Okay. Example, intraday trading of shares. Example, intraday trading of shares is speculative business, because generally ஒரு ஷேர் வாங்கினா T+2 days means இன்னி ரேட் விட்டுட்டு 2 நாள் கழிச்சு தான் டெலிவரி கிடைக்கும், அதுக்குள்ளாரே நீங்க வித்துட்டீங்க அந்த ஷேர், இட் மீன்ஸ் இட் இஸ் ஸ்பெகுலேட்டிவ் பிசினஸ். அதே நாள்ல வாங்கி வித்தீங்கன்னா கண்டிப்பா ஸ்பெகுலேட்டிவ் பிசினஸ். ஸோ இன்ட்ராடே ட்ரேடிங் ஆஃப் ஷேர்ஸ். ஏன் இந்த பிசினஸ் செப்பரேட்டா நாங்க படிக்கிறோம்னா, பிகாஸ் a loss of speculation business can only be set off against profit of speculation business. This we are going to learn in set off and carry forward. Set off and carry forward chapterல படிக்க போறோம், அதனால தான் இங்க இது தனியா கொடுத்திருக்கு. And second, lastly, derivative, future, option, currency future, forward contract, hedging contract. இது எல்லாமே வந்து நார்மல் பிசினஸ், ஸ்பெகுலேட்டிவ் பிசினஸ் கிடையாது. ஓகேவா? All these are very detailed concepts covered in final level. இந்த derivatives இருந்துச்சுன்னா it will take around 100 hours just to explain what is derivatives. So obviously I will not go in depth. If at all it is coming in examination, then it is not speculation, it is normal only. Then section 35 AD, specified business. Specified business. Specified business காக வந்து means ஒரு special 14 types of businesses are there. அந்த businessக்கு மட்டும் the assessee is having an option to claim this benefit under section 35 AD. However, if assessee is choosing 115 BAC, இந்த benefit கிடையாது, not allowed under 115 BAC. What is the benefit? 100% of the capital expenditure will be allowed in the year of commencement. எந்த வருஷத்துல பிசினஸ் ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்களோ அந்த வருஷத்துல எவ்வளோ கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் பண்ணா prior periodல கூட எவ்வளோ கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் பண்ணியிருந்தாலும் entire amount allowed as deduction. ஓகேவா? ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் ஐ எம் ஸ்டார்டிங் அ ஹோட்டல் பிஸ்னஸ். நான் வந்து ஒரு பெரிய 5-star ஹோட்டல் கட்டியிருக்கேன். தட் ஹோட்டல் காஸ்ட் மீ 12 crore rupees. நார்மல் பிஸ்னஸ்ல போனீங்கன்னா என்ன ஆகும்? 12 crore added to cost of asset, then claim depreciation 10% every year. இதுல வந்து என்ன பெனிஃபிட்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்லயே entire 12 crore rupees claim it as deduction. Okay, so cost of asset will become 0 since entire deduction is claimed here itself. Now this 35 AD benefit is optional. Okay, if assessee wants he can claim, if he does not want need not claim. சரி, எனக்கு 10 crores டிடக்ஷனே வேண்டாம், 12 crores டிடக்ஷனே வேண்டாம், பிகாஸ் டிடக்ஷன் போட்டாலே ஃபர்ஸ்ட் இயர்ல வந்து எனக்கு ப்ராஃபிட்டே இல்லை, இதனால அவ்வளோ எக்கச்சக்கமா லாஸ் போகுது, எனக்கு பார்த்தாலே பிபி ஏறுது, ஸோ அதனால வேண்டாம், விட்டுறலாம். ஈவன் ப்ரையர் எக்ஸ்பீரியன்ஸ் இல்லை எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ், ஈவன் ப்ரையர் பீரியட் எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் இஸ் அலவுட் ஆஸ் டிடக்ஷன். ஓகே, பட் வாட் இஸ் நாட் அலவுட்? குட்வில், ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் லேண்ட். குட்வில், ஃபினான்ஷியல் இன்ஸ்ட்ருமெண்ட், லேண்ட், இதுல வந்து எவ்வளோ டிடக்ஷன் எவ்வளோ எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் பண்ணாங்களோ நாட் அலவுட் as டிடக்ஷன், ஈவன் தோ இட் இஸ் கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர். ஃபைன். தென் லிஸ்ட் ஆஃப் ஸ்பெசிஃபைடு பிஸ்னஸஸ். வாட் இஸ் த லிஸ்ட்? ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ஒன் is cold chain facility only for agricultural produce. Please write agricultural produce. Cold chain facility for agricultural produce. Then warehousing facility for agricultural produce. Warehousing facility for sugar. Then laying of natural gas, crude or petroleum oil pipeline network. Natural gas pipeline, crude pipeline, petroleum pipeline network பண்ணணும். However இதுல வந்து சில conditions இருக்கு. only for Indian company plus pipeline should be made available for others to use. ரெண்டு கண்டிஷன் போட்டிருக்காங்க. இட் ஷுட் பி an இந்தியன் கம்பெனி அண்ட் நம்பர் 2 அந்த பைப்லைன் லே பண்ணிட்டு இருக்காங்கல்ல அது வேறவங்களுக்கும் யூஸ் பண்றதுக்கு அவைலபிளா இருக்கணும். They should not only use it for private purpose, they should make it available for other people also to use that pipeline. Next, slurry pipeline to transport iron ore. Iron ore transport பண்றதுக்காக ஒரு special pipeline network that is also included here. Next, hotel or 2-star or above category in India. If you see, major of these businesses are capital intensive business. பெரிய amount of investment பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் you can start such a business. That is why this benefit is given. Hospital with at least 100 beds. Then housing project for slum redevelopment. Slum area people க்கு வந்து redevelop பண்ணிட்டு வீடு கட்டி கொடுக்கிறது. Housing project for affordable housing. Okay, affordable pricing ல houses கொடுக்கிறது. Inland container depot or container freight station. Inland container depot, container freight station is nothing but a warehouse where import or export goods can be stored. So for example, இப்போ சென்னை போர்ட் இருக்கு. சென்னை போர்ட் will be very very busy because அங்க அவ்வளோ ஃபுல் சவுத் இந்தியாவோட கூட்ஸ் வந்து அங்க எக்ஸ்போர்ட்காக வரும், இம்போர்ட்காக வரும். Hence, let's say somewhere inside they will build an inland container depot or container freight station, which is nothing but a warehouse where the goods will be stored temporarily. Then inga konja goods free aanone inga irundhu inga kondu vandiruvanga. Okay, next about this you will be learning in final level indirect taxes. Then semiconductor or wafer fabrication manufacturing unit. Semiconductor manufacturing wafer fabrication manufacturing. இந்த ரெண்டு ப்ராடக்ட்க்கு வந்து மேனுஃபேக்சர் பண்ணா it is 35 AD specified business. New infrastructure facility in PPP mode, இது எழுதிருங்க, public private partnership mode. Public private partnership la if infrastructure facility, for example Tamil Nadu government tying up with L&T company to build a state highway. L&T and Tamil Nadu tie up பண்ணிட்டு state highway build பண்றாங்க. This is called new infrastructure facility. In the business also is covered in 35 AD. Next, production of fertilizer, and last one, beekeeping and production of honey and beeswax. So what are the 14 businesses? Cold chain facility for agricultural produce, warehouse for agricultural produce, warehousing for sugar, laying of natural gas, crude, petroleum oil pipeline network, slurry pipeline to transport iron ore, hotel of 2-star or above category in India, hospital with at least 100 beds, housing project for slum redevelopment, housing project for affordable housing, inland container depot, container freight station, semiconductor or wafer fabrication manufacturing unit, new infrastructure facility in PPP mode, production of fertilizer, and beekeeping and production of honey and beeswax. So in the 14 businesses, should I remember these 14 businesses? Answer is yes, because question la vandu when business name will be given, it will not be given that it is 35 AD business, and the business oda per paathone you have to identify. So even though you don't by heart, but go through it at least over 5-10 times so that exam la you can identify. Now capital expenditure, what did I tell you? Fully allowed as deduction. Ana if any portion of the capital expenditure contains rupees 10,000 in any mode other than account pay check, account pay bank draft, electronic clearing system, or any other prescribed mode, okay, then it is not available for deduction. Inga kuda you can write payment to a person in a day. Payment to a person in a day, adhe same provision, exceeds 10,000 rupees. Fine. Okay, then business shall not commence by splitting up or reconstruction of an existing business. For example, ITC வந்து hotels வச்சிருக்காங்க, correct? 5-star hotels, they are having 10 hotels. Suddenly ஒரு hotel ஏற்கனவே அவங்க வச்சிருக்காங்க, they are telling that இனிமே வந்து அது ஒரு புது கம்பெனி ITCP limited னு சொல்லிட்டு ஃபார்ம் பண்ணிட்டு அந்த ஹோட்டலை அந்த கம்பெனிக்கு கொடுத்துறாங்க, and அதுல புதுசா business ஆரம்பிக்கிறாங்க. அந்த ஹோட்டலுக்கு இந்த பெனிஃபிட் கிடைக்குமா? ஆன்சர் இஸ் கிடைக்காது. ஓகேவா? Existing business should not rebrand and reconstruct itself and show it as a new business. It should be genuinely new business. Okay? Business shall not commence by splitting up or reconstruction of an existing business. Then section 35 AD is allowed. If section 35 AD is allowed, no other deduction like 10 AA chapter 6A deduction will be allowed for the same expense. General rule, ஒரு அமௌண்ட்க்கு டிடக்ஷன் கிடைச்சிருச்சுன்னா அதே அமௌண்ட்க்கு திருப்பி டிடக்ஷன் கிடையாது. ஓகே, தென் இன் கேஸ் ஆஃப் பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சர் ஃபுல்லி அலவுட், கரெக்டா? ஆனால் அந்த கேபிட்டல் எக்ஸ்பெண்டிச்சரில் பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி இருந்துச்சுன்னா இட் ஷுட் ஒன்லி பி நியூ பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி. ஹவெவர், ஈவன் ஓல்ட் பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி will be considered as new if it is brought from outside India and depreciation has not yet been claimed. Okay, old இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில இருந்து செகண்ட் ஹேண்ட் பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி கொண்டு வரீங்கன்னா அது நியூவா கன்சிடர் பண்ணுவாங்க. And one more point, 20% old is still allowed. Okay va? Listen, let's say total capital expenditure is 1000 crores, adla 100 crores is plant and machinery. Now we are talking about, and the pen mari padakaichu, this pen works differently. Plant and machinery, 100 crores is plant and machinery. Now let us assume that 60 crores is new. 20 crores is imported and it is என்ன சொல்றது 20 crores is imported and no depreciation claimed, and 20 crores second hand. Then will deduction be allowed for the entire amount? Yes or no? Answer is yes, it will be allowed. Yana if imported and no depreciation, it will be considered as new. Now new became how much? 80% and old is 20%. Old வந்து 20% இருந்தா allowed. ஓகேவா? So அதான் சொல்ல வராங்க. But used allowed if used is maximum 20% of total plant and machinery. Loss of specified business can only be set off against profit from specified business. This you have to link with set off and carry forward of loss. அங்க படிக்க போறோம். Then இப்போ என்ன சொல்றாங்க 35 AD நீங்க deduction claim பண்ணிருக்கீங்க capital expenditureக்காக. Now that expenditure claim பண்ண asset, that capital asset should be used in the business, that specified business for at least 8 years. 8 years வரைக்கும் யூஸ் பண்ணணும். சார் 8 years வரைக்கும் யூஸ் பண்ணலனா என்ன ஆகும்? Number 1, if asset is sold or destroyed, then entire amount received will be income under PGBP. Full amount received is PGBP income. இதுதான் அந்த charging sectionல பார்த்தோம், where I told you that 35 AD discuss பண்ணும்போது சொல்றேன். ஓகேவா? Then used by assessee himself for other than specified business. So assessee வந்து என்ன பண்ணாருன்னா, see listen here, hotel வந்து 2 years ஹோட்டலுக்காக அந்த அசெட் யூஸ் பண்ணாரு. ஹோட்டலுக்காக யூஸ் பண்றதுனால it is eligible, deduction claim பண்ணிட்டாங்க. Now hotel வந்து now he feels that hotelல வந்து it is not necessary, I will move the asset and I will use in my other business, let's say mobile phone business ல யூஸ் பண்ண ஆரம்பிச்சிட்டாங்க. ஹோட்டல் பிசினஸ்ல இருந்து அசெட் தூக்கிட்டு மொபைல் ஃபோன் பிசினஸ்க்கு கொண்டு வந்துட்டாங்க 2 years கழிச்சு. In such case what will happen? The government will tell you have cheated us. Within 8 years you have bought this asset from specified to non-specified category. Hence we will punish you. We will take back your deduction. But assessee will tell, சரிங்க நீங்க டிடக்ஷன் திருப்பி எடுத்துக்கோங்க, பிரச்சனை இல்லை. பட் அந்த 2 வருஷத்துல எனக்கு டிடக்ஷன் கிடைக்கலன்னா டிப்ரிசியேஷன் கிடைச்சிருக்கும். ஸோ எனக்கு அந்த டிப்ரிசியேஷன் கொடுங்க. புரியுதா? ஸோ தட் இஸ் வை income is equal to deduction claimed earlier minus depreciation that would have been allowed. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? So for example, there is a building. There is a building which was earlier used for specified business. Okay. Cost was 100 crores. Now it is brought to non-specified business. And being used after 2 years. In such case, since it is converted to non-specified business, that 100 crores would have been claimed as deduction, it has to be reversed. But you should not reverse the entire 100 crores deduction, you should reduce the depreciation that would have been allowable. Okay va? What would be the depreciation would have been allowable? 100 crores first year ku vandu 10 crores allow aayirukkum, second years ku vandu 9 crores allow aayirukkum WDV basis la. So 19 crores. So what would be the income? 100 crores minus 19 crores is equal to 81 crores. 81 crores will be the income when the asset is transferred from specified to non-specified. புரியுதா? Specified to non-specified. ஆனா listen here, non-specified ல when the asset has come, income treat பண்ணியாச்சு 81 crores. இப்போ now this 81 crores will become cost of asset. 81 crores, the income will become cost of asset and you can start claiming depreciation normally in block of asset system. புரியுதா? இதுதான் cost of asset ல there was a point of 35 AD. I told you I will explain later on. புரிஞ்சுதா? So this is 35 AD. Now we will We have completed 35 AD provisions. We will just take a break. We will continue. By 4:15, let us start. Specified business level, first year में आपको benefit, second year में direction करेगा, पर केली हो रहा है. 3580 deductions available only in the first year of commencement of business. 35 AD வந்து தரவா பார்த்துக்கோங்க. Because if individual question is asked from PGBP, means ஒரே provision வச்சு question கேட்கணும்னா one of the favorite sections is section 35. Section 32 is also very very important. Depreciation படிச்சது. 35D preliminary expense அதுல இருந்து separate question கேட்கறதுக்கு வாய்ப்பு இருக்கு. ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி questions கேட்கலாம். Now we will move to agricultural income. Questions வந்து அதிகமா we will solve on 27th because mixedலயும் questions இருக்கும், separate question also 35 AD related எல்லாமே ஒவ்வொன்றா solve பண்ணலாம். We will try our maximum level best to complete all the provisions till 26th end இல்லைனா 27 ஒரு afternoon குள்ளார 1 or 2 hours குள்ளார we will finish. Section 10 clause 1 agricultural income. Agricultural income. So now we are going to study agricultural income. This income I have taken it with PGBP because PGBP section la kuda some portion is there, exemption la kuda some portion is there. அதுக்கு வந்து mix பண்ணிட்டு ஒரே இடத்துல எல்லா provisionமே படிச்சுக்கலாம். Section 10 clause 1 agricultural income. As we studied, agricultural income is exempt under Income Tax Act because the central government does not have the power to tax the agricultural income. For that we have to know what is agriculture. Okay, meaning of agricultural income. It is defined under section 2 clause 1a. Agriculture means 3 parts are there. Okay va? First வந்து land லந்து direct rent or revenue கிடைக்குது, that is agricultural income. And the land agricultural land use பண்ணி கிடைக்கிற revenue, it's agricultural income. And third one is farmhouse. Okay va? First aspect we are learning rent or revenue from agricultural land. So land should be in India. If land is not in India, it is not agricultural land and it should be used for agricultural purpose. Ownership is not necessary. Even rent from subtenant can be called as agricultural income. So if I have got agricultural land on rent for 10,000 per month and I am subletting it for 25,000 per month, then difference 15,000 is agricultural income. It is exempt. Okay, next, income from agricultural land by number 1 agriculture. Okay va? Agriculture பண்ணிட்டு சம்பாதிக்கிற income, for example ploughing, sowing the seeds, all these agricultural activities if I am doing and if I am earning an income because of that, it is agricultural income, fully exempt. Agriculture also includes income from nursery. Fine. Then process to make produce fit for the market. If I am doing any process because of which the agriculture produce is becoming fit for the market, that is also agriculture. For example, crops வந்து correct store பண்ணிட்டு package பண்ணிட்டு market க்கு நான் அனுப்புறேன், and the activities will be called agricultural activities. We can take one example, that is removing chaff from paddy seeds. Removing chaff from paddy எழுதிக்க, removing chaff. So paddy crop இருக்கு, அதோட covering remove பண்ண என்ன கிடைக்கும்? Rice. We will get rice. So removing that covering only, it will make that produce fit for the market. இல்லனா மார்க்கெட்ல வெறும் paddy எல்லாம் போயிட்டு விற்க முடியாது. Fine. Then sale of agricultural produce. Agricultureல என்ன produce கிடைக்குது, அது sell பண்ணிட்டு கிடைக்கிற பணம் is agriculture. However, here only raw crops, if you are selling raw crops, it is purely agricultural income. But if you are not selling it in raw form, it can contain business income also. Okay va? If at all a process is done on agricultural produce, after process if it is being sold, then you have to see whether the process was compulsory for sale or not. For example, rice. In rice, removing the paddy is a process. That process is compulsory for sale. Rice is not a raw crop. Paddy is only raw crop. Paddy lende chaff remove பண்ணிட்டு தான் rice கிடைக்குது. Hence, this even sale of rice will be considered agricultural income because அந்த process பண்ணாம அந்த agricultural produce விற்கவே முடியாது. In such case, even after process, it will be considered agriculture income. ஆனா if process பண்ணாமையே விற்க முடியும் but still process பண்ணிருக்காங்க, it means business is also involved. Okay, process is not compulsory for sale. See, if it is a raw crop, example வந்து tomato னு சொல்லலாம். Correct, tomato is sold on raw form, in raw form, and hence the income is agricultural income. However, tomato ketchup is not raw form. It contains tomato but process is done to make the ketchup, hence it contains a mixture of agriculture as well as business. Now it is our responsibility to split the agricultural income and business income. How to split? Answer is using 4 rules: rule 7, rule 7a, rule 7b, and rule 8. Rule 7a, 7b, and 8 are special rules. Rule 7 is general rule. 7a, 7b, 8 special rules, 7 வந்து general rule. So இப்போ rule 7 வந்து நாங்க பார்க்கிறோம். According to rule 7, how to split agricultural income and business income? Firstly, agricultural income கண்டுபிடிக்கிறதுக்கு see the fair market value of the agricultural produce used for the process. For example, tomato ketchup manufacture பண்றாங்க. Let us assume cost of tomato, the fair market value of tomato is 10 rupees. It is 10 rupees. Then we have to see cost of agricultural produce. And the 10 rupees oda potato produce பண்றதுக்கு நம்மளுக்கு எவ்வளவு செலவாச்சு? Let us assume it is 4 rupees. Okay va? 10 rupees is the fair market value of potato, 4 tomato, 4 rupees is the cost of producing tomato. Now let us come. So what is the agricultural income? Answer 6. Fair market value of tomato used in ketchup manufacturing minus cost of tomato equal to agricultural income. Business income, sale of final product. Let us assume ketchup bottle is sold for 50 rupees, 50. இதுல வந்து அந்த fair market value reduce பண்ணிருங்க, which you took for agriculture calculation. எவ்வளோ? 10. And then if there is any further cost, let us assume 30 rupees is manufacturing expense. இது எல்லாமே reduce பண்றதுக்கு அப்புறம் final amount, that is 10, it will be called business income. Business, this will be agriculture. Okay va? So like this you will separate business income and agricultural income. நீங்க balance sheetல பாப்பீங்கன்னா எப்படி இருக்கும்? P&L accountல வந்து it will be written as sales. Sales will be how much? 50. Cost la வந்து agricultural expense will be written as 4. Then manufacturing cost will be written as 30. So profit will be how much? 16. In the 16 தான் நீங்க divide பண்ணிருக்கீங்க. 6 is agriculture, 10 is business. Okay va? Now let us come to rule 7a, rule 7b, and rule 8. 7a, 7b, and rule 8. Rule 7a talks about rubber and the products like rubber, latex, crepe, and senex. Rubber, latex, crepe, senex. In the நாலுக்குமே A is to B. Ratio is what? A is to B. A for agriculture, B for business. Okay va? A for agriculture, B for business. A is to B is 65-35. 65% agriculture, 35% business. Then rule 7b relates to coffee. Coffee la வந்து you have to see whether the coffee is only grown and cured or grown, cured, roasted and grounded. Only grown and cured or grown, cured, roasted and grounded. If it is only grown and cured means there is more involvement of agriculture, less business. Hence 75-25. If it is grown, cured, roasted and grounded, it means more process has been done, so more business is involved. So 60-40. Sir, veru roasted and grounded irunda, it means it is purely business. Okay va? Then tea. In case of tea, 60-40. 60 agriculture, 40 business. So this is a standard ratio You need not do calculation like rule 7. Directly you can find out what is agriculture, what is business. Okay va? Idla ஒரு special point என்னன்னா, listen here. If at all in the rule follow பண்ணிட்டு, if you are finding out the income, you will split it into agriculture and business, correct? While finding out the expense, one of the expense will be depreciation also. Depreciation kuda ratio la divide ஆகும், correct? But asset la reduce பண்ணும்போது full depreciation da reduce பண்ணணும். Okay va? While you are reducing from the cost of the asset, reduce the entire depreciation. And the depreciation ratio la divide பண்ணி reduce பண்ணக்கூடாது, full reduce பண்ணிக்கணும். Next, income from farmhouse. Income from farmhouse. Income from farmhouse will be considered as agricultural income only if it is used as residence of the farmer or for storage of food grains. Residence of farmers or for storage of food grains or for storage of agricultural produce. For storage of agricultural produce. Farmhouse na enna? It is a building on the agricultural land or in the immediate vicinity of the agricultural land. It means what? Agricultural land மேலே அந்த building இருக்கணும், இல்லைன்னா அதோட borderல இருக்கணும். Then it is called farmhouse. Farmhouse at income will be exempt only if it is used as residence of farmer or for storage of agricultural produce. Now, agricultural land. How to classify a land as agricultural land? Number 1, rural area la வந்து ஒரு agricultural land இருந்தா, you can directly call it as agricultural land. Now, what is difference between rural and urban? Rural means not urban. Rural means not urban. So urban area தவிர வேற எல்லா ஏரியாமே rural ஏரியான்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Rural ஏரியால வந்து ஒரு agricultural land இருந்துச்சுன்னா டைரக்டா நீங்க வந்து அத agricultural landன்னு சொல்லலாம். ஓகேவா? Now let's come to urban area. Urban area la வந்து a land will be said to be agricultural land only if it is assessed to land revenue. Okay va? சிட்டாடங்கள் சொல்லுவாங்க, பட்டா சொல்லுவாங்க. These type of documents which prove that it is a agricultural land should be there. Fine. So urban area la வந்து agricultural land இருந்துச்சுன்னா it would be considered agricultural land only if it is assessed to land revenue. Rural la வந்து directa you can call it agricultural land. Now comes the question, what is urban and what is rural? Okay, so adukku வந்து we have to draw a diagram. ஏற்கனவே இல்லையா? Okay, one second. This I want you to draw. check. Okay. So agricultural land வந்து ஒரு நிமிஷம் மூவ் பண்ணிடுறேன். Agricultural land. Very simple. How to find out whether the area is urban or not? We have to see the last census population. Last census or a population la, if the population is 10,000 or more, then the entire region will be called urban. Okay, let us take example of Chennai. If population of Chennai is 10,000 or more, then Chennai will be called urban area. Okay, next, if population of Chennai is more than 10,000 up to 1 lakh people, then Chennai will be considered urban area. Outside Chennai 2 kilometers also considered as urban area. Okay va? If population of Chennai is more than 1 lakh up to 10 lakh people, Chennai is urban area, then outside 6 kilometers region is also urban area outside Chennai. Then if population of Chennai is more than 10 lakhs, then Chennai is urban, outside la irukra 8 kilometers also will be considered urban. Urban area kullara or land vandiruchuna, it will be considered as agricultural land only if it is assessed to land revenue. Urban area ku velila agricultural land irunduchuna, directly you can call it as agricultural land if the land is used for agriculture. Fine. Then few examples of difference between agricultural and non-agricultural income. Rent from land for grazing cattle is agricultural income. So cow, buffalo, sheep எல்லாம் வந்துட்டு அந்த grass சாப்பிடுறதுக்காக ஒரு land கொடுப்பாங்க. That land ஓட revenue is called agricultural income. Sale of seeds also comes under agriculture. Sale of flowers comes in agriculture. Sale of creepers, money plant, etc. comes under agriculture. Bamboo comes under agriculture. Nursery income, which we already discussed, nursery is also agriculture. Fine. Then income from milk of the cattle is not agriculture. Okay va? Milk landu vara income, milk products is not agriculture. Livestock, chicken sell pandrathu not agriculture. Poultry not agriculture. Dairy farming not agriculture. Fishery not agriculture. Commission received on agricultural income is not agriculture. Agency business பண்ணிட்டு commission வாங்குறது on agricultural income, that is not agriculture, that is business. Okay, forest produce is not covered under agriculture. Forest la போயிட்டு tree cut பண்ணிட்டு timber sell பண்றது not agriculture. Dividend received from agricultural company, we already discussed, it is not agriculture. Fine. So these are different examples. And then lastly ஒரு concept இருக்கு, this partial integration of agricultural income with non-agricultural income. இது ஒரே ஒரு question இன்னைக்கே போட்டுறலாம். First let me explain you the concept. This partial integration applies when agricultural income is greater than 5,000, non-agricultural income is greater than basic exemption limit, only for the assessee getting the benefit of basic exemption limit, that is individual, HUF, AOP, BOI and AJP. இவங்களுக்கெல்லாம் basic exemption limit கிடைக்குது, அவங்களுக்கு மட்டும்தான் இந்த partial integration. Partial integration na என்ன? See, listen here. People are earning crores and crores of rupees in agriculture, but still entire amount will go tax free. Okay, the government will feel very jealous that we are not getting the tax on agriculture, but the government can't do anything because constitution லயே சொல்லிருக்காங்க நீங்க agriculture மேல tax வாங்க முடியாது. Hence what does the government do? The government tells that to the extent of agricultural income, I will deny the slab rate benefit given to the person. Okay va? என்ன சொல்றாங்க? Listen here. For example, agricultural income is equal to 8 lakhs, non-agricultural income is equal to 7 lakhs. Let us have an example. And we are talking about individual. Okay. So, generally 7 lakhs ku வந்து எவ்வளோ tax வரும்? 12,500 plus 2 lakhs into 20%, 40,000, 52,500 tax வரும். Correct? Now, up to 2.5 lakhs, 2.5 lakhs, the tax will be 0. Up to 5 lakhs, it will be 12,500. Then up to 7 lakhs, the tax will be 40,000. This is normal, correct? Now, this person is also earning agricultural income of 8 lakhs. It cannot be taxed. The Income Tax Act is telling that this benefit of basic exemption limit, this exemption is the right of each and every individual. Hence, I am not going to disturb this right. I am not going to disturb it. Ana, the slab rate benefit is there, no, which is starting from here. Idu vande, to the extent of agricultural income, I am not going to give to the assessee. So it means enna solranga, the Income Tax Act is telling this 8 lakh rupees, 2.5 lakh plus 8 lakh evlo varudhu, 10.5 lakhs varudhu, correct? So we'll increase this 10 lakhs and let us keep it as 15 lakhs. So 10.5. This portion, the government is telling we will block. எவ்வளோ அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம் சம்பாரிச்சிருக்கீங்களோ அவ்வளோ ஸ்லாப் வந்து நாங்கள் பிளாக் பண்ணிடுவோம். பேசிக் எக்ஸம்ஷன் லிமிட் கொடுப்போம், அதுக்கு மேலே இருக்கிற ஸ்லாப் வந்து வி வில் பிளாக். அண்ட் நீங்கள் வந்து பேலன்ஸ் அமௌண்ட் இருக்குல்ல 7 lakhsல ஃபர்ஸ்ட் 2.5 lakhs will be here. பேலன்ஸ் அமௌண்ட் எவ்வளோ 4.5 lakhs. ஸோ பேலன்ஸ் 4.5 lakhsக்கு you put tax here. 4.5 lakhs multiplied by 30% comes to how much? 1,35,000. So government is telling pay tax of 1,35,000. This is called partial integration. Partial integration means what? The government will not give the benefit of the lower tax slab. It will give the benefit of basic exemption limit, but will not give the benefit of lower tax slab to the extent of agricultural income. Agriculture income எதுவுமே பண்ண முடியாது, பட் அந்த அளவுக்கு ஸ்லாப் ஏத்திடுவாங்க. ஓகேவா? ஸோ ஹவு டு ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் திஸ் ஆன்சர்? இது வந்து ஸ்டெப் 1, யூ ஹாவ் டு கம்ப்யூட் த டேக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்ரிகல்ச்சர் அண்ட் நான் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம். ஸ்டெப் 2, கம்ப்யூட் த டேக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம் பிளஸ் பேசிக் எக்ஸம்ஷன் லிமிட். ஸ்டெப் 3 வந்து 1 minus 2 and step 4 add the surcharge cess etc. So இதே எக்ஸாம்பிள் வந்து நாங்கள் இப்போ சால்வ் பண்ணிக்கலாம் verbally instead of going to the problems. அதில் டைம் ஆகும். அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம் வந்து எவ்வளோ 8 lakhs, நான் அக்ரிகல்ச்சரல் இன்கம் 7 lakhs. So is equal to 15 lakhs. 15 lakhs மேலே what is the tax? 1,12,500 plus 30% of 1,50,000, 2,62,500. 2,62,500. Then step 2, agricultural income plus basic exemption limit. What is agri income? 8 lakhs plus basic exemption limit 2.5 is equal to 10.5. 10.5 lakhs mala what is the tax? 127500. Now find out 1 minus 2. 1,35,000. Okay, so adhe da 1,35,000 you got as the answer, and then on this you have to add surcharge, cess, rebate, whatever calculation. புரியுதா உங்களுக்கு? So இதே example, this we learned conceptually how this amount has come. 1,35,000 எப்படி வந்திருக்கு, and இங்க வந்து steps கொடுத்திருக்காங்க how to find out this 1,35,000 using calculation. Fine. Suppose example இந்த question வந்துருச்சு, உங்களுக்கு இந்த step ஞாபகம் இல்லை, இருந்தாலும் உங்களுக்கு வந்து என்ன கான்செப்ட் தெரியும் அது வச்சு சம் பிரசன்டேஷன் யூ ட்ரை டு புட், ஏதோ ஒரு மார்க் கிடைக்கும். ஓகே, நவ் லெட்ஸ் கம் டு நெக்ஸ்ட் கான்செப்ட், ஆல்டர்னேட் மினிமம் டாக்ஸ். ஆல்டர்னேட் மினிமம் டாக்ஸ்ல வந்து SEZ இருக்குன்னு நினைக்கிறேன். ஒன் செகண்ட். ஃபர்ஸ்ட் SEZ பார்த்துக்கலாம், ஸ்பெஷல் எக்கனாமிக் ஜோன். AMT வந்து இன்னைக்கு டைம் இருந்தா பார்த்துக்கலாம், என்னன்னு நாளைக்கு பார்த்துக்கலாம். SEZ இஸ் அப்படி பார்த்தா வருஷமா இட் வாஸ் ஒன் ஆஃப் தி ஃபேவரட் கொஸ்டின்ஸ் ஃபார் எக்ஸாமினர். எவ்ரி 2 to 3 attemptsல ஒரு கொஸ்டின் வரும். பட் இப்போ வந்து இட் ஹஸ் பிகம் அவுடேட்டட். 31/3/2020 வரைக்கும் தான் applicability was there. அதுக்கப்புறம் அது முடிஞ்சு போச்சு. அதனால I don't know whether it is favorite or not because still it can be asked. சிலபஸ்ல இருக்கு, but still you learn it very easy only. வந்துச்சுன்னா easily you can score marks. Especially numerical aspect வந்து படிச்சுக்கலாம். Special economic zone. Special economic zone na என்ன? It means to promote or to develop a particular area, the government will declare an area as special economic zone. In the special economic zone la என்ன benefit கொடுப்பாங்கன்னா, they will treat this area as out of India. They will treat the area as out of India. For example, சென்னை சிட்டி இருக்கு, சென்னை சிட்டில ஒரு ஏரியா சூஸ் பண்ணிக்குவாங்க, இதை SEZ ன்னு டிக்ளேர் பண்ணிடுவாங்க. தென் they will choose SEZ area as out of India, அது மாதிரி ட்ரீட் பண்ணுவாங்க. And Chennai will be called as DTA, which is domestic tariff area. Domestic tariff area, DTA ன்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Domestic tariff area னா என்ன? Area in India other than special economic zone is called domestic tariff area. In the SEZ குள்ளார when GST transactions are going on, it will be treated like export transaction. GST will be charged accordingly. SEZ க்கு சேல் பண்ணா 0% tax, நீங்க tax pay பண்ண வேண்டாம். Input tax credit full-ஆ refund வாங்கிக்கலாம். All those provisions are there. When it comes to income tax, the people in special economic zone can enjoy a tax holiday. என்ன tax holiday na? First 5 years வரைக்கும் the profit related to export turnover, Income Tax Act wants to encourage export turnover related profit ஆயிருந்தா 100% no tax. 100% profit மேல no tax. Next 5 yearsல 50% profit மேல no tax. அதுக்கு அடுத்த 5 yearsல 50% profit மேல no tax subject to condition. ஓகேவா, அதுதான் படிக்க போறோம். This is special economic zone. Who is eligible assessee? An assessee who is engaged in manufacture, production or provision of service and who is defined as entrepreneur as per 2J of SEZ Act. Entrepreneur யாரு? The person who is coming into special economic zone and setting up manufacturing facility or provision of service. Okay va? So இன்னொரு condition, manufacture production of service should begin between assessment year 2006-07 to assessment year 2021. That is 1/4/2005 to 31/3/2020. இது வந்து இக்னோர் பண்ணிருங்க, not so important. அந்த வருஷத்துல it was important. Then no deduction is allowed for splitting up or reconstruction of existing business. அந்த 35 AD மாதிரி இங்க கூட ஸ்பெஷல் எக்கனாமிக் ஜோன்ல புது பிசினஸ் தான் ஆரம்பிக்கணும். பழைய பிசினஸோட பிரான்ச் மட்டும் அங்க அனுப்பிட்டு ஷிஃப்ட் பண்ணிட்டு அது புது பிசினஸ்னு சொல்லக்கூடாது. நெக்ஸ்ட், எக்ஸெப்ஷன் செக்ஷன் 33B, re-established in special economic zone within 3 years after extensive damage, destruction, riot or enemy attack. ஒரு செக்ஷன் இருக்கு 33B, அதுல வந்து ஒரு ஸ்பெஷல் எக்ஸம்ஷன் கொடுத்திருக்காங்க that if your business itself was destroyed due to unreasonable circumstances, நீங்க வந்து அதே பிசினஸ் திருப்பி கண்டினியூ பண்ணா கூட உங்களுக்கு பெனிஃபிட் தரும். Then no used plant and machinery should be there. However, deduction is allowed even if plant and machinery used does not exceed 20% of the total value, same as 35 AD. Then 3 conditions for used plant and machinery to be considered unused. It should not be used in India, imported in India, no depreciation has been claimed earlier, same as 35 AD. Okay va? Then chartered accountant report வேணும் certifying the correctness of the deduction. ரொம்ப டார்க்கா இருக்கா இது, நான் green yellow மாத்திரேன். Certifying the correctness of the deduction. So all these conditions should be satisfied, then deduction will be available. What is the deduction? Deduction under section 10AA is export turnover divided by total turnover multiplied by profit. However, all these three should be related to only the SEZ unit. Export turnover of the SEZ unit divided by total turnover of the SEZ unit multiplied by profit of the SEZ unit. யூனிட் எஸ்இசெட்லயும் இருக்கலாம், எஸ்இசெட்க்கு வெளியிலயும் இருக்கலாம். எஸ்இசெட்க்கு வெளியில இருக்கிற யூனிட் வந்து கால்குலேஷன்ல கன்சிடர் பண்ணக்கூடாது. சம்டைம்ஸ் கொஸ்டின்ல என்ன சொல்லுவாங்க, டோட்டல் கொடுத்துருவாங்க, நான் எஸ்இசெட் யூனிட்டோட ஃபிகர்ஸ் தந்துருவாங்க. ஸோ டோட்டல் மைனஸ் நான் எஸ்இசெட் இஸ் ஈக்குவல் டு எஸ்இசெட். இது வச்சு கண்டுபிடிச்சு எக்ஸ்போர்ட் டர்ன் ஓவர் பை டோட்டல் டர்ன் ஓவர் மல்டிப்ளைட் பை ப்ராஃபிட். ஸோ திஸ் யூ வில் கெட் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ராஃபிட். எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ராஃபிட்டோட என்டையர் டாக்ஸஸ் exempt or allowed as deduction. Period வந்து first 5 consecutive years 100% of the above amount allowed as deduction. Next 5 consecutive years 50%. Further 5 consecutive years amount transferred to special economic zone investment reserve or 50%, whichever is higher illa whichever is lower is allowed as deduction. So year 1 to 5 100%, year 6 to 10 50%, year 11 to 15 50%. ஆனா அந்த அமௌண்ட் வந்து நீங்க SEZ இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் ரிசர்வ் குள்ளார போடணும். போட்டா மட்டும் தான் கொடுப்போம், இல்லனா கொடுக்க மாட்டோம். எவ்வளவு போடுவீங்க அவ்வளவு கொடுப்போம். ஓகே, மேக்ஸிமம் 50%. மீனிங் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் டர்ன்ஓவர்னா என்ன? எக்ஸ்போர்ட் டர்ன்ஓவர் மீன்ஸ் consideration of export that is brought into India. Total turnover means total turnover of the SEZ unit. From both export turnover as well as total turnover, you should reduce freight, telecom, insurance to deliver or render the service outside India. இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில சர்வீஸ் கொடுக்கிறதுக்காக freight, telecom, insurance எடுத்தது வந்து you have to reduce from the turnover, both export as well as total. Then expense in foreign exchange to render the services outside India. Any foreign exchange expenses you have to reduce from the turnover. Okay, export turnover, total turnover, profit only of the SEZ unit. Deemed export, on-site development of computer software or service outside India. See kanna, SEZ unit lende service கொடுத்தா மட்டும் தான் export. However, there is one case where there is deemed export. என்னன்னா, for example, the person is providing IT service. ஸ்ரீலங்கால ஒரு கிளைண்ட் இருக்காங்க, அந்த கிளைண்ட்டுக்கு வந்து ஒரு பெரிய பிரச்சனை ஆகி போச்சு. ஸோ இந்தியாவிலேருந்து SEZ யூனிட்லேருந்து பீப்புள் ஆர் பீங் சென்ட் டு ஸ்ரீலங்கன் கிளைண்ட் இன் ஸ்ரீலங்கா அண்ட் தே ஆர் ப்ரொவைடிங் சர்வீசஸ் ஆன் சைட். அங்கே போயிட்டு சர்வீஸ் கொடுத்துட்டு இருக்காங்க. திஸ் வில் பி கன்சிடர்ட் as deemed export. ஓகேவா? Deduction cannot exceed the total income. See, this is a deduction. Listen here. இது டிடக்ஷன். அந்த ப்ராஃபிட் எல்லாமே நீங்க இன்கம்ல ஆட் பண்ணிக்கணும். தென் கிராஸ் டோட்டல் இன்கம் ஃபைண்ட் பண்ணுவீங்களா, அதுக்கப்புறம் யூ ஹேவ் டு ரெடியூஸ் இட் as டிடக்ஷன். பிஃபோர் சாப்டர் 6A it is a deduction. It cannot exceed the total income. Next, loss brought forward to be reduced from eligible deduction. இது நீங்க இக்னோர் பண்ணிருங்க, no problem. Conditions for further 5 years. நான் சொன்னேன்ல, further 5 years claim பண்ணனும்னா SEZ reinvestment reserve ல போடணும். What is this SEZ reinvestment reserve? It is nothing but a provision made in the balance sheet. அவ்வளவுதான். பேலன்ஸ் ஷீட்ல வந்து நீங்க ஜெனரல் ரிசர்வ் அந்த மாதிரி ரிசர்வ்ஸ் எல்லாம் போடுவீங்கல, ரிசர்வ்ஸ் அண்ட் சர்ப்ளஸ், அதே மாதிரி SEZ reinvestment reserve னு போடணும். That's it. So use SEZ reinvestment reserve for acquiring the new plant and machinery to use within 3 years from the end of the previous year of reserve creation. இந்த SEZ reinvestment reserveல எவ்வளவு அமௌண்ட் நீங்க போட்டீங்களோ அது அந்த end of the year அப்புறம் 3 வருஷக்குள்ளார you have to buy new plant and machinery. Then furnish the particulars of above along with return of income. நீங்க எவ்வளவு ரிசர்வ்ல ஆட் பண்ணிருக்கீங்க அது return of incomeல மென்ஷன் பண்ணி கொடுங்க. Next, till above is fulfilled, money can be used for business except dividend, remittance of asset outside India, creation of asset outside India. என்ன சொன்னாங்க, 3 வருஷம்க்குள்ளார நியூ பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி வாங்கணும். பட் அந்த பணம் என்ன, அவங்க கையில தானே இருக்கு அந்த பணம். till they buy the new plant and machinery, is it necessary that they should keep the funds idle? No, they can use the funds, but they should not use for dividend, they should not use for remitting outside India or creating any asset outside India. Okay va, அந்த 3 வருஷம் குள்ளார. Next, unutilized amount 3 வருஷம் குள்ளார யூஸே பண்ண முடியல, ரிசர்வ் கிரியேட் பண்ணிட்டாங்க, ஆனா 3 வருஷம் வரைக்கும் புது பிளான்ட் அண்ட் மெஷினரி வாங்கலன்னா என்ன பண்றது? After 3 years the entire amount will be deemed as PGBP income. And if it is misutilized na enna? Dividend கொடுத்துட்டாங்க, இல்ல இந்தியாக்கு வெளியில அனுப்பிட்டாங்க. In such case misutilized amount will be deemed as PGBP income in that year. எந்த இயர்ல மிஸ்யூஸ் பண்ணாங்களோ அந்த இயர்ல வந்து deemed as PGBP. Fine. Now this second one is very very small point. Earlier there were export processing zone or free trade zone. இப்போ புது கான்செப்ட் வந்திருக்கு ஸ்பெஷல் எக்கனாமிக் ஜோன். நாளைக்கு வேற ஒரு கான்செப்ட் வரலாம். இப்படி ஒரு 10 to 15 இயர்ஸ்ல மாத்திட்டே இருப்பாங்க. பழைய எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ராசஸிங் ஜோன் அண்ட் ஃப்ரீ ட்ரேட் ஜோனை வந்து SEZ மாத்திட்டாங்கன்னா என்ன பண்ணணும்? இன் தட் ஆக்ட் ஆர் தட் ப்ரொவிஷன் ஃப்ரீ ட்ரேட் ஜோன் எக்ஸ்போர்ட் ப்ராசஸிங் ஜோனுக்கு வந்து 10 இயர்ஸ் டிடக்ஷன் தான் கொடுப்பாங்க. ஓகேவா? அந்த 10 இயர்ஸ் வந்து அப்படியே கண்டினியூட் ஆயிட்டு இருக்கும், ஈவன் இஃப் இட் இஸ் கன்வெர்டட் இன்டு SEZ. அதுதான் சொல்றான். ஃபுல்லா நீங்க கிளைம் பண்ண முடியலன்னா கன்வர்ஜனுக்கு அப்புறம் கூட கிளைம் பண்ணிக்கலாம், பிரச்சனை இல்லை. நெக்ஸ்ட், அமால்கமேஷன் அண்ட் டிமர்ஜர். ஓகே, அமால்கமேஷன் இல்ல டிமர்ஜர் இருந்துச்சுன்னா பழைய கம்பெனிக்கு பெனிஃபிட் கிடையாது, புது கம்பெனி வந்து அப்படியே அந்த பெனிஃபிட் கண்டினியூ பண்ணிட்டே இருக்கலாம் 15 இயர்ஸ் வரைக்கும். அதான் கொடுக்குறாங்க. So this is special economic zone. Now lastly, let us discuss alternate minimum tax. Last concept for the day, alternate minimum tax, AMT. Special economic zone deduction irukla, not available for 115 BAC. Okay, only available for old tax regime. AMT also not applicable for 115 BAC. See kana, alternate minimum tax is a tax. It is not a benefit. It is an extra burden. First time you would be seeing that some burden or some problem is being removed from the old scheme and not given in the new scheme. New scheme la வந்து என்ன பண்ணிருக்காங்க? Not applicable னு சொல்லிருக்காங்க. So new scheme la benefit கொடுத்திருக்காங்க. ஆனா actually பார்த்தா அந்த பெனிஃபிட்டே கிடையாது. ஏன்னா AMT only will come whenever there are certain deductions. அந்த எந்த டிடக்ஷனுமே நியூ ஸ்கீம்ல கிடையாது. Hence automatically AMTயும் நியூ ஸ்கீம்ல கிடையாது. ஓகேவா? Now what is alternate minimum tax? Alternate minimum tax is a tax which a person has to pay alternatively, minimum and the tax pay பண்ணனும். One by one let us see. It is a non-obstante clause. Means வேற ஒரு செக்ஷன் கூட இந்த செக்ஷன் கிளாஷ் ஆகுதுன்னா this section will win. இந்த செக்ஷன் தான் ஃபாலோ பண்ணணும். 115 JC applicable to all the SSC except company. கம்பெனி தவிர வேலை எல்லா SSCக்கும் AMT applicable. Individual, HUF, AOP, BOI, AJP, partnership, firm. It is applicable. கம்பெனிக்கு not applicable. Does it mean கம்பெனிக்கு AMT கிடையாது? No. கம்பெனிக்கு வேற ஒரு செக்ஷன் இருக்கு. It is called MAT, minimum alternate tax. அது வந்து உங்களுக்கு ஃபைனல் லெவல்ல இருக்கு. Assessee shall pay AMT on adjusted total income or regular income tax on total income, whichever is greater. Sir, if your tax as per the normal provision is coming to 1 crore, but tax as per AMT provision is coming to 1.5 crores, then you have to pay the AMT. Alternate minimum tax. It means what? இந்த AMT வந்து உங்க actual tax விட அதிகமா இருந்துச்சுன்னா நீங்க இதுதான் பே பண்ணணும். மினிமம் இவ்வளவு பே பண்ணணும். Okay, whichever is greater. What is rate of AMT in case of IFSC, that is International Financial Service Center? International Financial Service Center. International Financial Service Center is located in Gujarat. இங்க வந்து international commodities, securities எல்லாம் trade ஆகுது. It is like an international foreign exchange மாதிரி, stock exchange மாதிரி. So for this alone, AMT is 9% of adjusted total income. AMT is how much? 9%. Cooperative society ke 15%. See, this is amendment. First time for May 23, this has become applicable. Cooperative society ke 15% and any other person 18.5 percentage. Fine. So IFSC 9 percentage, cooperative society 15 percentage, all the other persons 18.5 percentage. அதுக்கு மேல cess, surcharge, everything as usual. Then calculation of adjusted total income. See Kanna, you have to compare the normal tax on the normal income versus AMT on adjusted total income. So அதுக்கு வந்து நீங்க adjusted total income கண்டுபிடிக்கணும். அது எப்படி கண்டுபிடிக்கிறது? There are 3 deductions: SEZ deduction, 35AD deduction, 80IA to 80 RRB deduction. 35AD, SEZ, 80IA to 80 RRB. This you have to reverse. இந்த deduction reverse பண்ணுங்க. Okay வா? How to reverse? Take the total income. அதுல you add back 10AA SEZ deduction. Add back 80IA to 80 RRB deduction. இதுல உங்க syllabusல there are 3 deductions: 80JJAA, 80QQB, 80 RRB. இந்த 3 deduction வந்து உங்களுக்கு syllabusல இருக்கு. இந்த 3 deduction மே வந்துருச்சுனா add back. And third one, 35AD deduction. 35AD, capital expenditure fully is allowed in the commencement year. That deduction you have to add back. Then sir, 35AD deduction நாங்க வந்து claim பண்ணலனா depreciation claim பண்ணிருக்கலாம். அப்போ சொன்னேன்ல அதே concept, depreciation which could have been claimed, this you can reduce. So you will find out adjusted total income. Basically என்ன சொல்ல வராங்கன்னா, the effect of deduction under 10AA, 35AD and 80IA to 80 RRB, this you reverse the effect and find out the income. This income is called adjusted total income. Okay va? Adjusted total income மேல தான் you have to calculate 18.5 percentage AMT. 18.5% AMT. Now listen, let us assume normal tax is coming to 100 lakhs, AMT is coming to 150 lakhs. Okay, actual tax, AMT. Then what you should pay to the government? Answer is you should pay 150 lakhs. But the assessee will tell that I am being cheated. You are giving me these deductions, I am being very very happy and claiming these deductions. All of a sudden you are telling reverse the deduction and pay minimum ivlo tax. This is like cheating. Hence the government tells we can't do anything about it, but one thing we can do is that the difference between actual tax and AMT will be allowed as AMT credit. AMT credit. This AMT credit is a credit which can be used in the year in which actual tax is more than AMT. Okay va? For example, this is year 22-23 னு வெச்சுக்கலாம். Next year 23-24. இந்த வருஷத்துல வந்து actual tax came to 150 lakhs, AMT came to 140 lakhs. Okay va? Now actual tax is higher. So what you should pay? Actual tax only you have to pay. But you are having 50 lakhs as AMT credit. 50 lakhs fullave set off பண்ணலாமா? Answer is no. Because minimum 140 ஆவது நீங்க கட்டணும். So என்ன சொல்றாங்க? இந்த difference இருக்குல்ல 10 lakhs. இது வந்து நீங்க set off பண்ணிக்கலாம். So you pay 140. That is enough. புரியுதா? Let's say next year 24-25 இந்த இயர்ல வந்து டிடக்ஷனே claim பண்ணல. டிடக்ஷனே claim பண்ணாதனால AMT applicable கிடையாது. டிடக்ஷன் claim பண்ணாதானே AMT வரும், இல்லனா AMT வராது. There is no AMT and tax is coming to 100 lakhs. Now you have credit of how much? 40 lakhs. இது ஃபுல்லாவே யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாமா? Answer is yes. யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். If at all there is no AMT at all, you can use the credit to set off the entire tax also. Fine. So when AMT is more than the regular income tax, excess will be called AMT credit. It can be carried forward and set off for 15 years. Set off can be done when regular income tax is greater than AMT, but set off is restricted to the excess of the regular income tax over AMT. No interest. Will the government give any interest on AMT credit? No. No interest is available. Then other provisions. All the other provisions of the Income Tax Act like surcharge, cess, advance tax, interest, everything as usual it will apply to AMT. Okay, va? Then exemption from AMT. Who need not come into AMT provision? Number 1, assessee who does not claim any deduction, 1030, 10 AA, 35 AD, 80 IA to 80 RRB. And then individual HUF or AOP or AJP whose adjusted total income is up to 20 lakhs. இதெல்லாம் ஆட் பண்றதுக்கு அப்புறம் 20 lakhs குள்ளார இன்கம் இருந்துச்சுன்னா no need for paying AMT. Even if AMT is not applicable in a previous year, but AMT credit is available, it can be set off against regular income tax. அதுதான் நான் உங்களுக்கு சொன்னேன். Note, if AMT is applicable, assessee shall obtain report from a chartered accountant certifying the computation of AMT and adjusted total income. So CA certificate is compulsory. These are the provisions of alternate minimum tax. So with this PGBP chapter completely over. Tomorrow morning as soon as we come, we will revise the entire PGBP chapter quickly and summarize everything in our head, and then we will start with capital gains and income from other sources. நாளைக்கு இந்த ரெண்டு சாப்டருமே முடிக்கணும். இன்னைக்கு வந்து முடிஞ்சா ஒரு தடவை just go through this PGBP, brush up மட்டும் பண்ணுங்க, ரொம்ப டீப்ல go through பண்ண வேண்டாம், go through பண்ணா போதும். இந்த சாப்டர் இருக்குல்ல, நீங்க எக்ஸாம்க்கு ஒரு நாள் முன்னாடி பார்த்தா கூட you will be able to answer in exam provisions. But salary, TDS, tax rates, exemption இந்த சாப்டர் எல்லாம் நீங்க இப்போவே படிச்சே ஆகணும், வேற வழி இல்ல. இப்போ படிக்கலன்னா எக்ஸாம்ல you can't attend. Take care. Bye. Total is equal to 70,000. Tax. Normally, agriculture income is 2.5 lakhs. 2.5 lakhs. எவ்வளோ agriculture income அவ்வளோ slab block. So 2.5 plus 9.5. So 9.5 is long. So இப்போ இந்த 8 lakhs இருக்கு, அந்த 250 யூஸ் பண்ணிக்கலாம். So 9.5 slab rate. So first 2.5 போடுவோம். Balance 8 lakhs. 8 lakhs is equal to 5.5. So 9.5 into 10 lakhs which is 50%. So 50,000 balance 5 lakhs. 5 lakhs balance. 30%. 50,000 into 20%. That's 0. So 1,60,000. 60 lakhs. Original path ever lakhs. So 160. இதே சேம் ஸ்டெப் நீங்க அந்த ஸ்டெப்ஸ் போடுறீங்கன்னா Standby fire extinguisher இதெல்லாம் வந்து considered as passive use, means used தான் வரும். So fire extinguisher வந்து வால்ல மாட்டியாச்சுன்னா it will be considered as use.
அப்புறம் நான் எது யூஸ் பண்ணாலும்
சப்போஸ் நான் வந்து ஒரு கார் வாங்கிட்டு வச்சிருக்கேன், ஆனா அது ஃபுல் வருஷத்துல யூஸே பண்ணேன், நோ டிஃபரன்ஸ்.
இப்போ அவங்க என்ன ஃபைன் வந்துட்டு கவர்மெண்ட் பே பண்ணணும் வந்து
ப்ராஃபிட் அண்ட் லாஸ் அக்கௌண்ட்ல வரும், இன்கம் டாக்ஸ்ல வந்து டிடக்ஷன் தெரியும், பிஎன்எல் வரும்.
இப்போ நம்ம
4080 சூஸ் பண்ணா என்ன பெனிஃபிட்னா, ஃபார் எக்ஸாம்பிள் உங்க டர்ன் ஓவர் இஸ் மோர் தென் 1 crore. 1 crore கீழே இருந்தா ஒரே ஒரு பெனிஃபிட், நீங்க புக்ஸ் ஆஃப் அக்கௌண்ட்ஸ் மெயின்டைன் பண்ணலாம். பட் டாக்ஸ் பொறுத்த வரைக்கும் இந்த பெனிஃபிட்மே கிடையாது. பட் இஃப் இட் இஸ் மோர் தென் 1 crore பண்ணா ஆடிட் வரும், கரெக்ட்? ஸோ நீங்க 1 crore to 2 crore வரைக்கும் இருந்தா புக்ஸும் மெயின்டைன் பண்ண வேண்டாம், ஆடிட்டும் ஏடி சூஸ் பண்ணலாம்.
இப்போ வந்து ஆடிட் பண்ணிருந்தா 3CA அடுத்து 3CA இல்லைன்னா 3CA அப்புறம் அப்புறம் ப்ரொஃபஷனல் வந்து 5% ரூல் அப்ளை 95% ஆஃப் கேஷ் சரி. ஓகே சார். அப்புறம் வந்து இப்போ ஜிஎஸ்டி வந்து அந்த ஃபார்ம் கலெக்ட் பண்றது அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு சிச்சுவேஷன் இருக்கு அப்படின்னா, இப்போ வந்து ஒரு சில பேர் இன்புட் கிளைம் பண்ண முடியும்னா நம்ம வந்து எக்ஸ்பென்ஸா காமிப்போம். இப்போ வந்து அந்த டர்ன் ஓவர் வந்து 1 crore or 2 crore லிமிட் வச்சிருக்காங்க, அது நாட் டாக்ஸ் இருக்கு. இப்போ வந்து அப்போ அந்த எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ் அதெல்லாம் வந்து டிசர்வ் பண்ணுவோமா இல்லை அது அப்போ அப்படியே இருக்கு?
டர்ன் ஓவர் இஸ் எக்ஸ்பென்சிவ்.
ஐ மீன் இல்லை சார், இப்போ வந்து எக்ஸ்பென்ஸ்ல வந்து ஒரு சிலர் ஆட் பண்ற மாதிரி இன்புட் கிளைம் ஆர்டர் ஆட் பண்ற மாதிரி இருக்கு. இப்போ அது கரெஸ்பாண்டிங்கா நம்ம சேல் எதுவும் கை வைக்க வேண்டாம். அந்த அது இப்போ இங்க இது பண்றோம்னா அங்க எதுவும் ஓகே. அப்புறம் வந்து இதுல வந்து ப்ரொஃபஷன்ல வந்து அந்த 5 year ரூல்ஸ் அதுவும் கிடையாது, அது எல்லாமே ரூல்ஸ் இருக்கும். அப்புறம் வந்து 42 இல்லை சார், இப்போ வந்து 3 வருஷம் இருக்கு.